everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 49, The Corrupted Lizard. 1,426 words. After completing the Goblin Guard raid, Ron returned once again to the shallow area that had troubled him for many days. His gaze briefly swept across the surroundings. That heart-pounding sensation had already vanished. Even the monsters he encountered were nothing more than ordinary goblins and kobolds. These roadside monsters did not even make him consider stopping. He advanced along the route stored in his memory. Returning once more to the room where the decisive battle with the floor boss had taken place, the staircase leading to the deeper levels of the dungeon came into view before his eyes. This is the feeling. If there were no grim atmosphere, no faint yet ever-present sense of danger, then Ron would only feel that the flavor of this Souls-like dungeon was not particularly authentic. He carefully examined the stair passage. It was not bottomless, rather, it connected to a brand new floor. Only after confirming this crucial detail did Ron choose to continue forward. His left hand tightened around the brass-heavy shield, preventing some hidden ambush from blocking the way the moment he arrived on the second floor. In fact, this concern was somewhat unnecessary. The environment of the cave passage had not changed much. Illumination still relied on faint light, and visibility remained low. But for him, already accustomed to the dungeon's atmosphere, this could no longer have any effect. Most importantly, when it came to the monsters encountered, it was merely an increase in numbers, mutated goblins organized in squads, fully armed, wielding scimitars and crossbows. Placed in the past. If Ron had encountered this kind of goblin squad, he would definitely have turned around and run away. The elite goblin skilled in close combat could use a high-intensity fast assault style to provide suppression, while goblin archers could coordinate and support from long range. It could be called a newbie's nightmare. The good news, at the current stage, Ron had already killed a goblin guard and broken away from the newbie village phase. The improvement in his ability values had brought a qualitative change to his overall strength, and moreover, with the function of the brass-heavy shield, there was no need to worry about being ambushed by goblin archers. Encounter. Battle. Until 3 minutes later, Ron began to clean up the battlefield. What a pity. Didn't even drop anything for me. When exploring alone, without any supporters, he could only temporarily take on that role himself. Thud. Facing a sudden cold arrow shot from the darkness ahead, Ron smoothly raised the brass-heavy shield, blocking this potentially fatal ambush. The iron arrowhead collided with the brass shield surface, instantly bursting out sparks. He had no intention of recklessly giving chase. He merely followed the original exploration plan, and only after confirming that there were no hidden threats around did he steadily advance forward. Until a faint rustling sound of a tongue flicking came from the distance. Before the monster could even get close, Ron smelled a hard-to-describe odor, like spoiled rotten eggs mixed with socks that had not been washed for half a year. A foul stench formed by the final mixture. It should be a monster that appears in the second floor area, right? He had already prepared himself mentally in advance. But when he clearly saw the dungeon lizard crawling toward him along the upper edge of the wall, the intense visual impact brought a strong feeling of discomfort to his abdomen. It was not as Aina had described. The original dungeon lizards had bodies covered in scales. Their size was comparable to that of a normal adult male, if the slender tail was counted as well. But the one that appeared before Ron, at the very least in terms of size, it could reach the level of a Nile crocodile from his previous life. Its body had no scales at all, the muscle tissue, completely exposed, was thoroughly rotted. As for how it was able to maintain signs of life, he could not understand it. He only saw that thick saliva mixed with fragments of flesh kept dripping slowly from the corrupted lizard's mouth onto the cave floor, as if it carried extremely strong corrosiveness. SZZZZ. I'm supposed to fight this thing. If this were a Souls-like game, Ron might even call something this rotten pleasant looking. But in reality, this kind of mutated monster made him feel nauseous just by looking at it. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew clearly that no matter how unwilling he was, he still had to fight the corrupted lizard in front of him. There was no other reason. He treated it as familiarizing himself with a monster's combat style, to avoid a situation where, during solo exploration, he might be surrounded by this kind of freak without having any effective countermeasures. Then let's draw blades. Ron even felt a bit nostalgic for the spear used by the Goblin Knight. At least it allowed fighting the corrupted lizard from a distance. He drew the rapier hanging at his side. Just as he was observing the situation, the corrupted lizard took the initiative to attack. Using its sharp hooked claws to cling to the wall, the speed of its movement was completely inconsistent with its massive body. Because the monster moved along the top of the wall, fragments of stone fell down and crashed onto the ground, constantly kicking up dust in an attempt to confuse Ron's vision. In the blink of an eye, the corrupted mound of flesh charged right in front of Ron. Feels a bit lacking. The moment he clearly saw the monster appear, as well as the sharp claws lunging toward his chest, Ron instinctively smashed the brass-heavy shield into the ground to block. The hardened dirt of the ground increased friction by quite a bit. As a result, he was able to successfully block the corrupted lizard's charging impact, but he was still forced back several meters, feeling the soreness spreading through his arms. Ron immediately launched a counterattack. The rapier held in his right hand thrust straight toward the monster's chest. With no scales covering it, the slender rapier smoothly completed the penetration. The sensation was extremely soft and rotten. To prevent failing to finish the kill, he decisively stirred the corrupted lizard's abdomen. Damn! Why does every freak have fast and delayed attacks? Even though the corrupted lizard's chest cavity had been pierced through, it still could not deal effective damage to an undead creature. Immediately after, it rapidly whipped its tail toward Ron. He could even feel the howling sound of air being torn apart. Realizing that something was wrong, Ron did not even pull out the rapier embedded in the monster's body. He quickly rolled sideways, avoiding the counterattack from the tail whip. As for the brass-heavy shield left in place, it was struck hard by the corrupted lizard's tail, smashed straight into the wall, and lodged there. Not bad. In a Souls-like dungeon, there were no ordinary monsters. Even the most inconspicuous roadside wild dog could pose a serious threat to life. Ron frowned slightly. He bent his waist a little and lowered his center of gravity, drawing the other short sword. However, just as he prepared to launch his attack, he gripped the sharp blade of the short sword with his left hand. Sliding it forcefully, the skin of his palm was easily cut open. Blood flowed along the groove, coating the blade of the short sword. In an instant, a crimson glow enveloped the entire weapon. Facing the corrupted lizard sweeping in once more, Ron swiftly completed a forward slash. The crimson blade light flashed past his eyes in an instant, containing a powerful force capable of tearing enemies apart. The coverage of bloody slash was very wide. When the blade came into contact with the corrupted lizard's neck, it smoothly severed the muscle. There was no hindrance at all caused by the presence of the monster's spine. He would call it decapitation. Bang! The monster's huge, ferocious head was cleanly cut off. After losing all signs of life, the corrupted lizard turned into black dust and completely dispersed. As the most user-friendly combat art, at least for now, Ron could not find a single fault with bloody slash. If he really had to nitpick, his gaze shifted to the mangled palm of his left hand. The effect is good, it's just rough on the hand. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 50 or Chapter 50, is this guy really a new adventurer? 1,489 words. Where did that guy run off to? We entered the dungeon at basically the same time as him. At a normal new adventurer's exploration speed, he should only be able to reach the 3rd floor area. Besides, he's carrying that much weight. They locked onto Ron as their target. Bruno, together with members of the Soma Familia, hurried into the dungeon to search for his trail. No one could accept letting a fat sheep completely slip past right in front of their eyes. And then they split up and searched, nearly turning the 3rd floor area upside down, yet still failed to find any trace of Ron. These were all veteran adventurers who had gone in lightly equipped and were extremely familiar with the dungeon environment. It was impossible that this guy had run to even deeper floors, right? So why couldn't they find even a single new adventurer? At this thought, Bruno's inner anger became impossible to suppress. Even the way he looked at his familiar companions was filled with undisguised contempt. A bunch of useless trash. He forcibly reined in his fury. Are you sure the inspection is complete? Wald, you're guarding the stairway leading to the 4th floor. During this period just now, did you see that guy heading deeper? No. The adventurer called Wald shook his head decisively. But he still maintained his rationality and analyzed hypothetically, that guy is carrying so many things. There's no reason his speed would be faster than ours. Since we've already searched the 3rd floor area. Mr. Bruno, do you think there's a possibility that this guy never reached the 3rd floor at all, and is still wandering around the 2nd floor area? No matter how much of a newcomer he was, even without any adventuring experience, with that set of equipment backing him up, the monsters in the 2nd floor area absolutely could not pose any threat to an adventurer. And just as Bruno was racking his brains, a member of the Soma Familia who had gone to gather information from passing adventurers returned, speaking with resentment, "Boss, I just asked a few people who were passing by. That guy does seem to have been lingering around the second floor. I didn't ask too carefully about the specific reason. Then we'll look for him." Bruno made the decision on the spot. If Ron had rushed ahead to deeper floors before they could search, that would mean his strength was not that of an ordinary newcomer. But now that they had obtained accurate information, that he was still wandering around the second floor area, then Ron's strength was absolutely nothing to worry about. To be safe, he spoke to Wald once again. "Searching the second floor will take time. You keep squatting at the stairway leading to the third floor and wait for this guy. You won't be short of divine wine when the time comes." "Thank you, boss. We're heading back to the second floor. Remember to hide the familiar emblem and everything that can symbolize our identities. Don't leave any traces behind." After issuing detailed instructions, Bruno decisively led the other familiar members back to the second floor area where Ron was, continuing to search in the same split-up manner as before. As soon as he returned to the second floor area, he felt a faint chill. Damn! Why does it feel kind of chilly? He did not think too deeply about it. His desire for divine wine ultimately overcame that slight sense of unease, and this kind of full-scale search did not take particularly long. Very soon, a teammate from one of the squads brought back good news. "Mr. Bruno, I saw that guy in the cave passage up ahead. He's definitely a new adventurer, just look at that exploration attitude. He's terrified of running into danger even on the second floor. Lead the way." A new adventurer, perfect. Timid and afraid of trouble was practically a label stuck on them. Besides, for this guy to be cautious to such an extent even on the second floor area. With just a bit of intimidation, the set of equipment on Ron's body could be obtained with ease. After that, as long as he kept a slightly low profile in Rio, Bruno truly was not worried that the other party could pose any real threat to him. Just think about Lord Zarniz's divine wine. "With this money, we won't need to go into the dungeon for at least half a month," he said as he carried out the final mobilization toward the other familiar members. Bruno led the team forward at speed. Soon after, not far from that tunnel passage, they found their final target, mainly because it was rare for an adventurer to be armed to this extent. All kinds of armor were piled onto the body. There were even multiple types of weapons equipped, looking all-rounder, but did he really think of himself as some kind of weapon master? Bruno could not even be bothered to sneer. Choosing weapons that suited oneself was far more effective for an adventurer than piling up sheer numbers and flashy but impractical gear. Especially when he noticed that Ron in the distance seemed to be locked in a struggle with a monster. The smile on his face could no longer be restrained. "Let's go. It looks like this rookie newcomer has run into a problem he can't solve. In that case, as fellow adventurers, helping each other out is only natural, right?" There was no attempt at concealment. Their eyes were filled with an unspoken certainty of taking the plump newcomer for all he was worth. And as Bruno, together with the members of the Soma Familiar, steadily closed in on Ron's position, they did not clearly see the corrupted lizard that was locked in confrontation with him. That's right. But the benefits definitely can't be lacking. However, as they gradually drew closer and, with faint illumination, they finally saw the massive monster that defied common sense, and the atmosphere froze in an instant. Dungeon lizards were highly recognizable. The scales covering their bodies would reflect light under the glow of illumination, yet the monster that appeared before Bruno lacked this characteristic entirely. If one had to put it into words, this hulking creature could barely be considered a lizard at all. Its corrupted body, shreds of decayed flesh seemingly stuck between the bones, looked ready to fall off with any movement, exuding an intensely pungent stench. Even from a great distance, one could feel its overwhelming oppressive presence. What on earth? Is this monster? Why have I never encountered it before? After all, he was a seasoned adventurer. Bruno maintained his composure, yet what truly sent a chill down his spine was the battle that Ron initiated of his own accord in the distance. Facing an enormous disparity in size, the corrupted lizard launched a full-power charge. When it slammed into the brass-heavy shield, the dull thud produced by bone colliding with metal alone made the gap in strength unmistakably clear. The crucial point. Ron, holding the brass-heavy shield, took the monster's impact head-on and was pushed back only a few steps. Immediately after, Ron's movements were simply far too fast. All that could be seen was a flash of crimson sword light sweeping past in an instant, and the corrupted lizard's massive head had already been completely severed. The continuously dispersing black dust symbolized the monster's demise. Bruno's emotions were difficult to describe. Being able to scrape by alive in the dungeon until now was due to the keen instinct for danger that he prided himself on. Before his eyes was the fat sheep he had taken Ron to be, a new adventurer who supposedly knew nothing about proper equipment combinations, yet Ron was able, in an extremely short span of time, to cleanly and decisively deal with this unprecedented massive monster. This guy is absolutely impossible to be a newcomer. Bruno weighed the situation inwardly, unwilling to show any sign of fear in front of his companions. Meanwhile, a member who had long been unable to wait for the divine wine stepped past Bruno and walked to the front. Looking at Ron, who had swiftly finished the fight ahead, he said, "A new adventurer. Running into us means you're lucky. Recently, abnormalities have appeared in the dungeon, and it's not suitable for you to be exploring. But now there's an opportunity for you." Bruno's eyelids twitched violently. Before he could stop it, he saw the youth who had bent down to pick up the magic stone and then cast his gaze in their direction. There was not the slightest ripple of emotion in those eyes. Yet within that utterly calm, ancient well-like gaze, for some reason, Bruno could clearly feel it, the boy's completely undisguised, naked killing intent. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 51, Then Feel the Malice of a Souls-like Dungeon. 1542 words. Regarding the rules of the dungeon. Miss Aina from the Adventurers Guild had explained that, in most situations, unfamiliar adventurers would not interfere with an ongoing battle. In other words, they would not steal monsters. However, the premise for that is that the other party is willing to abide by this unspoken convention. After Ron finished off the corrupted lizard, the group of adventurers who appeared to be merely passing by continued moving forward regardless, and there was even a glint of greed in their eyes. Something seemed a bit off. Because in certain cases, those extreme adventurers, compared to hunting monsters, would instead lock onto newly minted adventurers as their targets, extorting money from them. Compared to Aurario, the Ganesha Guard was able to maintain basic order. But within the dungeon area, it was not impossible to encounter adventurers with low moral standards, who followed a primitive dark forest law, a might makes right, survival of the fittest. These guys don't look like good people. Is this someone coming to cause me trouble? During the days Ron had spent exploring in a party with Mikoto, aside from encountering unusually sinister special monsters, the overall exploration had been relatively calm. But once he started acting alone, he suddenly ran into something like this. It was hard not to suspect that this was exactly the case. All the elements were in place. A full set of Hephaestus familiar weapons and equipment, wandering around the shallow floors, perhaps in some people's eyes, really did amount to a walking fat sheep. Ron's mood was difficult to put into words. However, considering the original story's male protagonist Belle's experience, even that plain-looking short knife had been stolen by the legendary backstabbing Queen Lily using magical means. Because of that, he was not truly surprised by this sort of thing. It was very possible that this party of adventurers had already set their sights on him long ago, but over the past 2 days, constrained by the presence of Mikoto, a LV.2 adventurer, they had not taken any further action. How did I end up being treated like some soft persimmon to be squeezed? For no clear reason, he felt a bit irritated. Running into all kinds of sinister monsters had already been bad enough, yet because his exploration progress was slow, he ended up being targeted by this group of adventurers in front of him. The key point was that Ron could not even be certain whether these people would connect the matter of the dungeon anomaly to him. Just thinking of that was enough for his gaze to fill with coldness. Facing that imperious, finger-pointing adventurer, he raised a hand to rub his cheek, forced out a smile, and asked, "You just said you'd give me a chance. Would it be convenient to explain what kind of chance that is?" The effect seemed unexpectedly smooth. Even the adventurer who spoke over Bruno had not expected things to go so smoothly, and failed to notice the increasingly grave expression on the captain's face. With a tone full of confidence, he said, "It's very simple. We can take you, this newbie adventurer, along to explore the dungeon, but we'd have to collect a bit, to count as compensation for the labor, right? I think the set of equipment you're wearing looks pretty good. And if I refuse?" Before that adventurer could continue his shouting, Bruno suddenly lifted his leg and viciously kicked the tactless fellow, sending him crashing to the ground. Facing the incredulous looks of his familiar companions, he forced a smile onto his darkened face and said, "There's something a bit wrong with this guy's head. We were purely just passing by, so we won't disturb your normal exploration for now." The development of events seemed to be slightly calmer than expected. Ron's expression showed no emotional fluctuation at all. As for the reason, it was most likely because they had just witnessed his battle with the corrupted lizard. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. Before entering the dungeon to explore, he had already prepared himself to face the dark forest law. As long as the other party's predatory intent had been even a bit stronger, the solution would have been very simple. The techniques and stat values honed through fighting all kinds of sinister dungeon monsters, when used against these adventurers whose strength was absolutely below the LV.2 threshold, what kind of effect would they have produced? Unfortunately, the other side had knelt at lightning speed. Ron did not even have a reason to act. But when he clearly saw several corrupted lizards crawling along the wall in the darkness, steadily drawing closer, drawn by the commotion from his earlier battle with the monster, the youth's smile turned bright. He nodded in agreement and replied, "Actually, what you said isn't wrong. After the dungeon's anomaly, the level of danger really has become a bit higher. Now, I also have an opportunity to offer you. If you're willing to hand over everything valuable you have on you, I can likewise take you safely back to Rio." This was absolutely a provocation directed at him. The forced smile Bruno had squeezed out instantly froze. However, constrained by the fact that Ron had earlier displayed strength far beyond that of an ordinary adventurer when facing a special monster, he forcibly suppressed the surging anger in his heart. Coming to the dungeon to fleece newbie adventurers was purely because it was fast money, but that did not mean Bruno was willing to bear the risk of losing a fight. No need. I think you'd better worry about yourself. Given the boss's usual temperament, receiving this kind of provocation would absolutely have led to an explosion on the spot. Yet now there was no outburst at all. The amount of information contained in that fact was enormous. It even caused the atmosphere of the team to nearly freeze solid. They looked at each other, then once again turned their gazes toward the black-haired youth standing at a distance. Their eyes no longer held the initial confidence of having everything under control, instead carrying a hint of gravity. Then that really is a pity. Noticing that Bruno and the others had already entered the corrupted lizard's attack range, Ron spoke with a helpless tone. He was not the type to kill indiscriminately, but he also understood that weeds had to be pulled out by the roots, and the appearance of these dungeon anomaly monsters just happened to solve that problem. Even he himself, having only just begun using combat arts empowered by the Tarnished, had felt pain when dealing with corrupted lizards. As for these adventurers in front of him, then let you experience the malice of a Souls-like dungeon. Even if they truly managed to win, he would not mind creating a bit more trouble for this bunch. Using the dungeon as a pretext to deal with all adventurers who harbored malice toward him yet did not dare to act directly, how could that not be considered a tactic? Only after Ron's figure gradually disappeared around the dark corner did the suppressed atmosphere of the team slowly ease. The adventurer who had just been kicked to the ground by Bruno cast an unwilling glance toward the corner. "Boss, are we really going to let this kid go? Are you questioning my decision?" Having already been mocked by Ron, Bruno was holding back a bellyful of anger. He understood clearly, at the very moment Ron noticed them, he was harboring intense killing intent. If they acted rashly, the outcome would definitely not be good, and it was very likely it would even lead to the death of his companions. It wasn't that he cared about the safety of these familiar companions. The main point was that Zani's had rules, most actions were tacitly permitted, but the loss of expendable personnel was not allowed. This guy's strength is absolutely not that of a newbie adventurer. The monster he fought just now was very likely a special variant produced by the dungeon anomaly, and his fighting style was extremely seasoned and ruthless. Maybe it was all an Adventurers Guild commission, sent to have him clear out mutated monsters. What mutated monsters? Bruno shook his head lightly as he tried to recall. Its size was definitely much larger than ordinary dungeon lizards, completely different from those roadside wild dogs. There were no scales covering its exterior. It was like a rotting corpse. In terms of both strength and speed, it was something no ordinary adventurer could contend with. Recalling that enormous monster from moments ago still made his heart race with lingering fear. However, this explanation did not receive any response from his familiar companions. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Bruno looked toward this bunch of useless people. And then, he saw that their previously normal expressions were gradually being swallowed by terror. Following the direction of their gazes, what immediately entered his sight was a corrupted giant lizard. In that instant, Bruno finally understood why Ron had suddenly asked earlier whether he needed an escort to safely return to Rio. Damn it! Is it still possible to regret this now? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 52, Blood on the Second Floor. 1,387 words. After all, he could be considered a seasoned adventurer. All of Bruno's various ability scores had reached the bottleneck of the current stage. It was only due to the limitations of his innate talent that he was unable to raise them to the E rank. That did not mean he was a rookie. Even when facing a mutated corrupted lizard, he was still able to maintain a basic level of composure. He decisively drew the long sword at his waist and barked at the surrounding companions. Even if it's a mutated monster, there are so many of us, we can definitely win. Do you want to die here? It was hard to imagine that he would actually say such words in a Floor 2 area. After entering the ambush zone, the corrupted lizard, having lost Ron, the most conspicuous target, naturally spread its hatred to the passing adventurers instead. If one really had to assign a classification, with the effect of despicable outsider, Ron was hated by the dungeon, but that did not mean it welcomed so-called adventurers to explore it. Mere rejection alone was already enough to force Bruno and the others to face this unprecedented monster. Anchored to the ceiling of the wall by its sharp-hooked claws, the corrupted lizard flicked its tongue and, in an instant, launched a piercing charge straight at Bruno at the front. Its speed was astonishing. It did not even give him the slightest room to resist. In his haste, Bruno had no choice but to raise his round shield to defend himself, yet he still felt a tremendous force, powerful enough to jolt his internal organs out of place, sweep over him in an instant. Bang! Even a tall, sturdy adult adventurer, when faced with a monster's charge, his body was still violently slammed toward the wall. The intense pain was enough to leave Bruno's mind completely blank. He began to question his own life. Could it be an equipment problem? Why was that guy able to block it just now, but when it came to me, it didn't work? And while Bruno was momentarily dazed, those Soma familiar members whose strength was already inferior to his found it difficult to withstand the assault even with proper combat coordination. Yet, the enormous gap in strength only served to highlight the futility of their resistance. This was not an ordinary monster driven solely by instinctive hatred. The mutated corrupted lizard before them even possessed rudimentary combat techniques. Its seemingly slow tailswing attack would suddenly erupt once the adventurer's defensive posture ended. That massive body possessed a speed completely disproportionate to its size. With every swing of its sharp-hooked claws, it was able to tear apart the armor worn by his companions. This? Bruno's eyes filled with terror. So it turned out that the killing intent he had felt when facing Ron's gaze had not been an illusion. Someone as powerful as Ron could easily slay even a corrupted lizard like the one before him. Perhaps, in Ron's eyes, crushing him would be even easier than crushing an ant. The stench of blood rushed straight at him, mixed with the putrid odor of the monster, continuously flooding into Bruno's nostrils and completely tearing apart his psychological defenses. He had to survive. The desire to live seized the highest ground. He did not care in the slightest about those familiar companions who were still fighting the mutated monster. As long as he escaped from here, he would definitely be able to return to Rio alive. And when Bruno abandoned his companions and withdrew, struggling his way to the corner of the cave. Whoosh! The sound of an arrow cutting through the air swept in. It cleanly pierced the leather armor on Bruno's chest and, without any obstruction at all, completely punched through his chest. Blood continuously poured out along the wound. He only felt his soul being steadily stripped away. His body fell uncontrollably toward the ground, and just as his consciousness gradually began to fade, Bruno looked toward the area at the corner of the cave. If Ron were the one hunting him, he would have nothing to say. After all, having regarded the other party as a fat sheep and launched a hunt in the beginning had already sealed the possibility of such an outcome. But when he saw clearly, that goblin, which could be considered a giant compared to its own kind, was holding a bow and preparing for the next round of shooting, Bruno was furious to the point of suffocation. This dungeon anomaly. Just which bastard was the one who caused all of this? The best symbol representing one's familiar identity was a badge. No one could refuse looting corpses. Ron was, of course, no exception. But the prerequisite for looting was first dealing with the mutated monsters lurking around. Looking at the armband on the corpse's arm, it showed a wine cup set against a crescent moon background. As for why he had been treated as a fat sheep, even openly hunted, Ron's momentary confusion immediately dissipated. Soma familiar. That made perfect sense. It was originally an extremely chaotic familiar, one that could allow its members to exploit bottom-tier supporters and bully rookie adventurers without any backing. Ron genuinely felt there was nothing strange about it. Addicts who could be controlled and driven by divine wine, no one would care even if they died in the dungeon. However, in the end, this group still did not heed his advice. When facing the corrupted lizard, they fought with all their strength but were ultimately no match, ending up kicked to death like roadside trash. Why does it feel like they're even poorer than me? Suppressing the urge to retch, after finishing the inspection of these corpses, Ron's expression completely collapsed when he discovered that all the money on those Soma familiar addicts, put together, did not even reach 50,000 valis. He immediately felt that this behavior was nothing but a pure waste of time. As for those fellows who had been implicated by the dungeon anomaly and ultimately died at the hands of the corrupted lizard monster, he bore no psychological burden whatsoever. They had not made a move against him. That was because they had evaluated the battle between him and the mutated monster. But if his strength had been lacking even slightly, Ron could guess the outcome with his eyes closed. Either his equipment would have been seized, or he would have died in the dungeon. Good riddance. At least they won't go around screwing over other unrelated adventurers. After confirming that none of the bodies on the ground had survived and left the dungeon, Ron had no intention of lingering any longer. High-intensity exploration of the current area placed an enormous strain on physical stamina, and the strength he conserved was naturally reserved for a safe withdrawal. Most importantly, through today's dungeon exploration, he discovered that even when he approached the passage leading toward the Floor 3 area, no floor boss had suddenly appeared. What exactly is this Floor Lord's respawn mechanism? It can't be that this goddamn dungeon knows ordinary mutated monsters can't kill me, so it's just sending me experience fodder and is getting ready to pull something big. Carrying such doubts in his mind, Ron safely returned to Rio. It was nearing evening, and the fiery clouds covering the distant sky piled up like mountains, an imposing spectacle. Night gradually enveloped the bustling city. The high-pressure environment from the Souls-like dungeon that had been constantly weighing on him instantly dissipated the moment he breathed in the fresh air of the surface. Following the flow of adventurers leaving the central plaza, Ron walked with steady steps toward Adventurer Street. Hestia was probably about to finish her work at the weapon shop for the day. Picking up a beautiful girl and heading home. He figured that sounded perfectly reasonable. Yet, as he suddenly turned his head to glance back at the brightly lit Babel Tower behind him. Excellent! Today's dungeon really was full of trash mobs. With so many monsters spawning, they still couldn't take me down. Looks like I really am the legendary king of durability after all. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Arario's Best Angel Investor, a Seed with Heroic Potential. 1,391 words. Hephaestus's Weapon Shop. The armor that had been pierced with nearly 10 holes by a halberd had already been repaired, so exquisitely that not a single trace could be seen. As for the cost? At the very least, the smith responsible for the repairs had already started a wager on how long it would be before this piece of armor was sent back for repairs again. This put Hephaestus in a difficult position as well. Even as the deity of the familiar, who personally taught her children the craft of forging, this was something she had never expected. That Ron fellow would have such an extraordinarily high battle damage rate. Looking once more at the refined-looking youth before her, she had heard from Hestia that his talent was exceptional, so much so that he might even break Sword Princess Ares's record for the fastest breakthrough. Yet all she felt was helplessness. So it turns out the joys and sorrows of gods are not shared, I only find her noisy. Hephaestus raised a hand to rub her brow. As she looked at Ron, safe and sound, she even felt a hint of relief. Your armor has already been repaired. Thank you, Lady Hephaestus. Ron expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Without the equipment she provided and the repair services she offered, his dungeon exploration would absolutely not have gone so smoothly. Where else could one find such a good angel investor? Not charging for a full set of equipment was one thing, the key point was that even with the frequent damage to gear inherent to Souls-like dungeon exploration, she was still willing to continue providing him with repair services. This isn't free of charge. Hephaestus made a brief calculation. In the end, she tugged lightly at the corner of her mouth and sighed helplessly. Your familiar's goddess will still need to work in my weapon shop for another half year. But to be honest, whether I take this money or not doesn't really matter. If she could do some other kind of work, I wouldn't want to listen to her chattering in my ear every day, going on about how Ron will soon be able to stand on his own. So his evaluation in Hestia's eyes was actually that high? All one could say was, having a cute, petite goddess who could help update ability values every day, earn money to support the household, and even give compliments was proof that he had absolutely chosen the right familiar. Ron nodded, feeling a little embarrassed. He knew full well that Hephaestus, the true wealthy woman of Rio, was not short on money, but he still maintained a polite stance on the surface. I've already saved up a sum of valis. Forget it. A god could discern lies from truth. Compared to such a small amount of money, Hephaestus found it even harder to imagine what would happen if Ron were truly allowed to help repay the debt, how her utterly unreliable close friend would definitely find all sorts of ways to fleece Ron right out of the weapon shop. Her gaze turned complicated as she looked at the armor. Shaking her head, she said, compared to that, what I'm actually more curious about is why the equipment gets damaged so badly. And yet you can still, every single time, come bouncing around and stand in front of me like this. Of course. This is your secret. I'm just curious, Hephaestus said lightly, waving her hand, without any intention of digging relentlessly to the bottom of it. The unknown represents change. Compared to that, what she actually looked forward to more was, within what could barely be counted as her own first-hand witness, just how far Ron could ultimately grow. Did this fellow possess the potential to become a hero seed? It's not convenient to explain the specifics. It's probably something like having a near-death recovery ability, Ron answered vaguely, but explaining it this way posed no problem at all. The revival skill. The effect it possessed was exactly that, as long as the usage limit was not exceeded, the so-called concept of death would not truly appear on him. Besides, he did not think that Hephaestus, as a god, would be unable to guess this much. Truly, an unprecedented miracle. Even though she had a rough guess, upon truly hearing Ron admit it himself, Hephaestus still could not hide the astonishment in her heart. That a familiar could develop to its current scale. Naturally, it was because it had come to Orario relatively early, but when viewed across the long sweep of history, this kind of miracle was still something unprecedented to her. Her deep crimson eyes fixed on the refined-looking youth before her. After a moment, a smile called anticipation appeared on the valiant face of this goddess whose every gesture carried elegance and solemnity. So, will you be the hero from the prophecy? No. Ron shook his head frankly. It was not due to a lack of confidence in himself. More precisely, once he truly set foot on the path of the tarnished, he did not believe in any so-called endpoint. It was just the so-called hero. Even if the world of DanMachi offered no guidance at all, he still wanted, here, amid the dungeon's endless oppression, to carve out a Lord of Cinder path that belonged solely to himself. Without the conviction to become a king, can mere power really carry one to the far shore? The answer was absolutely not. Why? Faced with the question, Ron wore a relaxed smile, yet his tone left no room for doubt. Because I think that an ordinary hero feels a bit small-minded. Immediately after, just as expected, Hephaestus let out a relieved smile. There was no particular reason. She was simply annoyed. Walking side by side along Adventurer Street, the girl was extremely petite, her height only reaching Ron's shoulder, yet she possessed a proud figure wholly at odds with her youthful-looking face. And the weapon shop uniform, being relatively form-fitting, perfectly outlined Hestia's body curves. A youthful face with a voluptuous figure, nothing described it better than that. She linked her arm through Ron's, softly humming a tune she had picked up from who knew where, her joyful mood nearly overflowing from her azure blue eyes. Part-time work was exhausting. But when Hestia saw Ron, who had safely returned from the dungeon to Orario and even came specifically to the weapon shop to escort her home, she instantly felt that the work had been worth it. Ron, have your recent dungeon explorations been going well? You head out before dawn every time, and about your safety, I'm actually quite worried. Very smoothly. He had smoothly cleared the floor boss, the goblin guard, and explored an entirely new area. Most importantly, not even the revival charges he had exchanged had been consumed in the dungeon. Based on the current situation, Ron analyzed that until he encountered a new floor boss, the issue of pushing deeper into the dungeon would be effectively alleviated by the Tarnished's new combat style. And that was without any increase in ability values. In the DanMachi system, updating ability values was essentially equivalent to consolidating the experience gained during this period into one's own body, and as his strength continued to grow. He was confident that even if the future dungeon environment became even more hellish, he would only become harder and harder to kill. Those that could not kill him would only make him stronger. After a brief consideration, Ron answered honestly, I've already accumulated quite a lot of soul shards, and I've also mastered magic and more combat methods. Even if I run into danger, I can deal with it effectively. That's good, then. Hearing the boy's firm answer, Hestia's anxious heart finally settled. Aside from these trivial worries, she did not think that she herself could provide Ron with much help in his dungeon exploration. It was purely granting fauna and helping him routinely update his ability values. Thinking of this, the girl lifted her head. Her bright, water-like eyes were filled with excitement as she proposed, "After dinner, when we get home, let me help you update your ability values. I'm looking forward to it as well. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 54, The Chain Reaction of the Dungeon's Abnormality. 1,418 words. Dinner was handled rather casually. Mainly because of the medieval setting, if one wanted to eat something decent, the only option was to cook it personally. What Ron could choose from were merely foods that tasted passable but were enough to fill his stomach. But none of that was important. After returning to the collective dormitory, he did not rest and instead immediately began the update of his status. After the high-intensity battles within the Souls-like dungeon, just how much his own abilities would improve, Ron's heart was filled with anticipation over this. "I'm ready. Then let's begin." The girl once again chose to straddle Ron's waist. Compared to when he had first received the blessing, his physique back then had still been somewhat slender. And the effort he had put in during this period. Those gradually becoming distinct muscle lines were the best feedback. After Hestia pricked her finger with a silver needle, she squeezed the crimson blood onto his back. Her eyes were full of expectation, having referenced the situations of other adventurers. It always felt as though every time Ron's abilities increased, it was like opening a blind box. Ron. Level, LV1. Strength, E for 20 D553. Endurance, E for 57 D580. Dexterity, F378 D529. Agility, E for 01 D536. Magic, I0H101. What first came into view was the comprehensive qualitative transformation of Ron's abilities, once again achieving the remarkable feat of leaping across rank tiers. Her gaze simply swept over the panel. To be honest, Hestia was already gradually getting used to it. In her view, encountering battles in the dungeon that could threaten one's life, even if the ability values gained from each increase were doubled, would still be entirely reasonable. She spoke with deep emotion, her tone full of feeling. The magic attribute has changed. But Ron, what stands out the most about you is still your physical endurance. You really are quite resistant to getting beaten up. Ron did not feel surprised by this. The endurance attribute was essentially the body's toughness. Relying on the HP locking property of the heal magic, growth in this area would naturally be faster than in other attributes. He slightly adjusted the position he was lying in. Feeling the weight of the girl straddling his waist, though more than anything, it was the softness of her body. Refuse showy pressure. As a man who was physiologically and psychologically healthy and normal, Hestia, whether in appearance, figure, or personality, perfectly matched Ron's XP. It was difficult for him not to be tempted, yet not being tempted was also impossible. Ron could only shift his attention away. What about the other aspects? Oh, let me take a closer look. You've mastered a new combat art again. However, as Hestia clearly saw the usage method of the brand new combat art, her initial surprise gradually turned complicated. She examined these special skills. Combat art, bloody slash. Lowering one's stance, spreading one's own blood across the blade, and unleashing a blood blade that tears through enemies over a wide area. Wait a moment. Seppuku. Bloody slash. Why does it feel like all of them are fighting styles that trade injury for life? Such scenes, which could be described as bloody, when combined with the magic and revival methods Ron possessed, actually formed a kind of nearly eerie internal logic. Cutting his belly at the slightest provocation. There were even slashing attacks that enchanted weapons with blood. If things continued to develop at this level, what kind of direction would Ron's combat style evolve toward next? Just imagining the scene was enough to make Hestia's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. But just as she was about to hand the parchment over to Ron, she noticed the spontaneously increased, great feat although it had not yet reached the level of ascension. Even so, this alone was already shocking enough. If she remembered correctly, Ron seemed to have explored only the dungeon's floor 1 areas. There was no way that, within the dungeon's malice, he had encountered powerful monsters comparable to rare juvenile dragons or floor bosses like Goliath in the shallow layers, right? And not only that, he had even successfully defeated them. The girl fell into an unusually rare silence. She carefully counted from the time she had picked Ron up, ignoring the 2 days when the dungeon was shut down. The time since he had truly begun exploring seemed to be less than 6 days in total. In the blink of an eye, Ron was about to reach a great feat that ordinary adventurers could never achieve in their entire lives. After weighing it in her heart, Hestia finally chose to tell him the truth. Ron, besides that, there's also some good news I need to tell you. That is, your great feat is already very close to level ascension. I don't know what you're thinking. According to the rules of DanMachi's status system, as long as an adventurer has at least one attribute that reaches the D rank and has accumulated sufficient great feats, a god can help them undergo level ascension. After leveling up, all ability values would be reset, transforming into one's base foundation. After hearing from Hestia that his great feat was close to reaching the breakthrough standard, Ron suddenly felt that his encounter battle with the Goblin Guard made perfect sense. He carefully reviewed the attribute changes on the parchment. Without hesitation, he replied, "I don't have any plans for now. My ability values haven't reached a bottleneck yet, ascending a level so quickly feels like a waste of talent." Simply wanting to break AIS Wallenstein's record and become Arario's fastest legend? Ron felt there was no need to forcibly pursue such empty fame. With a bright smile, he added, "I think it should at least be when improvement is no longer possible. At that point, we can consider level ascension." Southeast Street. Located beside the Hostess of Fertility, the Soma Familiar's base remained brightly lit even late at night. Adventurers who had finished their dungeon explorations all gathered here. The main reason was that the captain, Zanis, was distributing divine wine. Based on the gains from exploration, this wine, which allowed people to forget all worries and experience supreme bliss, made everything worthwhile. However, compared to the usual atmosphere of revelry, tonight felt somewhat heavy. Walled. "You're saying that Bruno and the others all died on the floor 2 area?" As the familiar captain, the LV.2 adventurer bearing the title Gandharva, Zanis asked. He looked at the young man before him with an expressionless face. Although he inwardly despised all the addicts of the Soma Familiar, in a public setting like this, he still had to maintain the stance befitting a captain. The middle-aged man wore rimless glasses. Beneath his seemingly refined demeanor, his eyes were filled with gloom. "Why yes, that's right." However, from the wounds on their bodies, it looked like all of them were caused by some kind of monster. Intimidated by the captain's authority, Wald's voice trembled. He did his best to recount the situation at the scene. But knowing full well the nature of his familiar members, Zanis almost instantly realized that the truth was definitely not as simple as this man was saying. He raised a hand to push his glasses and emphasized, "I need the real reason." Well, Mr. Bruno encountered a newbie adventurer over at the Central Plaza. The equipment on his body was all produced by the Hephaestus weapon shop. And then? By this point, Zanis had already sensed the intent. His voice turned cold. "Then you planned to surround him, but failed to find him. And ended up being killed by the special monsters from the dungeon's abnormality." "That's how it was," Wald nodded dejectedly. "These trash were bad enough that they couldn't make any money. The key problem was that they also loved dragging trouble onto the familiar." Feeling the gazes of the familiar members around him, Zanis felt a splitting headache, yet still explained with a cold face. "As for what the truth really is, I'll send people to investigate it. If they died at the hands of mutated monsters, then it was simply because Bruno and the others were not strong enough. You all should be more careful when exploring in the future." "Of course. But if it turns out they were murdered, I will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 55, Ron through Syr's eyes. 1294 words. A wonderful day, let's start it with dungeon exploration. Ron hoped it would be so. After successfully subjugating the Goblin Guard, there had been no obstacles when pushing toward deeper floors, which also meant he did not need to turn back to Arario for resupply. He only needed to buy some food to fill his stomach. Of course, part of the reason was that going to the dungeon alone resulted in insufficient advancement efficiency, making a round trip to Arario just to deal with lunch would waste a great deal of time. What counts as efficiency? Naturally, it is using the time meant for rest and resupply inside the dungeon as well. Ron threaded his way through the alleys of Adventurer Street. He made his way to West Street, where various stalls and restaurants were concentrated, and bought a bento with a portion large enough to fill him up, though the taste felt like opening a blind box. Not bad. Just as he finished preparing and was about to head for Babel Tower in the Central Plaza, a young girl, slightly surprised, teasing voice came from behind him. "You're Ron, right? Starting today's dungeon exploration this early?" "HM." The girl's light, lively voice sounded somewhat familiar, and more importantly, she could accurately call out his name. Ron frowned slightly and looked back in her direction. Then, he saw a maiden in her early youth wearing a leaf green maid uniform, paired with a white lace headband, her grey long hair tied into a high ponytail, her face exquisitely beautiful. Syr Flover. Arario's biggest thunderbolt. Of course, this was not referring to her figure, but rather to her true identity as the beauty goddess Freya, leader of Arario's strongest familiar. Setting aside the matter of identity, the girl before him was absolutely top tier in terms of appearance, possessing the fresh charm of a girl next door, gentle and tranquil, yet carrying a hint of playful liveliness. A textbook devil type. If one were unaware of the specific setting of DanMachi, it would truly be easy for the lower head to overrule the upper one. After all, there was a reason Syr could become the restaurant's poster girl. You're Miss Syr, right? As a highly popular poster girl of the restaurant, recognizing her was only natural. Ron did not harbor much resistance. He was well aware that the beauty goddess was only interested in pure, radiant souls, and the colors he possessed. Could they really enter Freya's line of sight? He remained doubtful about this and replied naturally, of course. If I don't put in the effort, how could I become a strong adventurer in Arario? That really is a plain answer. Actually, Syr very much wanted to say that becoming a strong adventurer did not rely solely on effort. More often than not, it depended on the talent an adventurer inherently possessed. However, recognizing Ron was purely because, at noon yesterday in the restaurant, he had extended a date invitation to Ryu. She was very curious. Just what kind of adventurer would, after merely meeting and getting to know Ryu for the first time, so rashly make such a request of her? It ended up making Ryu act somewhat oddly and bashful that afternoon. Yet, through the boy's pair of brown eyes, Syr did not see the radiance of the soul. Instead, what filled them was an indescribable crimson hue. Strange. As if it contained an ominous aura? The girl immediately lost interest and lifted the vegetable basket hanging from her wrist. Then I won't disturb you any further, Mr. Ron. If you have time, you can come by the restaurant. Even if you don't spend anything, that's fine. Probably because of you, Ryu's condition has become a bit strange lately. In any case, I've never seen an adventurer who could talk to Ryu like that. I will. How was he supposed to explain that this date was not that kind of date? Ron subconsciously rubbed his cheek and watched Syr's departing figure. Still, he kept her words in mind. After all, clearing up Ryu's misunderstanding was indeed quite important to him. Only after the girl's silhouette disappeared from his sight did he refrain from lingering any longer. Turning instead toward the direction of Babel Tower, he began a battle that belonged to him alone. Today, let's check out the third floor first. Exhilarating. Compared to ordinary goblins and kobolds that even roadside wild dogs could kick to death, or dungeon lizards that were merely somewhat troublesome to deal with, what Ron sought was truly satisfying, full-throttle combat. And the strengthening buffs added to all monsters by the Souls-like dungeon just happened to meet his needs, whether in terms of physique or fighting style, they were all extremely sinister. Each time he fought, he had to devote his full concentration to it. But as his ability values increased and he became familiar with the habitual techniques of special monsters, Ron was already close to adapting to this kind of high-difficulty dungeon routine. Why does it feel like? This dungeon is like an incompetent husband, can't it come up with something more original? If you keep this up, I'm really going to go deep inside you. After cleanly severing the corrupted lizard's head, the perished monster turned into black dust and was once again absorbed by the dungeon, leaving behind only a dark purple magic stone as proof that it had existed. Continuing onward, what appeared before Ron next was the passage leading to deeper floors, and there was no symbolically spawned floor boss. A bit boring. After his threshold for the dungeon's danger had risen, the difficulty suddenly dropped, leaving Ron somewhat unaccustomed to it. Once he confirmed that the stairway passage did not lead directly to a boss room, he finally let out a breath of relief. After a brief rest in place, he proceeded to explore deeper. Keep moving forward. The slanted passage extending toward the third floor was very long. However, the moment he stepped into it, Ron sensed something unusual about the corridor. Maintaining his vigilance, he looked back in the direction behind him, and then... that was... rumble, 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 rumble. Not far behind him, a prototype boulder shaped by the dungeon began to move slowly, gradually blocking off the entrance to the second floor passage. While cutting off all light, it used its inertia to surge toward Ron. The momentum was especially overwhelming. The boulder seemed to carry an unstoppable majesty, like a 100-ton brute charging recklessly, causing him to vividly recall unpleasant memories from his previous life. Trap. In Souls-like games, this would count as a mandatory element to savor. But for Ron, who had just been preparing to explore a brand new area, it was truly unnecessary. He quickly surveyed the surrounding passage. There were no branching paths. Trying to tank it head-on with his body was absolutely unrealistic. He had not been exploring for long, yet he was already about to waste a precious revival use here. In Ron's view, this was nothing but sheer waste. Damn it. So this is how you want to play it, huh? Speed and passion. Ron had never imagined that he would experience this kind of feeling during dungeon exploration. With nowhere to dodge, he could only sprint madly toward the end of the stairway passage. As the boulder rolled, he could clearly feel the tremors of the ground. And then, this long stairway passage seemed to have no visible end, stretching straight into the depths of the dungeon, with no idea where the destination lay. At this moment, Ron finally realized the problem. So, this is the damn dungeon's way of trying to kill me. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, you're right, but the door can't be opened from this side. 1,436 words. Knowing full well he couldn't win, yet still choosing to fight to the death. The situation was not as severe as Ron had imagined. After completing the update to his ability values, the comprehensively enhanced physical qualities of his body became especially apparent. Moreover, it was a downhill stretch. The rolling stone mechanism behind him was, purely speaking, more imposing in spectacle than anything else. And this passage leading deeper into the dungeon was not without an end. When a faint glimmer of light appeared before Ron, he decisively leapt forward. Making use of the brief moment of suspension in midair, he adjusted his body posture. In the end, he threw himself onto the floor of an open, empty level, while the massive boulder, its gravity and inertia transformed into tremendous potential energy, smashed into the wall the instant it burst out of the cave passage. Bang! A violent impact rang out, accompanied by splintering rubble and clouds of dust. Even Ron, sprawled on the ground, could feel a brief tremor. If he had tried to tank it with his body, he could guess the outcome with his eyes closed. Is this your way of trying to get me killed? Even a 100-ton truck loaded with steel coils couldn't send him off. Yet after transmigrating into the DanMachi world filled with magic and the supernatural, it was just a mere rolling stone mechanism. Ron only wanted to say that it was, indeed, pretty average. However, he didn't have much time right now to complain about the dungeon's bullshit. He quickly got up from the ground, and after briefly loosening up his body, he checked the defensive equipment he was carrying on his body, and there were no emissions caused by the rolling stone mechanism. At least nothing valuable was lost. That's good news. So, where the hell did this passage dump me? Ron took a deep breath to briefly steady his emotions. After the smoke and dust produced by the boulder's impact had completely dissipated, he quickly surveyed the surrounding environment of the floor. Good news. It was still a cave passage. This meant that the floor he was currently on should not be particularly deep. After all, escaping the rolling stone mechanism had not taken very long. Bad news. Compared to the cave passage environment of floors 1 to 2, there was a very obvious difference here. If the former was more like an artificially excavated, relatively orderly passage, then the environment before his eyes leaned toward a naturally formed cavern. Visibility dropped once again. Even the faint breeze brushing past his body carried threads of chill. As this thought arose, Ron's mood turned strange. There's no way that in such a short amount of time just now, I got dumped straight onto the 6th floor, right? He was only saying it casually. But what if the dungeon really heard his mockery and deliberately decided to crank up the difficulty a bit? According to the introduction from Miss Aina of the Adventurers Guild, floors 1 to 5 were the most suitable for rookie adventurers to explore, while the 6th floor was a watershed. Because here, there would appear the monsters known as Newbie Killer, War Shadow. If it were a standard dungeon expedition, then with his current ability values and the combat techniques he had mastered, it would be very difficult to encounter a life-threatening situation here. The problem was that what he was exploring was a Soul-style dungeon. Having finally reached a brand new area, with a very high chance of encountering unknown monsters, the best option placed before Ron right now was to make use of his revival counts. As much as possible, he would explore the current area, comprehensively assess the strength of any monsters he encountered, and if he found himself outmatched, he would decisively choose to retreat and return to the shallow layers of the dungeon. So genuine. You've already gone to this extent for me, dungeon. If I don't explore a bit, it feels like I'd be letting all these arrangements down. Ron made his decision quickly. Facing the challenge of a completely new floor, and with all of his ability values having increased, he decided to err on the side of caution and begin his exploration in the most skillful way possible. Shield poke wheelchair tactic. After all, there was no stamina bar system like in Souls games. He could only make some moderate modifications. His right hand, the one he was most accustomed to exerting force with, held the shield, because only sufficiently strong power could withstand a monster's consecutive attacks. As for the combat art he had mastered, seppuku, it just happened to make up for the issue of attacking with the left hand, granting the weapon a bleeding effect. Even if he could only chip away, he would still be able to slowly grind powerful enemies down to death. Very good. Taking his own safety into account, Ron turned his head to look at the passage behind him. Assuming that he really did encounter danger during exploration, this route would be the best guarantee for safely returning to the shallow layers. But just as he was about to leave some markings, once again, he felt a brief tremor coming from the ground, right under his gaze. The dungeon triggered a healing mechanism. Rocks continuously surged up from the ground, sealing the passage at high speed and cutting off Ron's route of retreat. The door cannot be opened from this side. Excuse me. The corner of Ron's eye twitched uncontrollably. Compared to those bullshit monsters, he finally felt the abstract mechanics of a soul-style dungeon. Even the path that led straight deeper inside had been completely sealed off. What would happen next, he did not dare to imagine at all. Very good. So everything was smooth while exploring the dungeon, and you also think that an ordinary corrupted lizard couldn't kill me, so you just dumped me straight into the deep floors. It certainly was a surprise. But for some reason, Ron couldn't feel happy about it at all. The objective of exploration had quietly shifted. While facing entirely new monsters and dealing with them, he would also have to search for a stairway passage that led back to the 5th floor. A real headache. He carefully recalled the descriptions of the so-called newbie killer monster, War Shadow. Simply put, it was a shadow-type monster, but with high mobility and extremely sharp attack methods, which was why it was considered especially troublesome. So what, exactly, is going to greet me? He had already resigned himself to it. Yet when facing the challenge of a brand new floor, Ron felt a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. He carefully observed the environment of the floor, not overlooking a single blind spot. Only after confirming that there were no bullshit ambushers lurking did he finally feel safe enough to continue exploring. Caution was always the guiding principle when exploring a soul-style dungeon. Relying on the faint ambient glow, Ron chose a route close to the wall as he advanced. However, before he had gone very far, a sense of danger suddenly surged over him. This sense of danger stimulated his senses. And not far ahead of him, shadows continuously writhed across the ground. In the end, they gathered together into a mass of shadow, forming at a speed visible to the naked eye. They even gradually condensed into a physique comparable to that of an adult adventurer. For now, I can't tell what's special about it. Keeping a safe distance, Ron did not rashly launch an attack against the monster before him. Because he knew very clearly, if the dungeon wanted to keep him here for good, then the special monster it ultimately created would definitely not be a conventional one. Reality did not exceed Ron's expectations. That black shadowy body rapidly solidified before his eyes. And as it became tangible, what truly made his pupils shrink and made him realize that something was seriously wrong, was that the monster before him, whose face had originally been pitch black, gradually developed human facial features. It even began to resemble a regular adventurer in both armor and weapons. Until finally, as Ron stared at the increasingly familiar facial features of the monster, he instantly recalled the adventurer who had surrounded and hunted him in the dungeon yesterday, together with members of the Soma familiar. Bruno! An adventurer who had originally died at the hands of a special monster had now become a brand new monster himself? Damn it! Can someone tell me what the hell this thing is? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 57, The Most Skill. 1,400 words. Mimic Tear. But in the version of a Souls-like dungeon. If this thing were placed in Elden Ring, it would probably be the Tarnished's big brother. But in the world of DanMachi, it instead became an unprecedentedly special form. It became a monster standing on the opposing side. Most likely, this was still influenced by the Souls-like dungeon. The original newbie killer, the War Shadow, now appeared before them in an entirely new posture. Why does it feel a little hard to deal with? Ron still could not determine whether these special monsters merely possessed the outward appearance and physique of adventurers, or whether they had also absorbed their memories and strength. If it was the former, it would not matter much. At most, they would just be more resistant to blows during combat. But if it was the latter, if the monster had fused an adventurer's combat techniques and skill magic, and then further received the unique strength-enhancing buffs of the Souls-like dungeon, it would definitely be extremely troublesome. After all, this was already a war shadow known as a newbie killer. There was no reason that, after fusing adventurer's skill magic, its strength would be weaker than the original version. Then let's give it a try. Rashly probing like this was an action that would certainly require bearing risk. Ron admitted that the special monster before him truly made him feel a sense of oppression he had not experienced in a long time. So, he decided to choose the most skill-intensive tactical approach. Shield thrust. They say that wheelchair-style gameplay makes one lose the joy of Souls-like games. But shield thrust builds also require skill. You have to strike when the opponent strikes, and stop when the opponent stops. How is that not an experience of its own? That was exactly what Ron thought. Setting aside floor guardian boss monsters like the Goblin Guard, which could fling him away with sheer brute force alone, his shield thrust tactic was essentially unbeatable. Holding his shield up, he steadily advanced toward the mimicking war shadow. The brass-heavy shield blocking his path ahead continued to give Ron an extremely strong sense of security, even when facing a special monster he had never encountered before. As long as I keep my shield up long enough, the monster will get tired and die first. Controlled by intense hatred, even a mutated monster would normally be unable to resist launching an attack at Ron on its own initiative, but the one before him was different. The war shadow, which had taken on the appearance of Bruno, seemed to possess the muscle memory the adventurer had had in life. After drawing the greatsword strapped at its waist, it kept its distance and maneuvered cautiously. Only after entering attack range did the mimicking war shadow take the initiative to step forward. The thrust was extremely fast, covering a distance of roughly 10 meters. It dashed in front of Ron in an instant. The greatsword gripped in both of the monster's hands let out a brief tearing sound as it swung through the air. But to Ron, this speed looked extremely slow. He merely raised his right hand and adjusted the angle, and the massive brass-heavy shield completed the block. Clang! The violent clash of metal echoed through the cave passage. The strength displayed by the monster was indeed formidable, to the point that even Ron felt a numbness creeping into his arms, yet his attacking movement showed not the slightest delay. While continuing to press forward, his left hand thrust the rapier fiercely toward the mimicking war shadow. Thanks to the weapon mastery carried over from the tarnished character save slot, even though it was not his dominant hand, combat still did not feel the slightest bit unfamiliar. PFF. The slender rapier struck with perfect accuracy, hitting the monster squarely in the abdomen. It did not pierce straight through the mimicking war shadow, but the damage it dealt was still enough to cause the monster's form to waver slightly for a brief moment. As long as it was a monster, killing it meant it would stay dead. Ron keenly caught on to this point. However, he did not press the advantage. When fighting monsters in the dungeon, maintaining patience was extremely important. Immediately after, it turned into a one-sided war of attrition. Having taken damage yet unable to land any effective attacks on Ron, the mimicking war shadow, even with an adventurer's combat experience, gradually became reckless. But that was purely because it was being forced into a corner. No matter how tricky its methods of attack were, they were all blocked by the brass-heavy shield of the human before it, and then, without warning, it would get stabbed in the waist. It switched to rapid assault tactics. Even launching consecutive attacks in a short span of time, it was still unable to break through the shield in front of it. Meanwhile, the rapier in Ron's hand was like a bone-deep parasite. Each time, it could take advantage of the recovery window after an attack to deliver a completely unremarkable yet effective strike against the mimicking war shadow. The injuries could not be fatal in the short term, but the focus was on being extremely humiliating. A completely one-sided crushing. By the end, when the mimicking war shadow that had taken on Bruno's appearance had become so ethereal it was nearly transparent, with no remaining desire to attack, Ron still did not choose to change his tactics. He continued to apply his combat techniques, relentlessly tearing away at the monster, preventing the mimicking war shadow before him from launching a final desperate counterattack just before death. The results were naturally excellent. Dense clusters of wounds piled up, surpassing the monster's limit of endurance, causing the mimicking war shadow, already on the brink of death, to be completely annihilated. Yet in the instant before the monster vanished, within that suddenly solidified, twisted face, Ron seemed to see deep contempt in the monster's eyes. Soul shards +3? Bad things were something he chose to forget. And besides, from another point of view, was it not the mimicking war shadow that had gotten greedy with its attacks? Looking at the monster that had completely dispersed into black dust before him, as well as the dark purple magic stone hanging there and clinking against the ground, Ron finally let out a long breath. An unexpected encounter with the mimicking war shadow, winning through sheer skill. Light attacks woven between normal attacks, never forget to keep the shield up, apply buffs but don't bother learning speedrun routes. This really was the most skill-intensive dungeon run I've ever had. Ron's heart was filled with emotion. If he were to truly engage the mimicking war shadow in close quarters combat, it would indeed allow his stats and techniques to improve effectively under such high-intensity fighting. But at what cost? A single mistake could easily waste one of his precious revival uses right here. More importantly, he still had not found a way back. He felt he had to remain steady. After all, a truly qualified adventurer would never gamble with their own safety in an unfamiliar environment. But aren't this monster's drops a bit too ordinary? Ron bent down and picked up the magic stone that had fallen to the ground. Compared to other shallow floor monsters, it was relatively large, nearly half the size of a baby's fist. It would probably fetch a small amount of valise at the Adventurers Guild. Aside from that, there was nothing else of value. He did not choose to linger where he was. When facing a lone mimicking war shadow, he could indeed crush it through tactical skill alone. But the dungeon is alive. If the dungeon were to become aware of this and decide to overwhelm him by spawning large numbers of monsters in an attempt to keep him here, the situation would become extremely complicated. Ron swept his gaze across the surroundings. He did not change his route ahead, maintaining absolute focus as he searched for a passage back to the shallow layers. As for encountering and killing monsters, that was merely incidental to dungeon exploration. So, there's no way this damn dungeon would completely block off all the passages between floors just because of me, right? That would be way too much. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 58, he was already here. 1414 words. There are two kinds of monsters in the dungeon. One kind is ordinary monsters, and the other kind is also ordinary monsters. Before the familiar expedition was about to begin, Mikoto had still been holding onto some expectations. But when the dungeon exploration actually started, what they encountered were nothing but standard monsters. She even had no desire to take action. The reason was very simple. These ordinary monsters could be casually crushed with her current level of strength. Other than earning a bit of meager reward, she could not think of any other use for them. But recalling the experiences of the previous 2 days, when she teamed up with Ron to explore the dungeon, even shallow floor mutated monsters had allowed her ability values to increase by nearly 100 points. Once you've experienced this kind of exhilarating growth in strength, there's no going back. At least for Mikoto at her current stage. This was the only way she could describe her feelings. It was not that she was complaining about her companions, it was purely a dilemma, with 2 difficult choices placed right in front of her. Companions she spent every day with. And, on the other hand, dungeon exploration that allowed for faster strength growth and offered greater challenge. Mikoto did not know how to solve this problem. And as the familiar leader and expedition captain, Kashima Uka keenly sensed that the atmosphere had become slightly subdued. With a relaxed smile, he took the initiative and said, "It feels like the pace of this exploration is a bit faster than before. However, we're about to enter floor 7. From here on, the monsters we encounter will be stronger, so we still need to be a bit more careful." No problem. She clearly understood that this was the leader, Kashima Uka, reminding her. The girl quickly realized the issue. She nodded seriously and pulled herself back into an exploration mindset. However, before the team could conduct much exploration in the floor 6 area. In the distance ahead, a figure of an adventurer entered Mikoto's field of view. It feels like a bit strange. Compared to adventurers who were normally exploring the dungeon, the figure ahead seemed as if it were wandering aimlessly through the cavern passages. This was the cautious attitude she had learned from Ron. Anything that differed from common sense could conceal a potential threat. Yet Ron had not participated in her familiar's expedition. Under normal circumstances, he should be exploring the shallow floors, right? Mikoto could not quite figure it out. But just as she was observing that adventurer's movement path, along with the moment they lifted their foot, a black shadow briefly lingering on the ground caused her pupils to contract sharply. A shadow. What the girl immediately thought of was the newbie killer, War Shadow. But in her memory, that monster had always appeared as a pitch-black shadow. Now it had transformed into a human form. What was going on here? Dungeon anomaly. Could it be that after Ron explored the dungeon, all the floors had undergone changes? But why? From the moment the exploration began until now, they had not encountered a single special monster. Thinking of this, Mikoto's expression gradually turned strange. However, when Ron's familiar, refined face surfaced in her mind, the corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted. Their luck was not bad. But just as Uka, Chigusa and the others were about to pass by this unfamiliar passerby adventurer, she suddenly frowned, decisively reaching out to grab the arm of the girl beside her. Facing the puzzled looks around her, Mikoto quietly drew the katana hanging at her waist, lowering her voice, so much so that even her tone was filled with gravity. This guy is not an adventurer. Ah. Didn't you notice that something is very off about him? Not really. Chigusa observed carefully, yet no matter whether judging from attire or physique, the person in front of them did not seem like a monster in any way. At that moment, movement coming from not far behind was detected. The imitation body war shadow slowly turned its head. Its originally stable facial features, upon seeing so many unfamiliar adventurers, actually began to change continuously. This bizarre scene immediately set off alarm bells in Mikoto's mind. She truly did not know how to comment on it. But when facing this monster she had never seen before, there was not the slightest hint of retreat. Instead, the fighting intent in her heart kept surging upward. This guy? ? Having also caught that fleeting abnormality, Uka decisively halted his steps. Yet before he could figure out what was going on, he saw Mikoto's figure dash toward the adventurer ahead. Extremely fast. So much so that, even though he was also LV.2, he felt somewhat astonished. What truly left him unable to believe it was that the never-before-seen monster, when facing Mikoto's sudden assault, actually carried out blocks and parries with considerable proficiency. Uka could not figure out the reason, but he clearly understood that team coordination was extremely important. Chigusa, provide combat support. Just as he was about to remind Chigusa, who was usually somewhat timid by nature, he discovered that the girl beside him had already raised her bow. Although the hand holding the bow was trembling slightly, Uka could still sense that Chigusa was different from usual, as if she had made some kind of decision. The timidity she normally displayed was gradually fading away. How strange. It feels like after not exploring the dungeon for a while, even Chigusa has become stronger, hasn't she? He could not understand the reason. Yet his heart was filled with relief. If there was anyone who most hoped that the familiar's companions could all stand on their own, it was none other than the leader of the familiar, Kashima Uka. He was not even given a chance to take action. Mikoto's continuous offensive was extremely fierce. Every strike she made dealt effective damage to the imitation war shadow, causing the silhouette of this special monster to grow increasingly illusory. And when the monster launched its counterattacks, Chigusa, providing long-range support, would always fire arrows with perfect accuracy, buying Mikoto time to readjust until the imitation war shadow was completely extinguished. Excellent coordination. Instead, it was Uka who had become a mere observer. Having played no role at all in this battle, he spoke with excitement in his voice. With the coordination you have now, I feel that this expedition's objective. We'll definitely be able to reach floor 18 smoothly. Did the expedition objective even matter anymore? Mikoto did not answer. When she bent down to pick up the dark purple magic stone that had fallen to the ground, her conviction only grew stronger. Ron had definitely been here. Although she did not know the specific reason. Still, being able to encounter him in the dungeon, how could that not count as a kind of encounter? She did not explain much to Uka. In a calm tone, she simply said, "This thing is a special monster that appeared after the dungeon anomaly. A few days ago, I already encountered it in the dungeon. Then it looks like we'll have to take this exploration seriously," Uka said. Incidents of dungeon abnormalities were something that basically all adventurers in Orario were aware of. Uka's gaze gradually grew solemn. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with this kind of special situation. The one who first broke the atmosphere was Chigusa, standing at the corner of the cavern. She pointed toward the familiar figure in the distance ahead, her voice unusually tense. "Mikoto-senpai. I think I saw Mr. Ron, in the dungeon. Right up ahead." When Ron was mentioned, the calm eyes of the girl gradually lit up. Sure enough, all the dungeon anomalies really were related to him. So, when greeting him, how should she do it so that it would seem natural? Mikoto was truly bad at maintaining interpersonal relationships. But just as she was seriously thinking this over, she then heard Chigusa add in a slightly trembling voice, "Mr. Ron. It looks like he's been blocked in by the special monster we just encountered." But when the girl actually got a clear look at the battle situation, she hurriedly corrected herself. "I was mistaken, it looks like it's that group of special monsters being surrounded and attacked by him." ? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 59, I was supposed to be on the third floor. 1,384 words. In the dungeon, it was very common for adventurers to be surrounded by monsters. But monsters being surrounded by adventurers, especially by a single adventurer, was something Kashima had never heard of, even with nearly 2 years of adventuring experience. Rare. Absolutely rare. What was more important was that this adventurer was someone he knew very well. A newcomer from the Hestia familiar, Ron, who had even received personal martial instruction from Lord Taika Mikazuchi. For various reasons, Kashima had been deeply impressed by him. So in such a short amount of time, Ron, has he already grown to this level? And the ones he encountered were those special monsters. Looks like talent really does matter. Recalling the battle just now, even Mikoto hadn't been able to deal with the Mimic War Shadow in a short time, and it was only with Chigusa's cooperation that they managed to successfully kill that special monster. Kashima couldn't help but feel astonished. He didn't try to stop Mikoto and Chigusa from going to support Ron. After all, in the dungeon, when people know each other, lending a hand is perfectly normal. But then he looked at the girl who had stopped at the corner, and at the same time, at their hard-to-describe, constipated expressions. Kashima frowned slightly, thinking it was because of the restriction he had set, do not casually interfere in other adventurers' battles. He quickly explained, helping each other among friends is actually pretty normal. Not. I think Mr. Ron doesn't seem to need our help. Chigusa tilted her head. She racked her brains but still couldn't describe that scene properly. She could only point toward the distance. Seeing this, Kashima, carrying his doubts, walked to the corner of the cave. The sight that entered his view immediately afterward made him doubt whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Why does it feel kind of strange? It was indeed a battle. Ron, holding a brass-heavy shield, was facing the encirclement of the imitation war shadows. He was genuinely calm and unhurried, completely at ease, with a sense of relaxation turned all the way up. No matter how tricky the angles were. When facing the coordinated attacks of these special monsters, he made no unnecessary movements at all. A roll to his feet, raising his arm to block, and then plain, unadorned thrusts, and in this style of fighting, the monsters were forced to retreat step by step. Who exactly was the monster here? Kashima recalled the battle his team had encountered earlier. Mikoto, who specialized in close combat, was like an assassin licking blood from the blade, every attack aimed at the vital points of the imitation war shadows, pursuing a swift and decisive victory. But when it came to Ron, no matter how he thought about it, Kashima couldn't figure out how to describe him. There was no technique to speak of. Holding up the brass-heavy shield and standing there, Ron was like a completely sealed, utterly impenetrable city wall. He couldn't even see any desire to attack from Ron. It was purely turn-based. After each round of monster attacks ended, Ron would begin his counter-attack. Yet the results were unexpectedly good. Dragged out until the very end, those imitation war shadows showed no will to fight at all. Until their figures completely dissipated, they never delivered any substantive attacks. He couldn't understand it, but he was deeply shaken. Kashima tugged lightly at the corner of his mouth. Standing from the perspective of an onlooker, he thought about how every attack had been blocked, while he himself had been forced back step by Ron, constantly taking injuries. That had to be suffocating. At last, he understood why Mikoto and Chigusa hadn't gone to provide support. Honestly, Kashima's emotions were complicated. In the end, he couldn't help but give a battle summary, a fighting style with no techniques, plain and unadorned, but extremely effective. At the very least, in all the time since he had begun learning martial skills and becoming an adventurer, he had never encountered a style like this. He also used a heavy shield. Could he imitate it? Only after Ron finished off the last special monster did Kashima look toward Mikoto. Since we happened to run into him in the dungeon, should we go say hello? So this was Ron's state when exploring alone? Mikoto nodded lightly. If the result was really as she had guessed, then what Miss Aina had called steady seemed not without reason after all. So, this kind of fighting style that abandons all techniques and focuses purely on winning, who on earth taught him that? This is what a truly exhilarating fight is, not rolling around like some wild dog by the roadside and then getting kicked to death by monsters. A true king stands firm, unmoving, and fights the opponent to the very last moment. This is what you call real hot-blooded combat. What did the imitation war shadows feel? Ron hadn't thought about that. But the combat method he had forged by integrating all techniques, the shield thrust style, truly made him laugh out loud in relief when the battle ended. It was all execution. The attack power of those special monsters was not weak. If his ability values hadn't been updated and he had been sent straight in front of the imitation war shadows, the outcome would have been disastrous. After all, in the face of absolute power suppression, this set of tactics simply didn't apply. His gaze briefly swept over the drops from killing the imitation war shadows. He didn't find the familiar ashes, only 3 dark purple magic stones. So, could it be that monsters like the imitation war shadow also have something like a floor boss? Just as Ron formed this speculation, footsteps from behind caught his attention. Turning his head, he saw several familiar figures. Members of the Takamikazuchi familiar. Recalling his conversation with Mikoto yesterday at noon, today was supposed to be the day of their familiar expedition. Being able to run into them in the dungeon definitely counted as a kind of fate. More importantly, they weren't unfamiliar adventurers who required special vigilance. With a relaxed smile, he raised his hand in greeting. Mikoto, Miss Chigusa, are you on a familiar expedition? Running into each other in the dungeon is quite a coincidence. Fate, perhaps. Mikoto, dressed in a purple kimono paired with bright crimson armor, nodded lightly. But the look in her eyes as she gazed at Ron was already completely filled with curiosity. No other reason. Why was Ron here? Having previously shared a party exploration experience, she was well aware of just how high this guy's dungeon difficulty was, so high that even floor boss level troublesome monsters could appear. In terms of exploration speed, he absolutely couldn't compare to a familiar expedition. Yet even though they had set out at dawn, encountered no obstacles along the way, and only faced ordinary monsters, they had barely reached the area of the 6th floor. Just as Mikoto was struggling with how she should ask him about it, Chigusa, who had far fewer schemes and leaned toward simplicity, voiced the doubt in her heart for her, Mr. Ron, did you not return to Orario yesterday? How did you manage to explore to here so quickly today, faster than even our expedition? That was really a difficult question to answer. Ron pondered it carefully. Still, since he had finally run into acquaintances in the dungeon, it was a good opportunity to ask about information regarding this floor. Facing the timid girl's curiosity, he didn't answer. Instead, he looked at Mikoto and asked, what floor is this again? The 6th floor. How could an adventurer possibly overlook a question like that? Mikoto truly didn't know how to complain about the guy in front of her. Her tone was filled with helplessness. Don't tell me you don't even remember the areas you've explored. Recalling everything he had experienced today, the rolling stone traps, the seemingly endless road straight to the boss room, Ron's mood became hard to put into words. Who on earth designed this hellish dungeon? Well, if I said that I was originally planning to go explore the 3rd floor, but somehow ended up here instead, would you believe me? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 60, Intelligence on Tracking the Soma Familiar. 1,537 words. A passage leading directly to an unknown floor. If Mikoto remembered correctly, this kind of special situation would only appear on floors beyond the middle layers, and even then, it was an event with an extremely low probability. However, thinking about Ron's special nature, she felt that it was perfectly reasonable. So what will you do next? I'll most likely return to the shallow layers to explore. A floor like this is still relatively dangerous for me, Ron replied after a brief consideration. Relying solely on the current shield thrust combat style, it was indeed possible to ensure one's own safety when facing special monsters in the dungeon. The problem, however, was that this kind of combat ultimately offered very limited improvement to one's ability values. The goal of dungeon exploration was, of course, to become stronger. An over-reliance on a wheelchair would only restrain the pace of growth. Compared to that, he still preferred the exhilarating combat experience of the shallow layers. After obtaining the information about the current floor, Ron had no intention of staying here. He had gradually figured out the dungeon's temperament. So long as he remained here, monsters would continue to spawn endlessly. If he were to encounter a simultaneous encirclement by multiple imitation war shadows, even Mikoto and Chigusa might face threats to their safety. After thinking this through, he said, I won't disturb your familiar's normal expedition objectives any further. Stay safe. The girl had almost blurted it out instinctively. Yet once Mikoto finished saying those words, her mood inexplicably grew restless. She observed the companions around her. Only after realizing that no one was casting strange looks her way did she finally let out a sigh of relief. Likewise, someone else who regarded the matter with curiosity was Kashima Uka. As a captain chosen by a god, ensuring the safety of exploration also fell within the scope of his responsibilities. The tactic Ron had just used. On the surface, it seemed to involve no technique at all, yet its effectiveness in actual combat was undeniably formidable. He felt no psychological burden about it and did not consider it embarrassing to ask a rookie adventurer for guidance. In matters of martial skill, one had always learned from those who were more accomplished. Ron, that way of fighting you just used, can I learn it? Shield thrust is the endgame. Ron had originally thought that the technique-focused world of DanMachi would be indifferent to this kind of wheelchair-style approach. Yet now, he felt almost like a veteran instructor lecturing others. Keep it to himself? What a joke, could he not know better whether this tactic actually involved any technique? Of course you can learn it. Thank you. For a newcomer adventurer who had even earned the approval of Lord Takamikazuchi, he truly possessed a broad-minded outlook. Kashima quickly expressed his gratitude. He took down the shield strap to his back, then cast a look of appeal toward Ron. What should I do? Remember, the shield must be held in your hands. Following Ron's explanation, Kashima not only gripped the shield's handle, but even locked it in place with his arm. The weapon needs to be long enough to pierce a monster's defenses. Seeing that Kashima had already completed the crucial step, Ron felt a surge of satisfaction. He cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. The next technique is crucial. You must listen carefully. I will. Kashima's expression was focused. On Ron, he even seemed to glimpse that same illusion of growth he had once felt when Lord Takamikazuchi had guided him in martial arts. A true master must always keep the heart of an apprentice. What was more, his current self was completely unqualified. When a monster attacks, you need to block it with your shield, and then use the offensive weapon in your hand to counterattack the monster. All right. And then? Congratulations. You have already successfully mastered this combat style. Go and challenge the powerful monsters in the dungeon and integrate it as soon as possible. That was how the wheelchair tactic worked. That Kashima had been able to become one of the very few LV.2 adventurers in Oro meant his talent and comprehension were certainly not lacking. As for the combat method just taught, Ron believed that Kashima would definitely be able to smoothly master the shield thrust style. As for the other party's strange look, he chose to interpret it as shock at his own exquisite technique. Following the direction indicated by Mikoto, the withdrawal process went exceptionally smoothly. Aside from encountering imitation war shadows blocking the way, all of those monsters ended up kneeling before his refined skill. After returning to the 5th floor, the surrounding environment gradually became familiar again. It was still the same monster ecology composed of corrupted lizards, elite goblins, and mutated kobolds. Toward these fellows that had caused newcomers endless hardship in their early stages, Ron chose to extend his highest respect. Combat. Exhilarating. Abandoning the safety-maxed shield thrust style, Ron instead chose to rely on technique and stats to overwhelm monsters that ordinary adventurers would regard as powerful. As for the many deaths he had previously suffered at the hands of all kinds of insidious monsters and methods, now they had become the sharpest blade with which Ron stabbed back at them. Even when facing goblin cavalry units, he could still carry out the subjugation without taking any damage. As for time? Deep within the dungeon, where sunlight could never be seen, that concept had long since lost its meaning. All he could do was engage in non-stop, high-intensity combat. When his physical stamina reached its limit, he would find a safe place to rest. And the hunger brought on by excessive exertion was quickly and effectively addressed by the boxed meals he had purchased earlier on West Main Street serving as temporary supplies. However, as he watched the dungeon lizards, goblins, and other monsters gradually return to an ordinary state, Ron developed serious doubts about the dungeon's professionalism. After reconfirming, the conclusion remained unchanged. The monsters in the shallow layers were not infinitely respawning. Once a sufficient number had been slain, the originally mutated special monsters would revert to their normal, roadside state. No matter how much one tried to provoke them through actions, the dungeon would respond like a dead fish, offering not the slightest feedback. I mean, logically speaking, the monsters on the current floor aren't supposed to suddenly get stronger. That's what allows adventurers to carry out exploration smoothly in this area. So what's going on? Why are they getting weaker the moment it's me? Taking into account the dark grey ash left behind as monsters dissipated after death, all of which was reabsorbed by the dungeon, Ron already had a simple answer in mind. To put it in gaming terms, the dungeon was like a wronged woman, while ordinary adventurers were like something unpleasant but tolerable. You resist at first, but eventually adapt. But carrying the dungeon's hatred was like switching on an extreme vibration mode. It triggered fierce resistance from the dungeon, which tried to expel him by deploying powerful monsters. Yet once its energy was exhausted, it would also slip into a state of giving up. Doesn't the dungeon ever climax and instantly spawn countless monsters on me? The physical fatigue brought on by high-intensity combat, along with the dungeon's obscene display, had already begun to cause Ron's condition to decline. Of course, the most crucial reason was, with the continuous killing of monsters, the dropped magic stones and materials were already close to filling his backpack. So much so that before each fight, he had to set the pack he carried on his shoulder down at a distance. This was probably one of the downsides of not having a supporter in the familiar. Good. Then let's call today's dungeon exploration here. With no monsters blocking the way, Ron retraced his route very smoothly. Along the way, he even encountered members of the Soma familiar exploring the second floor. There was no need to think. It was definitely because of the deaths of Brunos and the others. After encountering corrupted lizards, struggling with all their might, and ultimately falling in the dungeon, and considering that having one less problem was better than having one more, he chose to change his route. In the end, after successfully passing through the starting floors and returning to Orario along the spiral staircase, Ron looked up at the sun overhead, already approaching the afternoon. Before he even had time to summarize, as if she had been squatting here in advance, there was a girl of extremely petite stature, wearing a grey-brown cloak that obscured her face. However, the oversized backpack on her back already marked her identity as a supporter. She took the initiative to come to Ron's side. When she raised her head, short brown hair fell to her cheeks, revealing a youthful face. The corners of her mouth curved into a pleasant arc, her smile exceptionally sincere. Adventurer, I have some information about the Soma familiar searching for you. Would you be interested? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 61, a potential threat? 1,526 words. This is absolutely the target those people from the Soma familiar are pursuing. Mainly because Ron's recognizability was simply far too high. In all of Orario, it was genuinely difficult to find an adventurer who carried so many weapons and pieces of equipment while exploring. As a result, the moment he had just walked out of Babel Tower, Lilyruka Ard had already locked onto this walking eyesore. As for why she was looking for him, the reason was also extremely simple, exactly in line with Bruno's view of Ron. A fat sheep in every sense of the word. However, she did not intend to make contact in an especially stupid way. After all, Bruno had completely died in the dungeon, and she herself had participated in that incident as a supporter. The risks involved were absolutely not something she could afford to bear. As for disguising herself as an adventurer, deceiving the other party into trusting her, and then stealing his weapons and equipment, Lily felt that the likelihood was extremely slim. Ron would certainly be on guard. After thinking it over again and again, the fastest and most straightforward method was to use her identity as a member of the Soma familiar to sell information to Ron. That was the most reliable way to make money she could think of. It would both disgust that bunch of rotten vermin, and allow her to earn a considerable sum of Valis, completely pulling herself out of this utterly rotten quagmire. As for Ron's eventual outcome, it was not within the scope of her considerations at all. You should have run into them, right? Members of the Soma familiar searching for traces in the dungeon. But even if you haven't encountered them, it doesn't matter, you only need to know that they're looking for you. It was a somewhat inexplicable way for things to unfold. Ron did not respond. He only looked at the supporter girl in front of him, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet her outward appearance was far too unfamiliar. But as he began to analyze the content of what she had said, a familiar name inexplicably surfaced in his mind. She was also a major character in the original DanMachi, born into the utterly chaotic Soma familiar, bullied by her companions due to her status as a supporter. As for the result, that was her descent into darkness, developing hatred toward all adventurers. Until she encountered Belle, overflowing with kindness, and after experiencing several acts of redemption, this darkened Paolum supporter ultimately turned over a new leaf completely. The legendary king of backstabbing, Lilyruka Ard. And the Cinder magic that Lilyruka possessed allowed her to transform into the facial features and appearance of other people, even imitating gender and physical traits. Even Bruno, who had no prior connection to her whatsoever, could develop malicious intent because of the equipment Ron was carrying. Let alone Lilyruka. Ron believed that he was not the kind, soft-hearted type. Just the daily routine of Souls-like dungeon exploration was already exhausting enough, who had the spare time to mess around with redemption play? He decisively refused. The information you're talking about doesn't interest me. Hearing Ron's unreserved rejection, the girl raised her head in surprise, trying to find some ripple of emotion in his brown eyes, but in the end, she could not detect the slightest emotional fluctuation. Perhaps he was a rookie adventurer, unaware of the methods of the Soma familiar? In any case, Lily had no intention of letting a fat sheep slip away. All of the armaments were products of the Hephaestus familiar, equipment that could be stamped with a mark represented its grade. Her smile remained unchanged. Perhaps you've only just arrived in Aura Rio and aren't familiar with the situation of the Soma familiar. The adventurers who tried to surround you that day are dead. Given the temperament of Captain Zanis, he will absolutely investigate the matter to the very end, even if it has nothing to do with you, he will definitely not let you go. After all, in his eyes, all familiar members are nothing more than tools for making money. And when a tool disappears, the loss will naturally be recovered from somewhere else. And then? Even after putting it this way, Lily still did not see the slightest ripple in Ron's eyes, as if the matter had nothing whatsoever to do with him. It really was more troublesome than expected. But Lily firmly believed that anyone's pressure tolerance was ultimately limited. Today, the adventurers who went into the dungeon to look for the truth, if they don't encounter the so-called aberrant monster, will ultimately only suspect that you killed them. My price is very cheap. Just 1 million valis. All information the Soma familiar has about you, I will obtain it truthfully and then pass it all on to you. At this point, the girl's slightly childish face wore a smile filled with shrewdness. Won't you really consider it? As for why the specific information had reached the Soma familiar, it was most likely that, when Bruno led the attempt to surround him, someone slipped through the net, returned to the dungeon, and then informed Zanis of the entire sequence of events. As for the so-called endless stream of trouble, Ron was not particularly worried. If members of the Soma familiar truly dared to chase him into the dungeon, then whatever remained could go complain to their ancestors' graves. The real hidden danger, in fact, lay in the secrets he himself carried. If Zanis were to realize that dungeon aberrant monsters did not actually exist, yet whenever trouble arose for Ron inside the dungeon, abnormal incidents kept occurring. Anyone with even half a brain could guess the truth. And coincidentally, Zanis, who had relied on underhanded methods to eliminate candidates for captain and manipulate the entire familiar, perfectly fit that description. If he were to deduce the underlying cause, the consequences would be extremely difficult to handle. Before he had truly grown strong, if the explosive news that the abnormal incidents were caused by Ron himself were to spread among Arario's adventurers and the guild, the most likely outcome awaiting Ron would be being placed on a blacklist. Really damn irritating. Run into a pile of dog shit and detour around it, yet the stench from the gutter still keeps chasing after me. The misunderstanding on Ryu's side had not yet been completely resolved, and immediately afterward, an even greater hidden danger appeared, like a landmine buried all around him, ready to explode at any moment. Ron felt a headache coming on. Male-oriented fantasy novels really had a point. If you cut the grass without uprooting it, there would absolutely be trouble later on. And having still not received his reply, Lily, who was only one last million valis away from saving enough money to escape the Soma familiar, smiled and bared her own wounds as she spoke. Adventurer, please don't harbor any illusions. As a member of the Soma familiar, I know even better than you just how despicable their methods can be. Even if you escape, they will still find you like hyenas, then turn your real life into a complete mess, dragging you into that rotten, putrid mire. Recalling the period when she fled the Soma familiar and was taken in by a kind florist couple, the girl's smile carried even more self-mockery. All those who once helped you will be placed on the retaliation list. There will be countless troubles. The rest of what Lily said was hard to evaluate. But one thing was true, there was no room for wishful thinking. If the matter of the dungeon's hatred were to leak out, he would not even have any countermeasures prepared. Unless it were a sufficiently powerful familiar, capable of withstanding pressure from the Adventurers Guild. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for him would be changing familiars. Ron truly liked the atmosphere of the Hestia familiar, not because he was lusting after cute young girls, but more because such an environment allowed space for independent growth. Resolve the hidden danger in advance. Was that really so difficult? With his current strength, plus the half-home field advantage within the dungeon, accomplishing it seemed not entirely impossible. After making his decision, his tone carried a hint of reflection. Countless troubles. That's right. Finally receiving a response and believing she had found a breakthrough, Lily clenched her teeth and decided to release something truly ruthless. They indeed won't do anything to your god. But your family, your parents, can they withstand this kind of pressure? She herself had no idea how it should be resolved. She only knew that what she needed to do was purely to make this money from Ron, everything else was irrelevant. However, Lily's words did not have any effect at all. On the contrary, Ron's expression became increasingly strange. As a despicable transmigrator, whether before or after transmigrating, he had always been absolutely invincible in this world. He sneered, parents and family. Don't talk to me about that kind of pointless nonsense. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. Patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 62, A Quiet Plan Beneath the Dungeon. 1,391 words. After transmigrating into the world of DanMachi, parents, family, those things simply did not exist at all. His greatest concern was none other than the despicable outsider debuff. As for Hestia, Ron truly did not think anyone would dare cause her trouble. And even if someone really did want to pick a fight with her, they would at least have to get past him first. As things stood now, the most likely hidden bomb was the Soma Familiar. So how should it be handled? He already had a simple idea: direct physical confrontation. Ron looked toward the girl whose image was gradually overlapping with his memories. He had no basis whatsoever to trust Lily. He had to be fully prepared for the possibility that this one might act as a double agent. If selling information failed, it was entirely possible that she would turn around and report his whereabouts to Zani's. With an easy smile, he said casually, "Thank you for the reminder, but I won't need any information regarding the Soma Familiar, Miss Lily Ruka-Ard. If you don't want Zani's to know about your private contact with me, then it's better to keep silent." When the girl heard her name spoken from Ron's mouth, the smile on her face froze instantly. Relying on the Cinder magic, she had operated up to now without ever being discovered by any adventurer. Except here, only with Ron. Lily tried her best to steady the turmoil in her heart, attempting to find even the slightest flaw in his calm, like a quiet ancient well gaze, yet what she seemed to see instead was an endless abyss. She sensed an aura of extreme danger. "Of course. I believe there are quite a few adventurers in Aura Rio looking for you. If you don't want the things you've done to be exposed, a smart person knows what to do." Taking control of Lily would have been easy. Ron did not do so, purely because he did not want to have too much involvement with her. Even if the Soma Familiar truly intended to cause trouble, there was no need for excessive preparation. As long as it was deep within the dungeon, he could prepare a once-in-a-lifetime, unforgettable surprise for those vermin. Watching Ron's figure gradually recede into the distance, the smile on Lily's face looked worse than crying. What she truly could not understand was why a so-called new adventurer could know these things. So then, Ron's completely fearless attitude, could it be that everything had been within his plan from beginning to end? But as long as it was the Soma Familiar suffering misfortune, she had to support it. Perhaps, amid this turmoil, she could find an excellent opportunity to break free from this quagmire. The girl murmured softly. "Better if this familiar is wiped out outright." If the conflict were provoked in Aura Rio, Ron would still feel a bit concerned. But if the main battlefield were placed inside the dungeon, the revival skill, usable twice, could resolve many problems. When in doubt, shadow fade, twice. If I remember correctly, the Soma Familiar should have 2 LV.2 adventurers. The rest are all small fry, probably they wouldn't even be able to get past the aberrant monsters. Clearly understanding the enemies he would have to face next. Then, what Ron needed to do was to improve his strength as much as possible before the Soma Familiar took action. At the very least, he had to raise all of his ability values to an A rating. Continue to accumulate. He did not linger in the central plaza. To avoid being discovered by the eyes and ears left behind by the Soma Familiar, he detoured through the alleys and finally arrived at the branch shop on Adventurer Street. Today had been a high-intensity dungeon expedition. Selling the dropped equipment to Hephaestus was not only more convenient, but also allowed him to maintain their relationship through this slow, steady approach. "These are the armor and weapons obtained from today's dungeon run. I might have to trouble Lady Hephaestus to help handle them," he said, looking toward the tall, red-haired woman who was inspecting the armor and equipment. Ron's tone was sincere. "It's no trouble. Once these armor pieces are repaired and put on the market, there will still be quite a few adventurers who like them." Hephaestus shook her head. However, when her gaze fell on the handsome young man, her eyes filled with surprise. "Did the sun rise from the west today? How is it that the set of equipment you're wearing doesn't have any damage at all? Maybe I've been more steady lately." There was a strong hint of teasing in her words. Ron recalled the difficult explorations of the past few days. Ultimately, after adapting to the difficulty of a Souls-like dungeon, the rate of battle damage could be effectively controlled. And yet, he could still withdraw smoothly with plentiful gains. In addition to the exploration gains from the past few days, he had already accumulated a considerable amount of Valus. It was about time to commission a weapon here. When it came to quickly triggering a monster's break effect, nothing surpassed a greatsword. Royal greatswords, gut swords, given the craftsmanship of the DanMachi world, forging such weapons would certainly pose no problem. After a brief consideration, he took the initiative to make his request, "Lady Hephaestus, I may have to trouble you with one more matter. I'd like to forge a greatsword. There aren't many special requirements, as long as it can effectively break through monster armor. The budget is around 1.5 million valis. Isn't the weapon you're carrying already enough? Hephaestus truly wanted to ask him that. Every time she saw Ron fully armed, her mood became uncontrollably strange, at least from her point of view. Adventurers all had equipment loadout suited to them. Magic swordsmen generally paired light armor with a combat staff sword. Only warriors would choose heavy armor with a shield, along with a matching knight's sword. Ron was different. This guy carried any weapon he could get his hands on. A dwarven hand crossbow, a rapier, a short sword, a full set of refined steel armor, a brass heavy shield, and now he wanted to add a greatsword on top of that. Just imagining such a scene. Setting aside whether he could even use them all. Hephaestus was genuinely curious. Wouldn't all this equipment affect Ron's dungeon exploration? No problem. She did not refuse the boy's request and continued to ask, as for the specific requirements. The greatsword has to be big. And if it can occasionally be used as a shield, that would of course be even better. Ron added, thinking about the dungeon environments he might encounter in the future. All right. Then I'll have it custom made for you within a budget of 1.5 million valis. As if taking care of a close friend's familiar child, Hephaestus' gaze was helpless. After all, a weapon with a normal production cost of 1.5 million valis would sell for at least 3 million. But what could she do, having ended up dealing with Hestia? Thank you, Lady Hephaestus. Gratitude had to be properly expressed. Seeing the helpless look on her face, Ron felt he shouldn't be an eyesore here. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced toward the girl sitting at the cashier's counter, taking a break. He continued, then Lady Hestia, and I won't disturb you any further. Hurry up and take that one away, just looking at her is annoying. Noticing the somewhat weary expression on Hestia's face, and how she immediately perked up the moment she saw him, Ron decided to tell her about the dispute with the Soma familiar only after the dust had settled. Given her personality, she would definitely worry if she knew. A considerate familiar member, of course, had to avoid that. Ron did his best to maintain a normal expression. He took the initiative to extend his hand toward the girl and said gently, Lady Hestia, I've come to take you home. This was a question Hestia couldn't answer. But the smile of eager anticipation on her face, born straight from the heart, could not be faked. She replied softly, Ron, I've actually been waiting for you for a long time. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 63, A Hunt Quietly Begins. 1,351 words. As evening approached, the adventurous street was bustling with activity. All manner of adventurers who had finished their dungeon explorations chose to head back, filling the thoroughfare with lively movement. After leaving Hephaestus's weapon shop, the assets Ron had painstakingly saved up shrank in an instant after commissioning his exclusive greatsword, leaving him with less than 200,000 valis to cover daily expenses. As for the glintstone staff and the sacred seal, for now, in the world of DanMachi, he could not think of any concrete way to obtain them. Perhaps there would be a chance for them to drop only after defeating specific floor bosses? Still, just how difficult the monsters capable of wielding such weapons would be to kill was something Ron did not even dare to imagine. On the other hand, the large drumstick commonly used in Souls-like games could be crudely crafted from the goblin guard leg bone that had been left to gather dust in the communal dormitory. Now that the gut sword is customized, my equipment finally looks the part. He felt quite satisfied. After all, Souls-like combat fundamentally emphasizes mastery over all kinds of weapons. The challenges Ron would have to face next, however, were not the mutated monsters of the dungeon. Instead, they were the Soma familiar and the possible chain reactions they might cause. At this point, let's think about what to eat tonight first. He turned his gaze to the girl beside him, who was clearly forcing herself to stay spirited. Yet the exhaustion in Hestia's eyes was impossible to fake. Considering her previous living conditions, Ron felt that such fatigue was, in fact, perfectly understandable. Moreover, most of the reason she worked part-time was because of him. Although his financial situation was not great at the moment, treating someone to a meal was more than affordable. From any angle, Ron felt it was necessary to thank Hestia. Most importantly, tonight was very likely one of the few opportunities. He stopped in his tracks and, in a relaxed tone, suggested, Lady Hestia. Thank you so much for everything lately. Without your support, my dungeon exploration surely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. So, since it's a rare opportunity today, I'd like to invite you to the hostess of fertility for a meal. So sudden. As a goddess, nothing was more gratifying than having a child in her familiar who not only had talent but was also willing to work hard. Ron perfectly met those requirements, and on top of that, he had a mature personality. Hestia felt it was already a perfect score. No god would refuse such a fully self-motivated familiar member. Yet beyond meeting all those conditions, he even clearly understood gratitude. At the very least, in terms of emotional reassurance, the weariness in her heart was instantly swept away. The girl lifted her head, her eyes shining. In that instant, it was as if the countless stars filling the night sky above paled in comparison to Hestia's radiance. Out of habit, she thought from Ron's perspective and explained, "You just spent money customizing a weapon. You should keep some funds on hand. And besides, didn't we agree that we'd celebrate in the name of a victory feast once you reach LV2? It's just that this period happens to be relatively free." Gods can discern lies, which left Ron with no choice but to explain vaguely, "Things might get pretty busy next, and eating doesn't really need a reason. Mainly, Lady Hestia has been working very hard lately. I don't think there's any better way to reward yourself than having a good meal and some drinks." Did the atmosphere feel a little strange? Hestia had basically never seen Ron like this before. It was almost as if he were setting some kind of flag. She tried to search the boy's brown eyes for his true thoughts, but found no answer. Maybe so. Why think about things in a negative direction? That was something she really needed to correct about herself. If relieving the fatigue in her heart had the best solution in Ron, then as for physical exhaustion, Hestia felt that a bit of sparkling wine was absolutely necessary. "Then I'll go with what you say." Her tone carried a hint of emotion as she nodded seriously. "Come to think of it, ever since we founded the Familiar, we really haven't relaxed in a long time. I want to have a drink. You don't mind, right?" "How could I mind?" Receiving a clear answer, the girl finally felt completely at ease. But as if struck by a sudden thought, she abruptly stopped, reached out, and gently hooked her arm around Ron's. With curiosity, she asked, "Has your dungeon exploration been going smoothly?" "Lady Hestia, why do you ask that?" Ron did not give an answer. Yet Hestia already had a rough guess in her heart. She did not press for the specific reason, perhaps there were considerations behind why Ron did not tell her. As a goddess, all she could do was offer support, I mean, if one day you feel tired of your life as a dungeon adventurer, don't worry. Then, come back to my side. The Soma Familiar's base. The adventurers who had been dispatched returned one after another. As for the answers they brought back, they made Zani's already foul mood turn even darker. There was no other reason. They had not encountered any kind of abnormal situation at all. Familiar members had died inexplicably in the dungeon. This was something he had to get to the bottom of. As a result, he once again summoned the surviving member from that day. "Wald, is there anything else you want to say?" The young man being questioned could feel the atmosphere in the air nearly congealing. He also understood clearly that Captain Zani's was treating him as a suspect. Wald's face turned pale, and he hurriedly shook his head to explain, "This really has nothing to do with me. Besides, even with my strength, I absolutely wouldn't have been a match for Bruno and the others. You said it yourself, Captain. Even if conflicts arise among familiar members, mutual killing is absolutely forbidden." "Wait. I just remembered, there were signs that their bodies had been searched. Everything valuable on them was taken." He quickly added. As for why Wald knew this, of course, it was because he thought, since they had already become corpses, it would be a waste to leave anything valuable behind. Knowing all too well what these familiar members were like, Zani's could not even be bothered to expose it. Still, the matter gradually became clear. With the timing lining up so perfectly, it was hard not to suspect murder. The greatest suspect was naturally the adventurer who had been surrounded by Bruno. As for the claim of being killed by a special monster, it was very likely just that person's disguise. I more or less understand the truth of the matter. They had found a fat sheep, but after being outmatched, they were killed in return. No matter how one looked at it, this was not the fault of that passing adventurer. Any normal person would think so. But Zani's was different. Every member of the Familiar was a claw he used to rake in wealth. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Even if the conflict had been initiated by Bruno, did that person truly bear no fault at all? Zani's gaze was filled with gloom. "Wald, you should have an impression of that person. I'll leave the task of tracking him down to you. If there's any development, you must report it to me immediately. Do you understand what needs to be done?" Knowing that, after this incident, taking part in the pursuit was the best way to change his standing within the familiar, Wall did not hesitate and decisively nodded in agreement. Of course. I definitely won't disappoint you, Captain Zarnes. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 64, A Hestia's Jealousy. 1,366 words. The hostess of fertility. As evening approached, it was precisely the busiest time for the restaurant. Most adventurers with relatively comfortable finances chose to settle their dinner here. Putting flavor aside for the moment. At the very least, every server here was an easy-on-the-eyes, beautiful young girl. After being taught a lesson by a friend's righteous iron fist, Anya's second encounter with Ron lacked the initial playfulness. Instead, she was unusually well-behaved. However, her scrutinizing gaze still fell on Hestia. That noon, after Ron had taken the initiative to invite Ryu on a date, Anya found this guy extremely interesting and decided she absolutely had to ship them properly. So, who was this equally good-looking young woman? Having been away from the adventurer lifestyle for a long time, Anya truly couldn't recognize her. But when Ron addressed her as my lady, that essentially confirmed her identity as a goddess. Anya suddenly felt that she was very smart. She glanced toward the bar area. The only 2 remaining empty seats were originally reserved for the adventurers who had made reservations with her, but when it came to important matters, this kitty knew how to tell priorities apart. Even if she really got asked about it. Then it was simply that Anya forgot, meow tilde. Welcome. There just happened to be 2 seats at the bar. I'll take you over. I'll secretly tell you, Miss Ryu has been a little distracted these past couple of days. Compared to the godlike unfolding of events that day. According to Ryu's personality, Ron did not think this was his fault. As for the reason behind her distraction, it was more likely related to the dungeon's abnormal situation. Rather, it was Hestia. She deftly caught the hidden implication in those words. Who exactly was this Miss Ryu, and why would her being distracted be connected to her own Ron? It felt like there was a bull here. The child she had painstakingly raised was about to be snatched away by another woman. Maintaining her smile, Hestia asked Anya, who is this Miss Ryu? Did our Ron do something inappropriate to her? If that's the case, then please help me convey my apology. Miss Ryu is Miss Ryu, meow, she's Anya's co-worker. Anya hurriedly shook her head, especially after noticing the shop manager Mia's murderous glare. She immediately made a break for it. As for reception duty, it naturally had to be handed over to Ryu. This was an opportunity she had worked so hard to create. Before leaving, Anya did not forget to emphasize to Ron, Anya is going to help out in the back kitchen. As for ordering and such, just leave it to my co-worker, meow tilde. Suspected Shura Field. Ron became inwardly alert. He chose to ignore the topic outright. Still, faced with the overwhelmingly oppressive scrutiny of manager Mia, he braced himself and explained, Aunt Mia. This is my patron deity, Lady Hestia. Welcome. Mia had indeed heard of Hestia's divine name before. Though it was their first meeting, she nodded with a simple, honest smile in welcome. One could only say she had not misjudged this kid. She actually knew to bring a goddess along to help boost the restaurant's business. She took out a freshly wiped glass and placed it in front of Ron. The shop is a bit busy right now, so you may have to wait a moment. What would you like to drink? For me, a drink is fine. Ron was not particularly interested in alcohol, mainly because the brewing techniques were not mature enough. After answering, he shifted his gaze to Hestia beside him. What about you, Lady Hestia? Although the topic had been deftly redirected, Hestia was still dwelling on the earlier interlude. As for Ron's personal traits, she did not find it surprising that other women would appear around him. It was just that. No matter what, the young goddess could not figure out why she felt this sense of displeasure. So she decided to drink first and think later, saying decisively, then please get me a glass of sparkling wine. If it has a fruity flavor, that would be even better. Please wait a moment. Those who drank alcohol in the restaurant were big spenders. Mia nodded casually. After filling the young goddess's glass, she looked at Ron and said, as for juice, our shop happens to have a new item. Would you like to try it and give some feedback? Sure. Ron did not think much of it. But when he saw that green-haired elf girl carrying a tray walking over, an ominous feeling gradually settled in his heart. Out of courtesy, he said, Good evening, Miss Ryu. Hello. No wonder Anya had used a stomachache as an excuse to make her help out. When Ryu clearly saw the familiar face of the young man, she instantly felt a severe headache. It was not that she had any issue with Ron, rather, it was just that anyone who opened with an invitation to a date. It was precisely because of this matter, and because, when she shook hands with Ron, she did not feel the slightest trace of disgust, that she had gained no clues at all regarding the so-called abnormal situation. Her emotions were in complete disarray. Yet there was no change whatsoever on the young woman's cool, composed face. She calmly explained, "This is the restaurant's new drink. I just freshly squeezed the orange juice. The one in the wooden cup is the orange-flavored sparkling water that has been sold for quite some time. Please try them and see which tastes better." "No problem." 2 cups of orange juice were placed in front of Ron. They were distinguished by a wooden cup and a glass cup. In terms of appearance, the drinks themselves showed no difference, aside from faint bubbles continuously rising along the surface of the wooden cup. Just as he was about to taste them, Ron sensed a gaze beside him. He slightly turned his head and saw the smile spread across Hestia's childlike face, seemingly without any issue. But his keen instincts told him something was wrong. This did not seem like a multiple-choice question. It was a life-or-death question. Under the gazes of Manager Mia and that useless elf, Ron still steeled himself and tasted them one by one. Finally, under everyone's watchful eyes, he spoke with his head slightly tilted, between the freshly squeezed orange juice and the previously sold orange sparkling water. I think the chilled orange sparkling water is more refreshing to drink. The next morning. As for why Hestia woke up on the sofa, clinging to him like a sloth, Ron decided to attribute that situation to drunken antics. After all, she really had drunk a bit too much the night before. It was not that she had said anything particularly troubling. It was just that after carrying Hestia back, a certain degree of physical closeness had been unavoidable. After finally managing to free himself from the young goddess's embrace, Ron did a simple wash-up and made his preparations. As for today's exploration objective, it was very straightforward. While preventing the Soma Familiar from tracking him, he would focus on improving himself. After all, no matter how one put it, the Soma Familiar had 2 LV2 members. Even if, in terms of ability values, Zani's and the other adventurer were very likely borderline cases who had just barely advanced, he still had to show them sufficient respect. Being cautious was never wrong. Simple dungeon exploration could only allow Ron to master techniques for fighting monsters. But when it came to engaging in life-and-death combat against adventurers, he was a complete newcomer in that regard. Fortunately, the dungeon itself could help him resolve this issue. Mimic War Shadow? A special monster that possessed adventurer combat experience. And then, facing the rising sun, Ron set off toward Babel Tower. Today's exploration goal was very clear: head to the 6th floor area and undergo comprehensive training, so that he could better deal with the impending all-encompassing crisis. Since it's come to this, keep on accumulating. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 65, A Passing Airheaded Girl. 1,409 words. Early morning at the Central Plaza. Only a handful of adventurers had gathered here. Ron's purpose in rising early and returning late was precisely to use this opportunity to avoid the watchers arranged by the Soma Familiar. He did not believe that that group of fellows, obsessed with divine wine, could possess such self-control. After passing the identity verification conducted by the Ganesha Guard Corps, Ron swiftly arrived at the starting floor. The route leading to floor 6 was completely unobstructed. This aspect of the dungeon was somewhat similar to the extinction mechanism in Dark Souls 2. Very good. It saved time. As his stamina bar recovered, the Mimic War Shadow began to writhe incessantly as it emerged from the ground. In this life, I tread as if on thin ice. Can I really make it to the other shore? No one could give him an answer. The existence of the Soma Familiar not only brought a palpable sense of looming danger, but also added further motivation for self-improvement to his upcoming dungeon exploration. What Ron could do was this: abandon wheelchair tactics and face the monsters head-on. Therefore, on this dungeon expedition, he did not carry the extremely heavy brass great shield, nor did he equip more than simple braces and greaves as armor, in order to preserve his own mobility. Of course, the more important reason was the characteristic of the revival skill itself. Over-reliance on this skill would inevitably lead to recklessness in terms of combat style. When dealing with adventurers, this was something to be strictly avoided. If Ron did not resist his own abilities, it did not mean rejection. If death was unavoidable, then lessons had to be learned and transformed into his own experience. Very good. Next, I will complete today's exploration without dying even once. Casting aside all burdens. Ron felt his body become lighter than ever before. This was precisely one of the advantages of being an adventurer, possessing speed that ordinary humans could never attain. He held his weapons in a reverse grip in both hands, knees slightly bent. In an instant, the explosive force propelled his figure like a cannonball, launching from the spot straight toward the monster as he initiated the attack against the mimic war shadow. Meanwhile, the monster, possessing the combat experience of an adventurer, naturally raised its shield to defend. Bang! As they collided, metal rang out with a crisp, clear sound. Facing the wide horizontal sweep of the mimic war shadow's greatsword, Ron deftly twisted his body to evade the strike and at the same time used the monster's recovery lag to shoulder check it to the ground. The thrusting sword he held in a reverse grip pierced straight through the mimic war shadow's back without hesitation. Execution! This type of technique was particularly effective against humanoid monsters. Watching the corpse completely dissolve into black dust, Ron picked up the dark purple magic stone. Without lingering where he stood, he stepped forward toward the depths. Control. He firmly believed that as long as one was willing to put in the sweat of effort, limitless improvement was possible. Today's dungeon. I hope it won't be full of such fodder. Let me grind more monsters and hone my combat skills. As if it were the dungeon's stubborn reply. Ron raised his head and looked toward the mimic war shadow that had appeared in the distance ahead and was gradually taking shape. Its size was clearly larger than before. Most crucially, he also saw the familiar face of Bruno. The monster's face, which had originally shown no trace of expression, erupted with anger the instant it recognized him, an intensity even stronger than the dungeon's own hatred. According to DanMachi's explanation, not only humans, but even the dungeon's monsters have the concept of reincarnation, so could this thing be a second-run mimic war shadow? Such a conjecture arose in Ron's mind. But that did not mean he felt fear toward the monster before him. On the contrary, this powerful mimic war shadow was perfectly suited to testing exactly where his limits lay. However, in the instant of their brief exchange, the mimic war shadow's instinctive backward retreat exposed the lingering trauma left by repeated shield thrust tactics. This, in turn, gave Ron an opening, and he was the first to launch a rapid assault at the monster. While flashing aside to evade the monster's attack, he lowered his body, blood spreading across his palm and coating the dagger. Ash of War, Bloody Slash. An extremely wide-ranging bloody slash. It granted the dagger an attack reach far beyond what its length should allow, striking straight at the retreating mimic war shadow and completely tearing apart the armor on the monster's chest. By all logic, an attack of this magnitude should have been sufficient to kill the monster outright. Yet the fact that the mimic war shadow still stood before him, having merely staggered and suffered injuries, was already proof that Ron's inner conjecture was correct. Not knowing how to kill him outright, it started stacking stats on the monster instead? You've really outdone yourself, dungeon. Early morning. AAS Wallenstein headed to the dungeon alone, preparing to rendezvous with the expedition force stationed on floor 18. As for why they did not travel together, the reason was simple. The weapon she had commissioned Uncle Godnew to refurbish had finally been rushed to completion. This familiar expedition was crucial. To the extent that even a first-class spare sword could not suffice, the only viable objective was the dungeon's deeper regions. AIS did not pay much attention to these matters. The black flame of vengeance burning within her heart made her hate all monsters equally. Wherever she went, as long as she could kill monsters and continuously grow stronger, she had no objections. When she arrived in the floor 6 area and was just about to pass through quickly, the girl sensed the sounds of battle coming from not far ahead. She was not interested in the fights between other adventurers and monsters, and merely intended to pass by. However, what entered Ais's view were 2 adventurers with an enormous disparity in size. Judging solely from the combat situation, it was clearly the black-haired boy who held the advantage. Like an exceptionally seasoned adventurer, he was even able to temporarily suppress his opponent through technique. Was this a sparring match? But from the special aura leaking from the tall, burly adventurer, and from the shadowy body that was being maintained with some difficulty as Ron pressed his attacks, she found it familiar. It was connected to the strange god she had encountered in the dungeon when she was 8 years old. After refusing that god, she had been forced to fight a young dragon summoned by the deity. That's right, this was exactly the feeling. Because when a god entered the dungeon, it would provoke the dungeon's hatred, ultimately leading to the occurrence of an abnormal incident, giving rise to monsters never before seen. Inconceivable. AAS recalled the floor boss that had appeared in the floor 1 area a few days earlier. The incident had caused quite a stir in Aura Rio, but as for the final results of the investigation, to be honest, she did not particularly believe them. Yet now, upon clearly seeing this monster disguised as an adventurer on floor 6, could the answer be connected to this black-haired boy? As she was pondering this question, the battle in the distance ahead quietly came to an end. From the perspective of a LV.5 adventurer, Ron's movements in his fight with the special monster were very slow, so even while distracted, AIS still witnessed the entire process. So that was it, Ron's hand was not injured. Rather, it was a special combat method, coating the surface of the weapon with blood to produce crimson slashes. This was absolutely an unprecedented fighting technique. Should she ask him about it? She hesitated inwardly. To AIS, this sort of thing was genuinely interesting. And this was only a war shadow from the upper floors. If one were to go to the lower floors, or even the deep floors, what exactly would happen? Just as AIS made her decision, she realized that Ron was already nowhere to be seen in the distance ahead. The somewhat airheaded girl suddenly became aware of the seriousness of the situation. Oh no. It seems I forgot to ask him what his name was. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 66, The Predicament of Solo Dungeon Exploration. 1,379 words. Monsters in a second playthrough inherit the experience from before they were killed. They become wary of the same tactics, and their stats increase dramatically. It was indeed very troublesome. The good news. When Ron first faced the Mimic War Shadow, he adopted the most mechanically demanding shield poke style. This time, however, he chose a close-quarters brawling tactic. The monster simply could not defend against it. Holding an absolute advantage in speed and combining it with the burst effects produced by combat arts, even after the monster received further reinforcement, he could still win with ease. Moreover, the topical medicinal salve Ermid had given him earlier had excellent healing effects on the side effects of Ash of War, Bloody Slash. A very good monster. It keeps increasing my real combat experience. The facts prove that the sinister, underhanded mechanics of Souls-like monsters, when paired with a Mimic War Shadow that possessed an adventurer's mindset, produced a stacked effect that forged true PvP combat experts. This immersive feeling of being absorbed in battle was something Ron greatly enjoyed. If he were facing the adventurers he had encountered that day, the Soma Familiar and the like, even without relying on monsters, he was confident he could defeat them with ease. However, with the appearance of the Mimic War Shadow, to some extent, it gave him a bit of PTSD toward adventurers he might encounter in the dungeon, constantly guarding against monsters disguising themselves as passers-by and then stabbing him in the back. After triggering the dungeon's extermination mechanism, the problem placed before Ron became extremely severe. Once he proceeded to the Floor 7 area, according to the monster distribution intelligence provided by the guild, a brand new monster, also a newbie killer, would appear here. Killer Ant. Its body size was somewhat larger than that of an ordinary goblin. An insect-type monster, it possessed an extremely tough armored exoskeleton, and when encountering danger, it could even summon its companions through special means. It was extremely unfriendly to rookie adventurers. The main reason Ron did not explore rashly was that he recalled that the giant ants from Souls-like games, creatures whose size could even rival that of an average adult human. Just how high was the difficulty? Ron truly found it hard to imagine. The key issue was that encountering a brand new monster while simultaneously being besieged by a Mimic War Shadow would, with even the slightest mistake, absolutely carry lethal risk. Since things have come to this, I'll first go to Floor 7 and take a look at the situation. If it's very troublesome, I'll just treat it as a surprise left for the Soma Familiar. Paired with the Mimic War Shadow, the effect seems not bad. Only, when he smoothly arrived at the Floor 7 area and looked at the monster surging out from within the wall, it was precisely this giant ant with a bison-like, robust build. Ron could not muster any desire to fight at all. The body size was simply far too enormous. When facing this special monster, a strong sense of déjà vu akin to Alice in Wonderland even arose in his mind. An ant magnified countless times. The monster's surface was covered with thick, hardened armor, and the fine hairs at the tail of the ant-type creature, after undergoing extreme gigantification, had become like steel needles, emitting a cold, chilling gleam. The ant's ferocious mandibles continuously exuded a sour, corrosive stench. Can this thing really be breached by my dagger? He had no heavy weapon. Even though the dagger in his hand was sharp enough, Ron still harbored doubts about whether it could pierce the thick armored defense of the monster before him. Just as he hesitated, after locking onto an adventurer as its target, the giant killer ant scuttled forward rapidly. Its body crouched low, the tail drawing inward, and the crimson spike at its tip stood out with particular prominence. Whoosh! Under compression, deep yellow and acid was instantly sprayed out, surging forward like a column of liquid, carrying a corrosive stench as it swept toward Ron's position. Without heavy protective gear, Ron knew clearly that he absolutely could not take it head-on. As he sidestepped and rolled away with ease, he glanced back, only to see the wall splashed with antacid being continuously melted away. Damn it! Why does this feel like it's on a completely different difficulty level from the Mimic War Shadow? Alarm bells rang in his mind instantly. At the very least, before his greatsword customization was finished, the giant killer ant in front of him was absolutely not something he could contend with at his current stage, especially if it meant wasting revival charges for nothing. Ron found it hard to imagine what kind of sensory torment he would suffer if his body were splashed with such highly corrosive antacid, something capable of melting even stone walls. Then I'll bail. This was not cowardice. Rather, it meant that at his current stage, Ron still needed time to settle and consolidate, choosing a tactical withdrawal. With the special monsters of the first 6 floors having completely disappeared due to the dungeon's extermination mechanism, the only option left to him now was to retrace his steps and return to Orario. In the eyes of ordinary adventurers, solo exploration in the dungeon was already extremely difficult. Let alone a Souls-like dungeon filled with outright malice. Ron even felt a bit nostalgic for the time 2 days ago when he had teamed up with Chigusa and Mikoto. Otherwise, when he encountered the killer ant today, he would definitely have tried to test the monster's strength. That settles it. After the matter with the Soma Familiar is over, I'll have to seriously consider the issue of familiar development. Central Plaza. Wald, who had been assigned a tracking mission by Zanis, was naturally not foolish enough to rush into the dungeon. After all, even Captain Bruno had died at Ron's hands. If his whereabouts were discovered, he could easily imagine the outcome with his eyes closed. It wasn't that Wald was afraid of death, rather, he was worried that if he died, there would be no one left who could remember what Ron looked like. So he absolutely could not die. Senior adventurers, this really isn't me being afraid of death. To be able to kill Senior Bruno and the others in such a short time, his strength must already be very close to LV.2. If we pursue rashly and our trail is exposed. Wald explained to the senior adventurers who were assisting him. When he saw the impatience in their eyes gradually ease, he looked up at the blazing sun overhead. With a fawning smile, he added, "That guy's appearance, I'd recognize it even if he were reduced to ashes. The weather is very hot right now. Leave a surveillance task to me. As long as there's any information at all, I'll definitely notify you immediately. Looks like you know what's good for you." The Beastman adventurer at the front nodded in satisfaction and suggested to his companions behind him, "Then let's go." "Go where?" "Where else?" "The casino. Last night I finally caught that brat Lily and took 100,000 Valis off her. Today I'm definitely winning it back. Why does something like that never happen to me?" Wald watched the other familiar members leave, then once again shifted his gaze toward the direction of Babel Tower. The first time he had seen Ron had been around midday. As for why Ron, whose strength clearly surpassed that of most adventurers, could make such a quick round trip back to Orario. He did not think too deeply about it. As long as he did his best to complete the mission assigned by Captain Zanis and improve the familiar's bleak situation going forward, that was enough. Then, Wald caught sight of an extremely familiar figure. Even without carrying a brass-heavy shield or wearing overly exaggerated equipment, he still recognized Ron from a distance. Immediately after, the figure of the young adventurer followed a small supporter of the Pallum race wearing a grayish-brown cloak and left Central Plaza via another street. Damn! That should be him, right? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 67, Loyalty, Debt, and Steel. 1,292 words. Yesterday, I made it very clear to you. That is, I have no interest whatsoever in your so-called Soma information. More precisely, I don't even want to have much contact with you at all. Meeting Lily again left Ron in a mood that was hard to describe. However, the little Pallum girl before him had already shed the disguise of Cinderella and returned to her original appearance. Looking closely, he could even see bruising near her eye sockets. There was no need to guess the reason. It was absolutely the filthy and chaotic environment of the Soma Familiar, where the oppression of supporters by familiar members was allowed to run rampant. Even so, his gaze remained calm. There are members of the Soma Familiar monitoring you at the Central Plaza. And also, the adventurers that Captain Zani sent into the dungeon to search for the truth didn't bring back any information about the abnormal situation. More precisely, they've already begun to suspect you as the target. The feeling of having every secret laid bare was indeed tormenting. Lily's slightly childish face showed no emotional fluctuation at all, she merely unilaterally conveyed the intelligence she had obtained, free of charge, to the boy before her. As for Ron's wariness, She felt it was entirely reasonable. There was no reason that someone who had done so many sordid things should then demand to appear in others' eyes as though they were a pure, spotless white lotus. Last night, her valise had been snatched away by members of her own familiar. And as for the oppression she had suffered over the years, and matters such as damage to the familiar's interests, Lily no longer cared about any of it, as long as it was something Xanis despised. Then it was right. The girl even hoped that this dispute would grow as large as possible. Ideally, Ron would deal with all the adventurers tracking him. As for overthrowing the Soma familiar, she harbored no such unrealistic expectations. Overall speaking, once they've figured out your movements, they will definitely take action. After leading Ron away from the central plaza via another adventurous street, Lily pulled on the cord to tighten her hood, her figure gradually disappearing into the alley, leaving only him standing there. Free information was not something to refuse. Ron did not think Lily had suddenly seen the light, but he was certain that her stance would absolutely not be on the side of the Soma familiar. Once they figured out his movements, would those filthy vermin take action in the dungeon? So, if I really run into LV.2 adventurers from the Soma familiar, I can only lure them toward the area of the 7th floor. Thinking of the strength possessed by the killer ants, dealing with adventurers who had no Souls-like experience at all should not be a problem. The key point was that during the battle, he had to completely eradicate them, leaving no loose ends. After synthesizing and analyzing the information at hand, Ron quickly arrived at a simple conclusion. It could only be said that the dungeon's so-called extinction mechanism had utterly shattered his dream of becoming an invincible grindlord. What should he do next to improve himself? After racking his brain, the only things he could think of were seeking guidance from the war god Takemikazuchi, or from powerful adventurers, in order to further refine his practical combat skills. Powerful adventurers. He had only arrived in Orario not long ago, surely he couldn't go looking for Lefia, right? Recalling the elf girl he had first encountered in the dungeon, the one who talked far too much, Ron decisively dismissed the thought. Their familiar affiliations were different. More importantly, he had no idea whether she would even have the time. Old man Takemikazuchi. In the end, it really feels like you're still the most reliable one. Having made up his mind, he headed toward West Main Street. Before any technical training, the first priority was still to fill his stomach. The destination was the hostess of fertility restaurant, Hephaestus Weapon Shop. Inside the office, looking at her close friend kneeling before her in an impeccably proper posture, even before any request was made, Hephaestus already felt a headache coming on. This was definitely not going to be simple. After all, when Hestia had first helped Ron scrape together a 4th-tier armament, she hadn't gone this far. That alone showed just how troublesome this matter was going to be. Hephaestus helplessly pressed her fingers to her forehead. Could you stand up and talk? No. Mainly because my carpet is quite expensive. I'm afraid you'll damage it, then I'd have to deduct it from your wages. Would your rent still be manageable after that? Hephaestus. Even with the conversation having reached this point, Hestia still didn't stand up, instead starting to play the emotional card from their days in the heavens. We've known each other for a long time, haven't we? That's right. If she had known it would come to this, she would have regretted ever meeting this troublemaker. Hephaestus nodded. Truly unwilling to waste time on a situation like this, she asked, just say it. What do you want to do this time? Weapons. Your Ron has already spent money to commission a weapon. But I want to do something for him. Of course Hestia understood, even yesterday, when Ron paid that exorbitant weapon customization fee, she herself had felt a pang of pain. Even if she wasn't entirely sure. What kind of predicament was he in now, to leave him in such an unprecedentedly grave state? But as a high god, how could she possibly stand by and watch a child of her familiar bear such pressure alone? As for discarding one's dignity, the key point was, to be honest, Hestia truly did not feel that doing a Dejeza carried any psychological burden at all. After a brief moment of thought, she added, I don't understand what weapons adventurers need for dungeon exploration. Right now, Ron wants to commission a greatsword. Which means this weapon will be extremely important for his upcoming explorations. If possible, could its armament grade be forged to a higher tier? As for the additional cost, you can deduct it from my future wages. You two really are a pair of ill-fated lovers. As expected, it all still came back to weapon forging. Hephaestus did not continue to hide anything. The weapon Ron commissioned, I charge strictly according to the materials. The final product will most likely be a 3rd-tier armament. Can it be raised further? You also work in the shop. You know the price of second-tier armaments, it generally won't be less than 10 million valis. I don't think your wages can bear that. The girl said nothing, remaining in a degeezer. In the end, unable to endure this bizarre atmosphere any longer, Hephaestus took a greyish-brown parchment from a drawer in her desk. Knowing this person really is bad luck. Even so, she still gave an answer. Ron's greatsword, I'll have Tsubaki forge it, and I guarantee the armament grade will definitely exceed second tier. As for the additional cost. After carefully calculating, Hephaestus still couldn't bring herself to let her close friend shoulder that much debt. She decided to symbolically charge only the material cost. She slowly stood up, her fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. I estimate it at about 5 million valis. This is an IOU, 100,000 valis will be deducted from your wages each month, over the next 4+ years. You'll be working here the entire time. Hestia, if you have no objections, then sign it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Ryu Special Training Permit. 1,399 words. The hostess of fertility. Mia still had a deep impression of Ron. The main reason was that he had come to the shop to spend money for several days in a row, and also because he had some connection with that girl, Ryu. No one could refuse a polite young man. What was more, from another perspective, Ron, who had only recently joined the Hestia Familia, could, to some extent, be considered a junior adventurer. Mia looked at the boy who had just finished a dungeon expedition and had not even had time to take off the equipment on his body. She casually asked, Ron, you finished your dungeon exploration so early today? Yes. Recalling the course of today's exploration, Ron summarized it simply, we ran into difficulties during the dungeon exploration, so I'm planning to make some adjustments to avoid encountering life-threatening danger in the upcoming dungeon runs. A steady newcomer like you is really quite rare in Aurario. After getting his answer, Mia's eyes were filled with surprise. She placed in front of him the chilled orange soda water she had improved after listening to Ron's suggestions last night. After closing last night, she had tried the taste herself. Sure enough, after being chilled, it tasted far more refreshing. In contrast, freshly squeezed orange juice had a kind of sour, astringent taste when drunk. Give it a try. She spoke in a bright, hearty tone, this is the chilled soda water improved according to your advice. No charge, this one's on the house. And also, what would you like to eat for lunch? Today I recommend the charcoal grilled pork cutlet set meal. As an adventurer, your appetite definitely has to be big, how about adding a serving of braised noodles as well? I'll go with Aunt Mia's recommendation. If it had been back when he had just become an adventurer, Ron would have found the cost somewhat hard to bear. But now that his financial situation had improved, trying to eat a bit better also made dungeon exploration feel more worthwhile. After he paid the meal in advance. While waiting for the back kitchen to finish cooking, Mia seemed to recall something and suddenly suggested, if you feel like you've hit a bottleneck in dungeon exploration, you could try asking Ryu. When it came to other adventurer customers. In Mia's impression, Ryu always maintained a state of keep strangers at a distance. Only when facing Ron did she show even a slight emotional fluctuation. That was a good thing. But when Mia recalled the conversation these two had during their first meeting, she could only say that young people really knew how to play. There's nothing like being that reckless, just meeting for the first time and already taking the initiative to ask for a date. If it were someone with a more fiery temper? TSK, TSK, TSK. It felt like being tied to a pillar of shame and tortured. Yet when he thought back to himself in his previous life, liking pretty girls due to surging hormones when he was young, but never mustering the courage to confess until graduation. Then this kind of approach, Ron felt, was it not also a way of making up for the regrets of youth? That was how it was when you had a thick skin. In any case, he did not feel that Mia's suggestion was inappropriate. On the contrary, he began to consider the feasibility of the idea. War God Takemikazuchi is very reliable. But he needed to work part-time at the Jagamarukan store, so he might not necessarily have the time to help with Ron's own matters. On the other hand, Ryu, as a LV point for adventurer, would definitely have free time after the restaurant's busy period ended, and the key point was that the shop owner, Mia, tacitly allowed this kind of behavior. Thinking of this, Ron nodded heavily and said seriously, I'll ask Miss Ryu. Make sure you seize the opportunity. After hearing Mia's reminder that seemed somewhat unfocused, he looked toward a spot not far behind him. What came into view was the tall figure of the useless elf. At the instant their gazes briefly met, Ron could even see it, on Ryu's cool, clear face, her expression froze for a fleeting moment. "Miss Ryu." The girl gave a light nod as a response. Yet the vigilance contained in Ryu's eyes did not fade. She truly did not know whether this guy would, in the next moment, say something embarrassing. "I'm sorry. That incident the other day caused you trouble." Starting with an apology, everything was in order. Ron tried his best to make his smile appear gentle as he once again proposed, "Miss Ryu, there's something presumptuous I'd like to ask, could you help me?" "Not a date." Ryu refused decisively. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. However, when she heard what Ron said next, the girl only felt a constant wave of heat rising to her cheeks. "Were you an adventurer before, Miss Ryu?" Ron made a tentative request. "My recent dungeon exploration seemed to have hit a bottleneck. I was wondering whether you might have time to help train me, senior." "So it was just training?" Ryu finally let out a complete sigh of relief. Facing Ron's sincere gaze, she ultimately could not bring herself to refuse again. Moreover, she herself trained in private as well. Helping him train was also a matter of convenience. The girl nodded lightly, her tone still cool and detached. "Tomorrow morning, come find me in the restaurant's back courtyard. But please be prepared to get injured." "Thank you, Senior Ryu." This guy was really skilled at getting familiar. If it were another adventurer, Ryu felt she would definitely find it annoying. But when facing Ron, she could not understand why she felt no sense of resistance. Perhaps, at his core, Ron was also an excellent junior. After settling the matter of lunch, due to the extermination mechanism, dungeon exploration came to a temporary halt. Ron did not stay idle either. He took all the gains from his solo dungeon explorations over the past 2 days to the Adventurers Guild and exchanged them at the counter for Valis. The total income came to a little over 70,000. During that time, he briefly chatted with Aina, consulting information on monster distributions in deeper floors, and sharing some light-hearted, everyday dungeon exploration experiences. As for the time spent waiting for Hestia to get off work, he became rarely free. Purely basic training no longer had any room for improvement, so Ron simply chose to relax his mind appropriately. It was extremely calm. Ron was well aware that all of this was merely a surface illusion. What was missing now was a stone, one that would completely shatter the seemingly calm lake before his eyes. That stone was the Soma Familiar. Once this ability value update is finished, starting tomorrow, I can go look for Ryu for special training. There's no reason that after being beaten up by a LV point for Adventurer, I'd still trip over some measly LV.2s, right? By the time evening arrived, at the entrance of the communal dormitory, watching Hestia return home with a heart full of excitement, Ron did not continue sitting there to wait. He proactively stood up to greet her. The bright smile flowing across the girl's face even carried a hint of pride. He really could not guess the exact reason. When Hestia came home, the ability values that had not been updated for 2 days could finally be released. Ron was very much looking forward to the changes in the numbers. "Lady Hestia." "Ron, were you waiting for me here?" Seeing the young man's figure in front of the communal dormitory building made Hestia feel that all her efforts had been worthwhile. She familiarly hooked her arm through Ron's. Although in her heart she was already impatient, wanting to tell Ron this good news right away, her intuition still told her to wait until the weapon customization was finished. And then tell him this surprise. "Yes." Ron replied frankly, then made a request to the girl before him. "Lady Hestia, could I trouble you to update my ability values tonight?" "Don't say things like, tonight, okay? Right now. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 69, The Future Must Be Forged with Sword and Fist. 1,430 words. Ron. Level, LV1. Strength, D553C680. Endurance, D580B701. Dexterity, D529C639. Agility, D536C624. Magic, H101H130. The speed at which her familiar member's strength was increasing had already reached a level this young goddess could not possibly comprehend. All Hestia felt was a dizzying blur of numbers. And then, Ron's individual ability values had already reached heights that the vast majority of Orario simply could not hope to attain. Other than amazing, I really can't think of any other way to describe it. Most crucially, it hadn't been very long at all since Ron's days as a rookie adventurer. Not to mention Orario, looking across the entire world. This was something utterly unreasonable, wasn't it? Could it be that? The very first familiar member she had happened to pick up from an alleyway was the equivalent of drawing a UR in a gacha? A seed with the greatest potential for becoming a hero in all of Rio? At that thought, Hestia froze for a moment. While she felt delighted, worry inevitably surfaced in her heart. Ron was truly outstanding, and this talent of his would sooner or later be noticed by other gods. What would she do when that time came? Ron, perhaps you really do possess the potential to become a hero. After sighing softly, Hestia took the parchment and carefully transcribed his ability values. To be safe, she also sealed Ron's status. Only a god could forcibly break it. Ordinary adventurers, however, would be completely unable to fully decipher Ron's ability values or skills through the divine script engraved on his back. This was one of the few methods of concealment she could think of. Becoming a hero. I've never really thought about that. It feels far less important than improving my strength. The magnitude of the increase in his ability values was largely within Ron's expectations. After all, the strength of Souls-like special monsters was right there. Being able to handle battles approaching the surface-level strength of LV2 was, at most, a return earned through effort and sweat. If not for the existence of the killer ant. By proceeding step by step through normal exploration, he was confident that within at most half a month, he could raise all of his ability values to their theoretical limits. That's exactly the right way to think. Hestia had been worried that such rapid growth in strength over a short period might cause Ron to lose his focus, but now it seemed her concern was completely unnecessary. A familiar member with a mature and steady personality really was the best. She sat on the edge of the bed, lightly swinging her fair, slightly plump yet not at all bulky legs, when she noticed Ron's gaze resting on her face. The young goddess recalled the moment of their first meeting. Just after arriving in Rio, the dream Ron carried in his heart, Hestia, softening her tone, did not ask about what was troubling him at the moment. She spoke quietly, "What do you think our future will be like?" "I haven't thought about it." Ron could, of course, read the meaning hidden within those words. More precisely, compared to the turmoil that the future might truly bring, the Soma Familiar was hardly dangerous at all. As for how to respond to Hestia, after thinking for a moment, he answered with firm conviction. "But I know this, the future has to be forged with sword and fist. Simple and clear." Even though she had already given up her identity as an adventurer and was living a relatively peaceful working routine in a restaurant under the name Ryu Astria, that did not mean Ryu had neglected her own training. Early in the morning. Just as usual, she woke up early and first made her room spotless, arranging every item neatly. Only then did she prepare to begin today's warm-up training. Recalling yesterday's agreement, she specifically found 2 wooden training swords, one of which she even wrapped in cotton cloth, precisely to prevent accidentally injuring Ron. Standing in the tavern's backyard, the young woman looked toward the alley not far away and frowned slightly. Will he really come? When facing Ron, Ryu had a feeling she could not quite put into words. Because of her elven lineage, she could only allow physical contact with those she acknowledged. He really was very special. As for the exact reason, the girl herself could not figure it out. And just as Ryu was beginning to think that the so-called seeking guidance had merely been an offhand pretext, the figure appearing at the other end of the alley caught her attention. Ron was really easy to recognize. Short black hair, paired with an attractive face marked by well-defined features, and most importantly, the temperament that emanated from him. There was a kind of steadiness, different from youthful high spirits. Yet at times, his behavior could be extremely reckless. It could not really be called troublesome, only that when Ryu recalled the scene of starting a date the moment they met, her mood became a little hard to hold together. "Good morning, Senior Ryu." The elven girl nodded without changing her expression. After the destruction of Astria Familia, it had been a long time since Ryu had so formally guided a newcomer like this. She tilted her head slightly and asked calmly, "Regarding the special training you mentioned, I'd like to know your basic situation." "I haven't been an adventurer for very long. I'm currently stuck on floor 7, but what I mainly want is to grasp techniques related to actual combat with other adventurers." Ron answered without hesitation. At present, the killer ant that was causing his progression to stall should be something he could contend with once his customized equipment was finished and he was fully armed. Since it was rare to receive guidance from Ryu, who was at LV4, of course he wanted to learn her practical combat experience against other adventurers. And upon hearing the true training request, Ryu's brows knitted slightly. Having become an adventurer not long ago yet already reaching the area of the 7th floor, viewed from a newcomer's perspective, that was indeed a passing level. What made her curious, however, was why a rookie would need to master techniques for fighting other adventurers. Her keen intuition told Ryu that perhaps the difficulties Ron mentioned were not due to monsters being hard to deal with, but rather stemmed from other adventurers. Since she had agreed to his training request, she had to take it seriously. She thought through the specifics, then finally said in a low voice, "Then next, what you need to do is use any means necessary to touch me with the wooden sword. Even if you win, combat between adventurers is impossible to hold back. You need to be prepared to get injured." "No problem." This was practically exactly what he had been hoping for. Ron nodded decisively, reaching out to firmly catch the wooden sword Ryu tossed to him. After pulling back slightly to create some distance, he adjusted his breathing, his eyes filled with focus. A fight in the truest sense of the word. And against Ryu, who bore the title Gale. He could already feel the surge of adrenaline. The intense fighting spirit caused his body to tremble slightly. This was not fear brought about by a gap in strength. It was his body craving battle. Ron bent forward slightly, skillfully gathering strength in his legs. As he released it, gripping the wooden sword with both hands, he launched himself forward toward Ryu. With LV1 strength, he did not believe that attacking with full force would be enough to injure her. Although a wooden sword could not store momentum to unleash the effect of bloody slash, this kind of wide-range draw slash was perfect for an initial probe. "Then, please guide me, Senior Ryu." The girl said nothing. She simply watched Ron rapidly sprint toward her, lowering his posture to charge a draw slash. By instinct honed through a long adventuring career, she casually raised her training sword and completed the block. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the training swords collided. Just as Ryu was about to counterattack, she discovered that Ron had already rolled away to rapidly widen the distance, so what exactly was this bizarre fighting style? However, what truly surprised her was the thrusting speed this guy had just burst out with. Interesting. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 70, This Sword is Heaven. 1,374 words. Ron's combat style was unique. At the very least, in all the years Ryu had been an adventurer, she had never encountered such a fighting style. If she had to describe it, it would be a lack of sharpness. Steady? An extremely formulaic approach, probing attacks, and if they proved ineffective, a rapid retreat to open distance. Trying, during maneuvering and confrontation, to find an opening in the opponent before delivering a decisive blow. Ryu could not say that this method was bad. On the contrary, in one-on-one combat, mastering such details was indeed key to victory. Doesn't seem like a newbie adventurer. Ryu quickly formed a simple evaluation in her mind. Whether in speed or striking power, this was absolutely not something a novice adventurer could possess. As for that steady fighting style, it was as if he had once lost something. She had no intention of holding back. The sheer stat suppression of a high-level adventurer manifested itself in full in an instant. With a light tap of her toe, the girl's agile figure appeared before Ron. Even if it was only a simple slash, under the support of her formidable strength, it still carried the sound of air being torn apart. First of all, when facing a high-level adventurer, these meaningless rolls will instead give your opponent opportunities to attack you, Ryu stated calmly. Yet the training wooden sword held in her right hand did not slow in the slightest. Although Ron reacted in time and raised his wooden sword to block, the tremendous force produced at the moment of impact still made the web of his hand feel as though it were being torn apart. Before he could make his next response, the elf lifted her leg, the brown stockings perfectly outlining the curve of her limb. Under other circumstances, Ron would certainly have taken the time to admire it carefully. But now was obviously not the moment. Feeling the tremendous force transmitted to his abdomen, his body flew straight back into the haystack behind him. The pain was even comparable to injuries suffered in the dungeon. Suppressing the churning in his stomach, just as he was about to pick up the training wooden sword that had fallen beside him, a shadow entered his field of vision, blocking the morning sun. The elf girl's face was exceptionally cold. The training wooden sword in Ryu's hand hovered before Ron's eyes as she spoke without the slightest emotional fluctuation. When facing an adventurer stronger than you, the best course is to give them the most profound lesson when they underestimate you. Do you want to continue? Of course. Ron took a sharp breath of cold air, yet his smile was unusually bright. Compared to lessons paid for with one's life, this kind of training was clearly the most cost-effective choice. Facing the hand Ryu extended toward him, he did not hesitate, decisively taking it and standing up, fully aware that when someone offered help without asking for anything in return, providing emotional feedback would yield twice the result with half the effort. Senior Ryu is really cool. What kind of gibberish are you muttering? Ryu frowned slightly. Yet the warmth that kept rising at the tips of her ears caused a rare hint of fluster to disturb the girl's usually calm mind. As a result, she decided to give Ron even harsher special training. Why did you have to go and say something like that? Although the training wooden sword had been wrapped in cotton cloth, greatly reducing the pain caused by being struck, after the training ended Ron was still sore all over. Even so, he relished it. Only this kind of thoroughly exhilarating combat could bring about a qualitative transformation in technique. Exhilarating. After finishing lunch at the Hostess of Fertility, Ron thanked Ryu and then set off toward Hephaestus's weapon shop. Last night, Hestia had said that the greatsword weapon would be finished forging around noon. And once he obtained this weapon, the dungeon exploration that had been temporarily halted would be able to resume as normal, allowing him to face a new challenge, the dungeon's killer ants. After arriving at the weapon shop, Ron swept his gaze around, but he only saw Hestia's figure, along with that gigantic weapon planted in its scabbard, impossible to ignore. It had been fully customized according to his requirements. Including the hilt, its length was close to 2 meters. Before Ron's body had fully grown, this greatsword was even half a head taller than he was. He looked toward the girl with smooth black hair tied into twin tails and greeted her, "Lady Hestia, good afternoon. This greatsword, is this the weapon I commissioned?" "That's right." Standing in front of the greatsword, Hestia's short stature made her appear even smaller by comparison. Although Ron was looking at her, the focus of his gaze clearly was not on her. This wouldn't do. In a follower's eyes, there should only be their superior god. She raised a hand and waved it in front of Ron until she saw the boy's slightly apologetic look. Only then did Hestia, satisfied, fold her arms across her chest. "Take a look first." "Okay. Do you also wish to dance?" The greatsword's weight felt extremely solid, but it posed no real burden for Ron. Gripping the hilt with one hand, he drew the greatsword from its scabbard. The entire blade was dark black, flowing with a sheen unique to metal. The attached patterns were extremely regular, very similar to the Damascus forging technique from his previous life. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, it even shimmered with a mithril-like radiance. Although its width was not exaggerated to the level of a door panel, purely in terms of visual impact, it was in no way inferior to the oversized sword seen in Souls-like games. The blade of this greatsword was extremely sharp, and with such thick, solid materials, even using it to cut stone would probably not cause any damage to the weapon's blade. This greatsword is truly well suited for dungeon exploration, Ron evaluated sincerely. Especially when facing high-defense monsters, existences like the killer ants, if he were to encounter them again, it was hard to say who would end up fleeing. That's only natural. Being able to satisfy Ron with the weapon already made Hestia very happy. She let out a light hum, pride impossible to hide in her tone. "This weapon is a genuine second-tier armament. It's absolutely enough for you to use for a very long time, Ron." Second-tier armament. Ron was well aware of equipment prices in the world of DanMachi. After running to weapon shops every day, how could he not be? Even fourth-tier armaments easily cost several million valis. Having Hephaestus help with the forging, ending up with a final quality at the level of third tier would already count as angel investment from Arario's richest woman. He looked toward Hestia, disbelief filling his eyes. But upon seeing the pride the girl made no effort to conceal, he seemed to gradually understand the answer. "Lady Hestia, how much does this weapon actually cost?" "As for the money, you don't need to worry about that, Ron. Ever since you joined my familiar, to be honest, I really haven't given you a gift in the true sense of the word. A mere 4-year labor contract." Hestia felt it was hardly worth mentioning at all. As long as she could help Ron, at the very least it would prove that she was not a completely useless goddess, one who could provide assistance to her familiar. So, use this weapon to be unstoppable in the dungeon, cleaving through obstacles and advancing forward. Seeing Ron's astonished expression, a sense of accomplishment filled the girl's heart. She changed the subject, "And also, what name do you plan to give this weapon? You're the one using it, so you decide." Giving a weapon a name? Ron really was terrible at naming things. But just as Hestia said, advancing through the dungeon, cutting through thorns and brambles, was that not itself a form of sheer stat suppression? Without hesitation, he answered, "Great fortune. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 71, Only Battle Can Ease the Mind. 1,355 words. What kind of bizarre name was this? Great Fortune. Hestia didn't quite get why he had chosen that name, but judging by how confident Ron sounded, it was clearly one he liked. That was reason enough for her. She let the matter go and asked instead, "So, what's next?" "Of course, continuing to temper myself in the dungeon," Ron answered without hesitation. Being able to obtain this second-tier armament, the greatsword, Great Fortune, was entirely within his expectations. One could only say that Hestia's greatness needed no further words. As for the exact price paid, he would set it aside for now. When his financial situation gradually improved, he would then consider helping her repay her debts. It was just that, given the current difficulty of this Souls-like dungeon, it was hard for him not to suspect just how many billions of Valis his future equipment-related debt would pile up to. Right now. After hearing his answer, surprise flickered in Hestia's eyes. Thinking of how Ron was always this diligent and focused, she suddenly found it reasonable again. In the end, she nodded seriously and reminded him patiently, "Be careful." "I will, for sure. However, before setting off, I still need to return to the familiar residence and bring the rest of my weapons and equipment. Only then can proper safety be ensured." Of course, that did not include the set of heavy armor. If the weight of this greatsword were added in as well, Ron did not even dare imagine just how slow the exploration progress would become. He returned Great Fortune to its scabbard. As for how to carry it, Ron chose to sling it diagonally across his back, which would prevent the blade tip from dragging along the floor. Even so, the visual effect was still bulky. But as long as it was useful, everything was worth it. After a brief farewell to Hestia, Ron first returned to the communal dormitory. The equipment he carried consisted only of a dagger and a rapier suitable for close-quarters combat. He abandoned defense, pursuing greater mobility while fighting monsters in the dungeon. The results were, of course, excellent. When facing special monsters like the Mimic War Shadow, high mobility allowed him to seize the initiative in combat. The real hidden danger was actually the mutated killer ants in the Floor 7 area. If he could not kill them quickly, getting injured would draw in their other companions. Just imagining such a scene made Ron's scalp go numb. Did something go wrong for there to be an Elden Ring ant nest in the dungeon? Hopefully that won't happen. Once again standing before Babel Tower. Under the scorching midday sun, the heat poured down warmly over his body. Relying on this set of equipment, Ron had undoubtedly become the most eye-catching figure among the crowd of adventurers. The greatsword on his back was truly impossible to ignore. However, for Ron, a Souls-like veteran, this was something he had long since grown accustomed to. After sweeping his gaze across the central plaza and confirming that there were no adventurers from the Soma familiar present, Ron frowned. This thunderbolt had to be detonated inside the dungeon. That way, it could barely be considered a form of home field advantage. Even if the Soma familiar dispatched LV2 adventurers, he still had the revival method as a final margin for error. Or maybe I should find Lily and have her send a message to the Soma familiar. Such a thought suddenly sprouted in Ron's mind. After all, before heading into the dungeon every single day, he had to consider whether there might be adventurers tailing him from behind, discovering that the dungeon's abnormal situation was caused by him. What he wanted even more was the pure thrill of battle. To be more direct, to resolve this groundless dispute using the Soma familiar's usual methods. And the recent abnormal situation had already put the Adventurers Guild on alert. If Orario were used as the battlefield, then even if the earlier Thunderbolt did not explode, he would absolutely end up being completely blacklisted for slaughtering adventurers on a large scale. I'm already fed up with all these empty formalities. The key point is that I just want to quietly grind in the dungeon every day. Is that really so difficult? No one could respond to Ron. After passing through layer upon layer of identity verification by the Ganesha guard, his footsteps did not pause in the slightest as he decisively headed toward today's target exploration floor. As for why it had to be this way? The reason was simple. At his current stage, his strength was still insufficient to stand upon the stage of Orario. But if he could break records and become the fastest adventurer to reach LV2, then by standing directly before Zani's, all problems would naturally be resolved. Looking at it now, after briefly sorting through the situation, Ron became exceptionally clear about his current objective. His gaze hardened as he said, "It feels like the real issue is still that my stats aren't high enough to completely crush everything." The Soma familiar. When the truth behind the deaths of Bruno and the others completely surfaced, the choice placed before Zani's next had already become very simple. An eye for an eye. Even though Ron's identity information had not yet been fully investigated, judging from the fact that he explored the dungeon alone and bore no familiar insignia on his body, it could be concluded that he was absolutely an adventurer from some small familiar. He had some strength, but not much. Using this guy to establish authority and consolidate the familiar's rule was perfectly appropriate. And after truly becoming the one in actual control of the Soma familiar, Xarnes had rarely ventured into the dungeon himself. This kind of dirty work, cornering adventurers, naturally had to be handed off to others. Garnu. His gaze shifted toward the beastman adventurer sprawled across the sofa, dead drunk. After frowning slightly, he gave the order, "Leave this matter to you." Me. Due to the innate traits of his werewolf race, Garnu possessed a sturdier build than ordinary humans. Even lying down, he made the sofa look cramped. His burning gaze fixed on the wine bottle. He gave no verbal reply, but his intent was already clear. Once it's done, your reward won't be lacking. Xarnes hid his contempt well. After all, Garnu was the only LV2 adventurer in the familiar besides himself. And the outcome was exactly as he had expected. As long as they were given divine wine, these wastes of space would act like starving dogs, tearing apart every obstacle in his path with their teeth. He controlled the distribution of divine wine. Xarnes never touched that stuff himself and could not understand the thinking of these vermin, but the results were what he wanted, and that was more than enough. Fine. If Captain Xarnes has gone this far, how could I possibly refuse to show some respect? After draining the remaining divine wine from the bottle, Garnu stood up again. His eyes were unfocused at first, but moments later, nothing remained but naked desire. As for Wald, who stood trembling in the distance, Garnu had no such courtesy. His cold tone dripped with disdain. Trash. Where is that guy right now? Lord Garnu, I don't know that yet. However, that guy goes into the dungeon every day. Are we going to act in Aura Rio, or? Not even worthy of being called by name. Even so, Wald showed no anger. Instead, he asked obsequiously, or should we go directly into the dungeon to find him? Stupid question. Do you really think we'd have a chance to make a move in Aura Rio? Garnu stretched casually, his joints cracking loudly. Even if he couldn't understand it, why a mere ordinary adventurer without even titles was worth his personal involvement, as long as the result satisfied him, that was all that mattered. Let's go. It's time to look for my prey. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, keep the music playing, keep the dancing going. 1,366 words. Wald, are you sure this guy goes exploring the dungeon every day? That's right. I've noticed that his explorations actually follow a pattern. In most cases, he returns around noon, and only on very rare occasions does he come back in the evening. When speaking of Ron's whereabouts, Wald's tone was full of confidence. Even though this information was merely a conclusion drawn from two distant encounters, it did not hinder his attempt to curry favor with Garnu. After all, this was a LV2 adventurer. Even if the other party looked down on him, clinging to a powerful leg that would at least reduce some trouble for the familiar, right? He analyzed carefully, the floors that a LV1 adventurer can travel to and return from within the same day definitely won't exceed the 10th floor. With so many of us, we can search floor by floor. We'll definitely be able to dig this guy out of the dungeon. I believe that, with the strength you possess, Lord Garnu, an ordinary LV1 adventurer would certainly have very little room to resist. You're quite clever, Garnu said. This kind of shallow flattery was extremely effective. Garnu recalled how people like Bruno had taken an interest in Ron precisely because of the equipment he carried, and he directly asked, "Is that guy very wealthy?" Yes. All the equipment he carries bears the mark of the Hephaestus familiar. It also seems to be in pretty good condition. Conservatively, it's worth 5 million. Upon hearing the total value, Garnu's breathing suddenly grew much heavier. As one of the few LV2 adventurers in the familiar, even the weapon in his hands was still only a 4th grade armament. And it had only been obtained as a reward after siding with Xarnes. No wonder that group led by Bruno had taken an interest in Ron. Garnu swept his gaze over everyone present, and even his tone revealed impatience. When the job's done, you won't be left out. What advantages does a greatsword actually have when exploring the dungeon? When it comes to fighting other monsters, the sheer size of the weapon inevitably results in reduced mobility, forcing the user to rely on wide, powerful swings in combat. But the advantages? There's no need for any technique at all, simply smashing down is enough to break through thick defenses. Arriving at the 7th floor, Ron watched as killer ants tore through the walls and gradually swarmed toward a nearby area. Once again, he was facing opponents manifested through soul transformation, souls-like enemies modeled after DanMachi's native monsters. Having mastered methods for breaking armor, he no longer felt the initial apprehension he once had. However, when looking at the grotesque form of these giant ants, a chill still ran through him. Their close combat methods were nothing to worry about. What truly demanded caution was definitely the ant acid they sprayed from their tails. Ron decisively drew Great Fortune. With his right hand, he swung the greatsword and easily rested it on his shoulder, while his left hand held a short sword in a reverse grip, meant for finishing blows. He presented his most focused combat stance to the monster before him. Lowering his posture, he carefully observed every movement of the monster. Although he wanted to remain calm, the urgency of battle still made his body tremble. This was not fear. It was the instinctive exhilaration caused by adrenaline surging at the peak of concentration. Just as the killer ant wriggled and stepped backward, preparing to widen the distance and spray ant acid, Ron did not give the monster the chance to launch the first attack. Just as Ryu had said, when facing a powerful enemy, one must strike first and seize the initiative. Even though the greatsword was extremely heavy, the explosive speed unleashed the moment power gathered in his legs still allowed Ron to close the distance rapidly. Once he entered attack range, he swung the greatsword, bringing it down from above in a full force slash toward the monster. Bang! The dull impact was exceptionally clear. The thick armor on the killer ant's back, upon making contact with the greatsword, instantly formed spiderweb-like cracks and shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Most crucially, even as a special monster possessing insect traits, when faced with a full-powered heavy strike, the joints in its legs were fundamentally unable to disperse the force. As a result, the monster was slammed heavily to the ground. So I'm actually this strong. After stripping the killer ant of its armor, Ron looked at the monster's massive, ferocious head. When it attempted to regurgitate ant acid with its mandibles in preparation to spray, he decisively dodged aside, pulling back to a safe distance. If he wanted to execute it, he would most likely have to leap onto the monster's abdomen, which was covered in sharp spines. As for the outcome, he did not dare to consider it. He raised the greatsword once more. When the killer ant slowly began to climb back up from the ground, Ron decisively lunged forward. Using Great Fortune's excellent attack reach, he thrust toward the monster's abdomen, which lacked heavy defenses, cleanly piercing straight through the killer ant's body. Feels like. The difficulty doesn't seem as high as I imagined. But if he did not have this weapon, even if the killer ant were to stand still and let him hack at it, fully stripping its armor would likely take an extremely long time. And if that were to draw the attention of a surrounding ant swarm. Ron had no idea how many times he would have to die. But when he saw that the monster, even after its body had been pierced through, did not immediately dissipate, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was common knowledge that Souls-type monsters all had a second phase when on the brink of death. Something was wrong. His gaze snapped to the killer ant's abdomen, which was swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. This thing wasn't about to self-destruct before dying, was it? Damn it! It was already too late to pull the Great Fortune back out of the monster's body. Ron had no choice but to temporarily abandon the weapon. As he rolled backward to rapidly widen the distance, he used the cave's corner wall as temporary cover. Boom! The outcome did not deviate from his expectations in the slightest. The ant acid, imbued with extremely strong corrosive effects, was unleashed in an indiscriminate area attack along with the explosion of the killer ant's massive abdomen. The walls splashed with ant acid, even though they were solid rock, were melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just seeing this scene made Ron feel as if his heart were bleeding. This was a weapon he had only just obtained. The physics-defying holy sword of raw stats, Great Fortune. If it were damaged during his very first exploration in the dungeon, he did not even want to imagine how speechless Hephaestus would be when he brought it back. Dungeon. So your goal is to destroy my equipment, force me to endure massive combat losses, leave me buried in debt, and make me completely unable to continue exploring the dungeon. Then you win. With an anxious heart, Ron headed back toward the ravaged battlefield. The pitch-black greatsword lay quietly on the ground. Using the faint illumination around him, he quickly inspected the condition of Great Fortune. The light flowing along the blade showed no signs of dimming whatsoever. Let alone corrosion from ant acid, even on the edge that had directly faced the killer ant's thick armor, Ron could not find the slightest trace of damage or chipping. At this moment, he finally formed a fully concrete understanding of the true value of a second-grade armament. Ron picked up the dark purple magic stone that had dropped to the ground. After checking his surroundings and finding no other loot, he could only continue moving forward to explore. Well then, what's there left to say? Keep the music playing, keep the dancing going. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 73, While in the Dungeon, Call Me Tarnished. 1414 words. A full-scale manhunt was launched against the adventurers. Within the Soma familia, this was nothing unusual. Relying solely on exploration income was simply not enough to sustain the high cost of divine wine consumption, so they could only make money off passing adventurers. After quickly investigating the upper floors, Garnu and the others failed to find any trace of Ron. However, upon entering the 7th floor, the situation suddenly became clear. Compared to the environment as remembered, the traces of the surrounding walls having been corroded by strong acid were extremely conspicuous. This was under the condition that the dungeon would normally regenerate itself. What exactly had happened here? Lord Garnu, is this really still the 7th floor area? Why does the atmosphere feel so strange? If I remember correctly, killer ants shouldn't be able to cause this kind of disturbance. Nonsense. You're asking me, then who am I supposed to ask? Garnu glanced toward Wald. A hint of doubt arose in his heart at the scene before him, but when he thought of Ron's equipment, worth at least 5 million Valis, he felt that this kind of side episode could be ignored. The key point was that he had already confirmed with the supporters at the Central Plaza that there was indeed an adventurer with outrageously extravagant equipment who had entered the dungeon shortly before the pursuit began. That person had to be his target. In the upper floors, Garnu had already ordered the adventurers to split up and track him down, yet they found no trace of Ron. Meanwhile, the current floor bore obvious signs of combat. At this thought, Garnu had already formed a simple conclusion: continue the search. I don't believe this guy can just vanish into thin air inside the dungeon. And the final result did not deviate from his expectations. As a member of the werewolf race, hearing and smell were precisely what Garnu prided himself on most. After detecting the sounds of battle ahead, Garnu led his familiar members and quickly moved toward the suspicious location. As they passed a bend in the cave, the battle scene unfolding in the distance came into their view. Immediately after, they saw Ron engaged in combat with several giant ants. That figure was wielding an enormous black greatsword, exaggeratedly large even compared to his own height. Under normal circumstances, most adventurers would never choose to use such a weapon. It was simply far too unwieldy. Yet Ron's combat style completely shattered that preconceived notion. Agile. That was the adjective Garnu racked his brain to come up with. In this man's hands, the greatsword, towering even over Ron's own height, was wielded with dazzling finesse. He skillfully made use of rolling, leaping, thrusting, and other techniques. While evading the giant ant's attacks, the black greatsword, imbued with a brutal aesthetic, moved in a manner that was genuinely pleasing to the eye, and with every strike, he was able to inflict effective damage on the monsters surrounding him. Wait. If I remember correctly, are the killer ants on the 7th floor really this huge? Ron's combat style was simply too flamboyant, to the point that Garnu had indirectly overlooked the fact that the monsters fighting him at that moment were giant ant-type monsters. After realizing where the problem lay, Garnu's eyes filled with confusion. Even though it had been more than half a year since his last dungeon expedition, it couldn't be that he had become unable to recognize monsters, could it? I don't know. Wald had not experienced the dungeon's abnormal situation. Shifting the blame for Bruno's death onto special monsters had been a helpless move on his part, but once he truly saw the colossal killer ant in the distance ahead, a strong sense of danger instantly enveloped his heart. The size was simply far too enormous. Even placing a normal adult human stature in front of this killer ant would make it seem no larger than a little girl by comparison. Extremely heavy armor, and the sharp spike covering the giant ant's tail, gleaming with a cold light, all proclaimed the monster's extraordinary nature. However, after clearly seeing Ron's side profile, Wald spoke with extreme certainty. Lord Garnu, I can be sure it was this guy who killed Bruno. It's just that. It seems we've encountered an abnormal situation in the dungeon. What should we do now? Even if they were mutated monsters, Garnu believed that at most they were simply tougher to take down. But encountering a fat prize like Ron inside the dungeon was the rarest opportunity of all. Moreover, he himself was here carrying out a mission assigned by the captain. This battle was about to come to an end. Taking advantage of the moment when that guy's stamina was exhausted, he could let Ron truly experience the cruelty of the adventurer's world. What does an abnormal situation have to do with me? Garnu calmly removed the long spear from his back, making no effort to conceal the greed in his eyes, as he proactively advanced toward the spacious tunnel ahead. At the same time, he did not forget to give orders. You go block the other corners. Don't let this guy get away. No problem. If the giant killer ant possessed an explosive crop capable of delivering a first encounter kill to inexperienced rookie adventurers, then after fighting it once, one could basically grasp how to deal with it. Before the monster's dying counterattack, severing the connection to the giant ant's crop was enough to neutralize it. Ron naturally did exactly that. Just as he was about to finish off the last giant killer ant, the sound of footsteps coming from the distance instantly put him on alert. Passing adventurers? He was just about to survey his surroundings when he heard the other party's casual words. So it was you who killed Bruno of our familiar, along with a few of the adventurers traveling with him, right? There was not the slightest trace of sorrow over the deaths of his familiar companions. The ones now arriving at the battlefield were Garnu, a LV2 adventurer, and the naked greed in his vertically slit pupils, greed that could not be concealed in the slightest as he stared at Ron's black greatsword. A weapon that could so easily shatter a monster's defenses was definitely not cheap. Members of the Soma familiar. Ron suddenly abandoned the idea of severing the killer ant's crop. He wanted to test whether soul-transformed monsters still retained their original traits. His gaze swept across the surroundings. One after another, adventurers of the Soma familiar sealed off all the cave passages. It could only be said that they had come well prepared. For now, it was just unclear whether there were any stragglers left. Ron decided to stall for time. Why do you think it was me? The answer isn't important anymore. All I know now is that the equipment on your body is extremely valuable. Garnu had no intention of leaving anyone alive, to prevent this guy from returning to Aura Rio and causing complications. He swung his long spear and pointed it at the black-haired youth in the distance. Don't even think about running. I'm a high-level adventurer. What kind of nonsense was he babbling on about? Compared to the beastman adventurer standing in confrontation with him, Ron's gaze swept over the adventurers present. In the end, he asked with curiosity, is everyone here? Of course. For you to make us go to such lengths, you really should feel honored. Garnu's tone was frank as he admitted it outright. Yet for some reason, he saw not the slightest hint of panic on Ron's face. Instead, after learning the answer, there was relief, and that faint trace of excitement. Hey, a bottom-tier adventurer without even a title, you don't seriously think you can defeat me, do you? First of all, I have a name. It's not Hey. Ron could feel his body yearning for battle. He corrected him. Second, when you're in the dungeon, you should call me Tarnished. Lastly, I also have a surprise prepared for you all. The moment his words fell, the surrounding walls began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. After receiving the pheromone signaling injuries to their companions, swarms of killer ants continuously poured out from the passages at high speed. I sincerely hope you'll enjoy my daily exploration. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 74, Power Beyond LV2. 1,368 words. So there's another surprise prepared for us as well. What the hell? When Ron said that, Garnu was still utterly confused. Yet the moment he saw the gigantic monsters surging forth like a tidal wave, his expression turned instantly pale. Compared to merely watching from the sidelines, only by truly facing these special monsters head-on could one feel the oppressive pressure they brought. You're planning to die together with us. Just what exactly had Ron done? Garnu couldn't understand it. But the grim situation left no room for hesitation. Keeping his composure, he called out to his companions of the Soma familiar, you handle the monsters first. After I kill this guy, I'll come help you immediately. These were, at best, just ants with somewhat larger bodies. Moreover, in his view, letting a few expendable pieces die would not only save him from splitting the rewards, but even the valuables on these useless people could later be dealt with at his leisure. Garnu's plan sounded perfect. But his mistake lay in misjudging the strength of his familiar members. Indulging in divine wine and neglecting dungeon exploration had long since reduced them to the lowest rung. Not to mention, each of these killer ants, taken individually, possessed strength comparable to that of a LV2 adventurer. By the time they were still hesitating internally over whether to follow Garnu's orders and engage these massive monsters first, they had already missed their chance to escape. Has no one ever taught you not to lose focus in battle? The instant he felt an intense sense of danger, Garnu snapped back to awareness, only to find that Ron, who had been nearly 15 meters away just moments before, was now charging straight at him, greatsword swinging. Even though he had slacked off in training, he was still a LV2 adventurer. His experience was there. Facing the extremely sharp slash, he instinctively raised the shaft of his spear to block. Bang! At the moment the weapons collided, the inferiority in equipment quality was immediately laid bare. And then there was Ron's overwhelming strength, something no ordinary adventurer could possess. The most direct sensation Garnu felt was a tearing pain exploding from the webbing between his hands. The surprise that had been prepared in advance. along with the fact that after just a brief exchange, this guy possessed an extraordinary power that even made him feel oppressed. All of it ultimately pointed to the answer to the question. So, Garnu was already sweating heavily, his expression dark as he looked at Ron, who had pulled back to create distance. You already knew we were tracking you, and waited for us here. It's not that exaggerated. Ron steadied his stance. He fought in accordance with Ryu's practical combat guidance, delivering the most profound lesson at the moment when a high-level adventurer looked down on him. The results were evidently ideal. It had to be decided quickly. There was no relying on the Soma familiar's useless drunkards to hold back the killer ant's offensive. If he were to be surrounded by monsters together with Garnu, the situation would become extremely dangerous. With his left hand, he drew the dagger bound at his waist. He allowed the sharp blade to slice open the skin along the outside of his thigh, and once the dagger in his hand was stained with blood, it instantly took on an exceptionally strange and sinister aura. However, I really do hate you. With no intention of continuing the pointless chatter, Ron lowered his stance and burst forward. Seeing his opponent habitually prepare to block with the spear, he did not change tactics, choosing instead a straightforward head-on clash. As the weapons collided violently, piercing sounds echoed repeatedly throughout the cave. Under the crushing disparity of strength, speed, and equipment, after just 2 exchanges, Garnu's spear had already begun to visibly bend. And this was merely Ron's feint. The moment Garnu briefly lost the ability to counterattack, the battle was already over. As Ron swiftly withdrew his greatsword, the short sword in his left hand swept horizontally. Bloody slash? The combat art that had long been fully primed burst forth together with a flash of crimson blade light. While directly breaking through the defense of Garnu's chest armor, it left behind a horrifying, savage wound. Blood poured out continuously, like a breached floodgate. Goodbye. Just 2 simple rounds of exchange. Garnu had already begun to regret his rash decision to enter the dungeon to track Ron, because he realized that in every aspect, whether strength or speed, he had been completely crushed throughout. Was this truly the level of power that an obscure, unknown adventurer of Aura Rio could possess? After hearing Ron's farewell, a trace of sudden realization flashed through Garnu's eyes. Was this merely a warning to him, that the other party had never intended to kill him? And after the 2 exchanges, his arm drooped unnaturally toward his groin. Feeling a warm sensation, he lowered his head in confusion, only to see crimson blood, and the horrifying wound across his chest. So it was blood. Against a LV-1 adventurer without even a title, how could I possibly have been scared enough to piss myself? It's just, why do I feel a bit dizzy? Immediately after, Garnu collapsed heavily toward the ground with vacant eyes, his vitality gradually fading away. Souls-like weapon mastery really is efficient. If there was anything to regret, it was that he currently lacked the greatsword's corresponding combat art, White Light Charge. Otherwise, the practical combat effectiveness could have been doubled. After this battle, Ron felt that his understanding of life and death combat had deepened, that is, to abandon all notions of honor. As long as an opening appeared, one must seize it and end the opponent swiftly. Very good. Next, only these killer ants remain. After dealing with the strongest LV-2 adventurer, he turned his gaze toward the remaining special monsters on the scene. His earlier judgment had not been wrong in the slightest. Expecting the members of the Soma familiar to hold back the killer ants was simply unrealistic. The good news was that Ron quickly swept his eyes over the number of corpses. Unlike last time, nothing had been overlooked. The matter of the dungeon anomaly would definitely not leak out. With that psychological burden removed. Facing the massive number of special monsters, he instead felt a lingering sense of unsatisfaction. All he could say was that this LV-2 adventurer of the Soma familiar had truly dragged down the value of the level itself. As for fighting the killer ants, Ron had already completely mastered the technique, kiting. After waiting for the monster's attack phase to end, he continuously used the greatsword to rapidly break their armor, completing the kill while simultaneously severing the antacid gas sacs that could explode at any moment. 5 minutes later. It was still the same spacious cave passage. But now, the only one still standing here was Ron, gasping heavily after the severe expenditure of stamina. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The antacid sprayed by the killer ants had already left the cave walls on both sides riddled with damage, so much so that even the walls' rate of regeneration had become extremely slow. All done. Time to wrap up. The battle felt exhilarating. Casting aside all empty formalities and relying solely on strength to speak, Ron found it hard to put into words. He only felt a profound sense of physical and mental satisfaction, yet at that very moment, the black shadow in the distance, constantly moving among the adventurers' corpses ahead, drew his attention once more. Mimic War Shadow. A brand new, sneakier version? Just as the young man felt puzzled, he saw the corpses of the Soma familiar adventurers rapidly shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though they were being absorbed by a monster. In the end, when he looked at the grotesque monster whose form seemed modeled after the grafted scion, its body glowing with red light and amalgamating countless torsos and heads, Ron let out a relieved smile. I make your dream manifest. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 75, When Paths Collide in the Dungeon. 1,374 words. If it were in a game and he encountered the grafted scion Godric, Ron would definitely want to test his composition. After beating him, he would even step on his head and ask, what rank do you think you are, daring to wield a great rune in the lands between? But unfortunately, this seemed to be reality. After the Mimic War Shadow absorbed the blood of the Soma familiar adventurers, its body began to undergo uncontrollable mutation, turning into a monster through and through. Me, fighting this thing? Judging purely by size, this thing even surpassed a goblin guard. The key difference was that the former could barely still be considered a David, but this thing, there was no choice but to call it an abomination stitched together. After the mutation, within that extremely bloated, gigantic body, one could even see the faces of the Soma familiar adventurers. Their eyes were filled with resentment, as if they wanted to tear him apart completely. Floor boss. A rough guess quickly surfaced in Ron's mind. Primarily because his dungeon exploration during this period had been unusually smooth. However, upon seeing the final monster, he did not feel the panic he had experienced during his first encounter with a floor boss. Although his stamina had been heavily consumed, the 2 uses of the revival skill gave him a strong sense of security. I was still worrying whether, after maxing out my ability values, I could smoothly break through the level. Ron's eyes were filled with anticipation. As long as I can solo this floor boss, I should be able to gather enough achievements for a level ascension, right? Don't ask where that confidence came from. Just the 2 slashing techniques, seppuku and Ash of War, Bloody Slash, were already enough for him to rely on his high mobility to fight flexibly and secure victory against a mass of flesh. However, when the DanMachi-style grafted scion before him began, little by little, to pick up various weapons from the ground, Ron's mouth still twitched uncontrollably. You want to learn my weapon mastery too? He murmured softly. As long as he escaped the current area, Ron believed that with the bloated size of the gigantic monster before him, it would definitely be unable to catch up to him. But what about the consequences? It would implicate the innocent adventurers on this floor. That was something he did not want to see. More importantly, it could also trigger an inspection by the Adventurers Guild. No matter how he looked at it, he only had one choice. Battle. Ron did not immediately use the combat art seppuku. Although the existence of magic allowed him to lock his HP at the brink of death, the side effect would directly weaken him. He couldn't possibly prepare an all-healing potion for every boss fight, could he? If that were the case, setting aside equipment damage, the consumption of healing potions alone was already something he absolutely could not afford. Just as Ron was considering how to maneuver around the situation, the surrounding environment quietly began to change. What could be considered a cramped cave environment for a grafted scion was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the dungeon creating a dedicated arena for himself and the monster before him, an exclusive coliseum. That works. At least this way, I'll have room to kite. Ron briefly loosened up his body, adjusting his exhausted physical state as much as possible, and planted the greatsword Great Fortune into the compacted earthen ground beside him. The Pharaon dance was a bit lacking when facing a floor boss. What he could think of was to make use of the bleed abnormal status effect, pairing it with fast attack tactics to chip away at the floor boss, accumulating damage until it could be completely detonated. As for the cost, that could be set aside for now. The youth gripped 2 weapons in both forward and reverse holds. While his tone was filled with emotion, the gaze he cast toward the grafted scion burned with intense fighting intent. In this life of mine, I really have been walking on thin ice. After finishing the day's work, Ryu, as a waitress, finally had some time of her own, even though it was extremely brief for her. Still, she had to try to look. After all, the area where the abnormal situation had occurred was only in the shallow layers. As long as she moved quickly, she would definitely be able to return before the restaurant became busy. That was what Ryu thought. She had asked the adventurers who evacuated that day about the reasons. As long as monsters on a given floor exhibited abnormalities, it meant that an uncontrollable crisis had appeared on that floor. This method could be used for rapid investigation. After she slipped into the dungeon, she quickly arrived at the first floor area, randomly selected a lucky one to kill, and confirmed that it was merely an ordinary roadside mongrel. The girl cloaked in a grey-brown mantle that obscured her appearance then swiftly passed through the area. She continued to explore deeper and deeper, but the results were always the same. Every monster was one recorded in the Adventurers Guild's registry, with no abnormal state whatsoever. It was not until she returned to the 7th floor again. Repeated failures to find anything gradually caused Ryu's eyes to grow numb. She had clearly chosen to forget the past, yet now she was still stubbornly searching. Does this kind of behavior really have any meaning? Even the Adventurers Guild thinks it was just a coincidental incident. Could it really be like that? The girl did not believe that her actions were so-called justice, nor was she helping the Adventurers Guild to screen for danger. It was purely for revenge, the continuation of a revenge that had not been fully completed many years ago. However, Ryu, very rarely, felt doubt toward her own actions. She stopped in front of the 7th floor area, and just as she was considering whether to give up next, she suddenly felt vibrations coming from the ground. The girl's previously numb and indifferent gaze became sharp once more. She briefly surveyed her surroundings, and what truly made Ryu tighten her grip on the wooden sword was what riped out from the wall, a giant killer ant, several times larger than ordinary killer ant monsters. She inexplicably recalled what Ron had said to her earlier today while helping him train: as long as one was willing to put in effort, there would definitely be gains. That makes sense. No matter what, Ryu felt that to uncover the truth behind the abnormal situation, if it was related to Everless, then she had to spare no effort to completely eradicate them. However, before searching for the truth, the girl did not forget to eliminate these mutated monsters that might cause trouble for passing adventurers. After all, it was something she could do along the way. What's more, these giant killer ants only possess strength comparable to a LV.2 adventurer. As for how to describe it, even Ron would probably be able to deal with them easily. Ryu's agile figure swiftly darted through the current floor. Following the faint vibrations lingering in the air, as well as the unavoidable commotion caused by battle, she quickly arrived at a wide, open tunnel area. Like a coliseum specially crafted by the dungeon? Immediately afterward, what entered the elf girl's field of vision was the grafted scion, a bloated, gigantic monster so grotesque that merely looking at it directly with the naked eye would cause physical discomfort. This is a specialized floor boss. But what truly caused her pupils to contract sharply was the figure of the boy confronting the grafted scion, and Ron's intensely focused posture. So, why did she have to run into him in a place like this? The girl tightly gripped the wooden sword, Alf's Lamina. In her azure eyes, the cold hatred in her heart intertwined and struggled with reason. This problem, Lady Astria had never taught Ryu how she should answer it. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/TitoVilla. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Is it wrong to encounter an elf in the dungeon? 1,299 words. First, trust. Ryu could not figure out why she would encounter Ron here, yet after their earlier interactions, she knew clearly, this guy was actually quite normal. Willing to put in the effort. Even after being knocked down repeatedly during training, he remained unyielding. At most, his behavior during their first meeting had made her somewhat embarrassed. Aside from that, she truly could not find any flaws in the young man before her. It should just be. Encountering this kind of special monster, he wants to fight, right? The girl kept her distance as she observed. She did not believe that Ron, who showed no instinctive bodily resistance, would have anything to do with Everless. And the simplest, most direct approach would be to ask Ron for the reason after this battle ended. Of course. If Ron were to be defeated, Ryu tightened her grip on the Alf's Lamina in her hand and looked toward the monster stitched together from countless limbs and torsos, her azure eyes filled with disgust. And then, during Ron's battle with the grafted scion, the girl rarely felt a sense of familiarity. It was the very tactics this guy had used during their first training session. Probing attacks, and when encountering counterattacks from special monsters, he would evade by rolling. Far too practiced. Ron's practiced calm when confronting special monsters had, in fact, already hinted at the answer she had been desperately searching for. Ryu's azure eyes grew extremely complicated. She suddenly realized. Was it not her own heart that seemed to be resisting this answer? Although the floor boss's body was extremely bloated, that did not mean its movements were slow. More importantly, the monster's methods of attack were highly diverse. Its stitched-together body wielded weapons of various forms. standing before Ron like a weapon master, to the point that even his simple probing attacks against the floor boss required him to be especially cautious of the opponent's offensive patterns. The good news. In terms of strength and speed, he was no longer the rookie he had been when fighting the Goblin Guard. When facing adventurers, Ryu's theory applied perfectly. But against this stitched monstrosity resembling a grafted scion, Ron truly did not dare to test things lightly. Relying on his own high mobility, he rapidly probed the floor boss. Even the wounds inflicted by his frequent use of Ash of War, Bloody Slash, would be quickly healed by the monster within a short time. Moreover, that towering, unmoving mass of flesh, over a dozen stitched adventurer faces spread across its surface, provided the monster with all-around vision. Using wall-hack vision, how is this even playable? Several attacks proved ineffective. This made Ron clearly realize that he was like a flea in Dark Souls, rolling and jumping around, scraping at the monster without dealing any substantive damage at all. Instead, his own stamina was being rapidly depleted. The number of times he possessed revivals was merely a superficial resurrection method. Even after it took effect, it would not fully restore the stamina consumed during battle. This really left him with no options. Compared to a slow death, it was better to go all in. Thinking this through, Ron's gaze hardened as he quickly made a decision. If it truly came to it, he would retreat from the dungeon and, after elevating his level to LV2, consider challenging the grafted scion again. Very well. The effect of the combat art seppuku was to grant the weapon the bleeding attribute, continuously accumulating wounds over a short period of time, and once the damage was sufficient to be lethal, directly trigger a bleeding detonation. The price was instant death the moment the magic heal effect ended. At least I have to try. Drawing on past experience, a blitz playstyle meant scraping off as much damage as possible in the shortest time. After all, it was going to consume his revival uses anyway. Thinking this, Ron decisively cast the heal spell. A gentle light continuously surfaced in his palm, gradually dispersing the darkness of the arena until it sank into his body. After drawing his thrusting sword, he gripped both weapons in a reverse hold and, without hesitation, moved toward combat art, seppuku. PUH. With no armor to obstruct them, the tips of the two weapons plunged straight into Ron's abdomen. Accompanied by intense pain, his face instantly turned pale. He could clearly feel the weapon siphoning his blood. Only after that draining sensation gradually faded did he pull the two fully enchanted weapons from his abdomen, his gaze sweeping over the eerie red glow clinging to them. It carried an extremely ominous, blood-soaked aura. Very well. After the durability attribute increased, my physical condition really has started developing toward an athletically built physique. Harder to kill. Ron did not rashly launch an attack. Instead, he took out the medicine kit he carried with him, which contained the topical medicine Airmid had prepared for him earlier. At a time like this, there was no need to fuss over usage instructions. After biting the wooden stopper open with his teeth, despite it being a topical medicine, he poured it straight into his stomach without hesitation, feeling the gradually rising burning sensation. And the slight easing of the abdominal injury as well. You, of what rank are you, daring to cosplay as a grafted scion with me? Ron nimbly sidestepped the volley from bows and crossbows, then sprinted straight toward the floor boss. The stench of rot and rancid blood was so strong that he could even smell it in his nostrils. Facing the gaze of those several pairs of furious eyes, he chose to ignore them outright. A succession of rapid slashes followed, accompanied by extremely dazzling crimson blade light, striking the grafted scion's body with precision. Putrid blood continued to gush from the wounds. Moreover, the bleed attribute carried by the slashes had already overwhelmed the floor boss's formidable regenerative ability, as dense wounds spread across the monster's body. Percent at hash. The continuously stacking injuries triggered the grafted scion's furious howl. A roar belonging exclusively to monster speech echoed incessantly through the empty arena, releasing the effect of force stop on targets at close range. Feeling the vibration in his eardrums, Ron's thoughts went briefly blank. But when the wounds left by seppuku stimulated him back to normal, he saw the grafted scion's attack. The floor boss clenched its massive fist, seemingly intent on smashing him to pulp right here. Lady Hestia, will I still be able to come home for dinner tonight? As a floor boss born from the dungeon hatred, possessing a force stop that was especially effective against adventurers was not something Ron found surprising. Just as he began to think about how, after reviving using revival, he should quickly put a safe distance between himself and the grafted scion, he suddenly felt the scene before his eyes receding rapidly. Something was off. By all logic, taking head on a full power attack infused with a floor boss's fury should at least leave him black and blue, yet the pain he had anticipated never came. Instead, a faint fragrance kept seeping into Ron's nostrils. It was very familiar. Like the scent of orchids intertwined with nature. He turned his head, only to see a figure draped in a grey cloak, carrying him as they made a rapid retreat. And, amid the continuous leaps, the streak of green hair sliding down from the girl's face, along with the bone-chilling cold aura about her, were already giving the final answer. Ron's heart, which had been hanging in suspense to begin with, was now more or less completely dead. It would have been better to let the grafted noble help me remake instead. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, How do you make a beautiful girl regret it for the rest of her life? Die in front of her. 1,375 words. How exactly was he supposed to explain this to Ryu? Ron had never truly thought about it. As a result, when he actually encountered her in the dungeon, he genuinely had no idea how to face the elf. It wasn't fear. It was simply that, when he recalled how she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to instructing him during practical training, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Is it Senior Ryu? The girl's entire body radiated an icy aura, yet the slight movement of her brows when she heard Ron's call already revealed her inner thoughts. Should she respond to him or not? Ryu could sense the blood steadily seeping out from Ron's abdomen. If he wasn't treated in time, there was likely no chance he would leave the dungeon alive. Absolutely. There was absolutely no way she was concerned about Ron. She was merely worried that if this guy died in the dungeon, the confusion in her heart would never be resolved. With that thought, the girl spoke in an extremely cold voice, "Don't misunderstand. Even if you really are going to die in the dungeon, at least explain everything to me before you die." As expected. It really was all about the lab-normal situation. Since things had already developed to this point, Ron decided to be completely frank. "Senior Ryu, if I said that all of this was just a coincidence, would you believe me? After becoming an adventurer, I ended up bearing the dungeon's hatred. Just as you saw, that monster was something the dungeon deliberately created in order to kill me." The dungeon's hatred? Hearing Ron's explanation, Ryu unconsciously slowed her steps. She was familiar with such a situation, though everything she knew about it had been told to her by Lady Estrella. However, such restriction should apply only to gods. Why would it appear on Ron, who was merely an adventurer? She couldn't understand it. Yet what Ron said next made it difficult for her to maintain her cold expression. And besides, "Senior Ryu, haven't you noticed that if we don't defeat it, we simply can't leave this place at all?" Looking toward the exit of the passage ahead, Ryu gradually made out the environment outside, like the arena of a trapped beast, and the massive monster standing there in utter stillness. Could it be that everything this guy said was actually true? Bearing the dungeon's hatred, Ron had caused the dungeon to quietly alter what should have been a normal cave passage, without him even realizing it himself. Forming an inescapable labyrinth-like environment. She didn't want to recall the past. But she also knew that the cause of the abnormal situation back then was, in truth, an ambush by Evelus, which only occurred after most of the floors had been blown apart. And the severely injured Ron had done nothing at all. The dungeon still intended to keep this guy here. Realizing this, the girl suddenly felt that all of her inner conflict was, in fact, completely unnecessary. Causing an abnormal situation in the dungeon is not something I can control. I don't have any other intentions. Finally having the chance to come to Rio, my only dream is to become an adventurer. That's also the reason I asked Senior Ryu for guidance. Ron did not hide anything. And judging by the way the girl's steps had come to a halt, he was already more than halfway there. Seizing the moment, he continued, "Senior Ryu once told me about the cause of the dungeon's abnormal changes. That it's very likely Evelus stirring things up behind the scenes. This is actually something I wanted to explain to you from the very beginning, but I never really had the chance. You can even find information about it in the Adventurers Guild. My patron deity is Lady Hestia." The girl stopped in her tracks. The elf had never felt this awkward before. Ryu could even clearly feel the heat continuously rising to her cheeks. That's right. Thinking carefully about the entire sequence of events, reason told her. This matter might truly have nothing to do with Evelus. It was purely an abnormal change caused by the dungeon's hatred. If that was the case, then what exactly was her behavior just now supposed to be? This was awful. Facing Ron's sincere gaze, and the sight of him forcing a gentle smile despite being severely injured, an intense sense of guilt enveloped Ryu's heart. Her eyes shifted away. "Are you all right?" "I think so." At last, the reason had been explained clearly. Ron finally let out a sigh of relief. Yet as he looked at the grafted scion, which had returned to its original condition, a hard-to-describe sense of frustration welled up inside him. All that effort, just scraping away uselessly. It was completely ruined. And the simplified potion Ermid had given him was utterly incapable of healing such a severe abdominal wound. It could only suppress the pain and maintain a brief state of focus. What do you mean? I think so. Ryu didn't know the exact cause of the injury, but looking at the blood continuing to pour out, emergency treatment was necessary in order to safely return to Orario. She turned her back to the boy. Rip. Immediately afterward, the sound of fabric tearing could be heard. Without any healing potions on hand, binding the wound was at least enough to slow the loss of blood. And so, Ryu did not hesitate as she tore open the soft fabric of her upper garment, fashioning it into a temporary long strip bandage. The ice-cold indifference gradually melted within the girl's gentle tone as she softly said, "It might hurt a little. Grit your teeth and bear with it." Ron didn't think of himself as a pervert. But as he looked at the girl's slender waist, and felt the gradual fading of the heal magic, he could only sense his consciousness beginning to blur. It felt very bad. Then again, having already told Ryu even the most crucial matter, the dungeon's hatred, then even expending revival to resurrect in front of her should be something quite reasonable, right? Thank you, Senior Ryu. Even if it was useless. Being taken care of by a beautiful elf girl was still a rather nice experience. Yet as the distance between them continued to close, the strands of hair falling against his cheek made Ron feel itchy. Staring at the other person like this also didn't feel appropriate. He chose to turn his head aside, savoring the elf's gentleness. But the scene that entered his sight made alarm bells instantly ring in Ron's mind. Because, without making a sound, the massive body of the grafted scion had already blocked the entrance of the cave passage. Due to its size, it was unable to launch an effective direct attack. However, the repeating crossbow held in the hands of the floor boss grafted scion had silently trained its sights on him and Ryu, clearly about to fire. Holy shit! Ron didn't bother worrying about propriety. After all, with the revival skill, he wasn't afraid of dying at all. But he knew very clearly, if Ryu were the one to take it head-on, there was absolutely no way she could withstand it. And within the girl's bewildered gaze, Ron decisively rolled over to stand in front of Ryu, pressing both hands firmly onto her shoulders, using his own body to form a defensive wall before her. Whoosh! As the volley of bolts flew at high speed, they tore through the air with a piercing shriek. Without wearing any armor, the bolts pierced straight through his body. Blood spilled from the sieve-like wounds, dripping onto the girl's cheek. As Ron's consciousness drifted, the short sword sheathed and hanging against the inside of his thigh brushed against the elf before him. His mind recalled the conditions for defeating Ryu during practical sparring. He smiled and joked. Though to Ryu, that smile looked rather bleak. Senior Ryu. If the practical training still counts now, does that mean I win? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, the arrow shot 5 years ago strikes Ryu's brow once again. 1,360 words. Fresh blood followed the arrows that had pierced through Ron, gradually dripping onto the elf girl's cheeks. The warm sensation caused her gaze to slowly lose focus. This feeling. No one understood it more deeply than Ryu. When forcing back Juggernaut, she had been left with no choice but to fire her magic at Elise, who was buying her time, personally killing the close friend who had accompanied her for so many years. And now, this arrow from 5 years ago once again struck Ryu squarely in the brow. It reduced the girl's already desolate heart completely into ruins. She could feel her arms trembling, yet she still gently propped the boy against the wall. And then, when she looked once more at the grafted scion, behind Ryu's calm expression surged an anger unlike anything before. If Ron had not pushed her away, he would have had a chance to survive. But he did not do that. Instead, Ron had used his own body to block the massive monster's arrow attack. Yet since when did she need a rookie adventurer to protect her? Was this really right? You deserve to die. Those words were almost forced out through clenched teeth. The girl tightly gripped the wooden sword Alf's Lamina in her hand. If she had dealt with this mutated floor boss first back then, could the outcome have been avoided? However, Ryu now found her thoughts beginning to change. She chose not to use any magic, and abandoned the techniques she had always taken pride in, instead unleashing the most primal form of vengeance upon the grafted scion before her. Each swing of the wooden sword was accompanied by the monster's shrill roars. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could not even touch the elf girl's hem. This was a complete suppression born of overwhelming strength. Until the very end. The massive monster, like a mound of flesh, had all of its limbs chopped to pieces. As it lay sprawled weakly on the ground, the faces of the adventurers stitched onto the grafted scion no longer showed anger, only deep, lingering terror. Ryu said nothing. She once again swung Alf's Lamina. With a flash of the blade, she completely tore apart the already dismembered massive monster, leaving behind only the magic stone dropped after its death. Yet for some reason, the girl felt only emptiness in her heart. Ron's words from just moments ago echoed in her ears, and that unprecedented sense of exhaustion once again enveloped her entirely. If practical combat training still counts, then does that mean he won? But how can that possibly count as your victory? How should she face Hestia? No one could give Ryu an answer to that question. Yet when that familiar voice sounded by her ear next, she did not think much of it and replied rather weakly, "Ryu-senpai, the floor boss is dealt with." "Yes. I was thinking, after clearing it, maybe I could accumulate some great feat to help raise my level." And when she heard those words, the girl suddenly turned her head. The familiar figure that entered her field of vision was enough to make even Ryu momentarily wonder whether she was seeing things from excessive stress. Not until Ron walked right up to her. Only then did Ryu, unable to believe it, reach out and brush her hand across his face, feeling the warm sensation in her palm as unbelievable thoughts continued to envelop her heart. "You're not dead?" Of course. Things had already developed to this point. Ron had no intention of continuing to hide it. More importantly, he knew that Ryu was absolutely capable of safeguarding his secret. After a brief moment of thought, he spoke frankly, "I think being hated by the dungeon is definitely related to my near-death recovery skill. That skill causes the dungeon to constantly produce all kinds of strange things. It's trying to completely kill me off." Feeling the soft palm of the elf girl pressed against his cheek, this turn of events was not something Ron had anticipated. After finishing his explanation, he did not forget to ask Ryu, "There's nothing on my face, right?" "No. It's good that you're alive." But Ryu would absolutely never say something so awkward out loud. And the emotional swing from despair to joy allowed the girl to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Only now did she finally understand why Ron, who had only been an adventurer for a short time, was able to gain strength comparable to a LV2 adventurer in such a brief period. Possessing the special skill of near-death revival. This had caused his dungeon exploration to reach an extremely exaggerated level of difficulty. Was this to prevent Ororio from giving birth to a seed with heroic potential? What could she do? Thinking it over again and again, Ryu's expression returned to its icy calm as she emphasized, "Starting tomorrow, come to the tavern's backyard every morning for practical combat training. No problem. Until you can truly touch me. And also, if you really encounter difficulties in the dungeon, I can reluctantly help you." Why does that sound a bit Cinder? Ron nodded decisively. Sparring in real combat with Ryu had been extremely effective, though as he looked at the girl's iceberg-like demeanor, with her brows slightly raised, he decided to flirt with danger. "Miss Ryu, if I can really reach that level, could you agree to one request of mine?" Once again, he had switched from calling her senpai to miss. The elf girl's brows knit faintly. She had already sensed that something was off. After hesitating for a moment, she still nodded. "What do you want?" "If it's about joining a familiar." "Sorry, I don't have any thoughts in that direction for now." "Then, can we go on a date?" "We'll talk about that once you can actually do it." This time, the girl did not refuse outright. After giving her answer, she turned and headed toward the cave passage. Only after she had turned her back to Ron, making sure he would not see the awkward flush spreading across her face, did Ryu ask, "So, are you going to keep exploring, or are we heading back to Ororio?" "I really need to head back." A string of high-intensity battles had inevitably taken a toll on his stamina. Keep exploring? Ron was not sure whether the dungeon would pull some other strange trick. He picked up the greatsword Great Fortune that had been embedded in the ground ahead, confirmed nothing had been left behind, and soon followed in Ryu's footsteps. He knew the girl beside him had a past she did not wish to speak of, so he did not take the initiative to start a conversation. Taking advantage of the lull, he began tallying today's gains. A double blessing. All the adventurers Zanis had dispatched to track him had died in the dungeon, leaving behind no traces, nothing that could be exposed. Moreover, he had also taken the chance to explain the dungeon's hatred clearly to Ryu. That way, during future dungeon expeditions, there would not always be an elf trailing behind him with a thirst for revenge, and he had even scored long-term practical combat training for free. Not bad. Just a shame I didn't get the great feat for killing the grafted scion. Leaving the dungeon. When sunlight poured over him once more, Ron glanced at the iceberg-like girl beside him. At that moment, her short green hair shimmered faintly with a golden glow. Her already delicate features were accentuated, appearing even more defined. Ryo-senpai, I've got some things I absolutely need to take care of now. So, see you tomorrow? And what needed to be dealt with next was actually quite simple. He could not keep passively letting the Soma familiar track him, especially now that he had confirmed that so-called LV2 adventurers did not seem nearly as strong as he had imagined. Now, the balance of offense and defense had shifted. It was Ron's turn. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 79, Our familiar finally has money. 1,340 words. The Soma familiar's base. If Ron remembered correctly, it was located beside the pleasure district of the so-called godly brothel of the mistress. As an upright gentleman, that was obviously not the kind of place he would ever go. That said, finding it wasn't difficult. Just what do I have to do to squeeze some compensation for emotional damages out of Zani's? That was the problem occupying his mind right now. The whole affair started when adventurers like Bruno grew covetous of the weapon on him. After they died in the dungeon, the Soma familiar refused to let the matter rest and continued their pursuit. They even dispatched LV.2 adventurers. If his strength had been even slightly lacking, he would certainly have perished in the dungeon, and as the victor of the battle, there had to be a victor's reward. Just then, he heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Turning his head, he saw Lilyruka Ard, cloaked and walking toward him. If you're heading to the Soma familiar, do you need me to guide you? The girl's youthful face was brimming with a smile. After the LV.2 adventurer Ganu from their familiar went into the dungeon to carry out the pursuit, Lily had been closely following the situation. By the time Ron returned to Orario, the final outcome was already obvious. It wasn't that she enjoyed watching trouble for its own sake, rather, when it came to the Soma familiar, the person who most wanted to see them destroyed could only be herself. She was also quite relieved that, in the beginning, she hadn't harbored any ill intentions toward Ron. Otherwise, the end awaiting her would, in all likelihood, have been death in the dungeon. All right. Having a guide was, of course, the best option. Ron didn't refuse. It would save some time. As for Lily's motives, he asked casually, aren't you worried? After I leave, won't your captain target you? This exchange felt strangely familiar. It was just like their conversation when they first met, when she warned him about the dangers of the Soma familiar. It was probably this guy teasing her former ignorance. Lily had never imagined that the victor of this dispute would be Ron. After giving it careful thought, she smiled and asked in return, were you also about to say that you aren't afraid my parents would be threatened? If I answer using your words. Because her nominal parents had never truly raised her, they had long since died completely in the dungeon while exploring it, driven by their craving for divine wine. The girl's smile was radiant as she said, then don't tell me any of that pointless nonsense. That really sounds like something born of real life. The Soma familiar. As a familiar that had developed in Orario for so many years, the scale of its base truly exceeded Ron's expectations. It had already reached a level of considerable luxury. To be honest, he had never expected to come here. During the brief wait, a middle-aged man wearing a white suit, with short grey hair, approached him from afar with a gloomy expression. Zani's Lustra. Ron could, of course, recognize his identity, the one known as the Gandharva, the true power behind the Soma familiar, and likewise a LV.2 adventurer. Zani's, let's talk about something. Who are you? And the moment he saw Ron, Zani's had already recognized who he was, which also meant the death of Ganu, the LV.2 adventurer of the familiar. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't be qualified to be standing in front of him at all. Yet purely in terms of adventurer strength, he was even inferior to Ganu. That meant the power Ron possessed was absolutely not something he could afford to provoke. A strong sense of danger enveloped him. Zani's had no intention of acknowledging anything. Instead, he forcibly suppressed his anger and moved to drive him away. This is the Soma familiar's base. Idle outsiders aren't qualified to stand here. Captain Zani's. Ron's tone was relaxed, but his words were not polite in the slightest. Could it be that you're so forgetful, forgetting so quickly that you had people hunt me down? There's no reason you can have people chase me down, but I can't come to your doorstep to ask for an explanation, right? Then what do you want to do? He's absolutely here for me. But in the face of the difference in adventurer levels, no matter how many adventurers the Soma Familiar had, they absolutely wouldn't be a match for the guy in front of him. It would be nothing more than sending them to their deaths. Zarnaz's expression was extremely dark. Compensation. Your pursuit during this period seriously affected my dungeon exploration. As the captain, you should at least pay some compensation for emotional damages. After hearing Ron's words, no matter how furious he was inside, Zarnaz could only endure it. And he truly wanted to ask, who the hell was actually chasing whom here? If all the adventurers he had dispatched never returned, the number of adventurers who had died at Ron's hands was already close to 15, including even the backbone members of the Familiar, yet this guy was the one coming to demand compensation. He took a deep breath, doing his best to keep his tone calm. How much do you want? 20 million Valis. Treating Familiar members as tools to squeeze out money, the wealth Zarnaz had accumulated was definitely considerable, so Ron had no intention of being polite with this guy. Noticing the other party's gloomy expression, he lightly tapped the scabbard of his greatsword with his fingers and spoke with a smile. If you don't want to pay, I won't force you, but then you'll need to be prepared for the Soma Familiar being unable to explore the dungeon from now on. The best method would naturally be to cut the weeds down by the roots. However, based on the information Lily had provided, Zarnaz basically never went into the dungeon. He just lingered around Aura Rio, leaving very little room to act. After all, under the governance of the Ganesha Guard, could a massacre of an entire Familiar really be allowed to happen? After hearing the exact figure, Zarnaz felt as if his heart were bleeding. After all these years of running the Familiar, setting aside the money he handed over to Soma to buy brewing materials, he had never managed to save up this much. But as the captain of the Familiar, he knew this matter had to be settled. As long as the members could carry on exploring the dungeon normally, there was at least a chance to earn it back. At most. I'll pay you at most 10 million Valis as compensation. Deal. Seeing how readily Ron agreed, Zarnaz realized that he had definitely named too high a price. But since he had already agreed, if he were to go back on it again, looking into the calm eyes of the youth before him, he even had a premonition that this guy would not hesitate to draw his sword and cut him down. Gritting his teeth, he said, I can give you this money, but you must guarantee that from now on there will absolutely be no incident of you obstructing the Soma Familiar's members from exploring the dungeon. No problem. On the condition that you don't think about coming to provoke me first. Ron stated this expressionlessly. It was only after obtaining the 10 million Valis deposit certificate from the Adventurers Guild, and leaving the Soma Familiar's base, that he could no longer suppress the smile spreading across his face. Who said today was a day without gains? Relying solely on daily dungeon exploration, who knew how difficult it would be to save up this sum? If Hestia had been present, he would at least have said, our Familiar finally has money. Unfortunately, opportunities to fleece sheep like the Soma Familiar did not come often. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 80, and so, Arario's fastest breakthrough record was refreshed once again. 1,398 words. Once again arriving at Hephaestus's weapon shop, although extortion and coercion were not commendable, from a results-oriented perspective, making money this way really was fast. Standing at the entrance. From afar, Ron spotted that busy figure, and just as he pushed the door open, the twin-tailed girl with black hair, filled with anticipation, walked toward him. Good afternoon, Lady Hestia. It was the same ordinary greeting as always. Yet through Ron's relaxed tone, the girl could still sense that trace of relief, as if a burden had been lifted. Hestia carefully examined the big boy in front of her. After confirming that there were no signs of injury whatsoever, she finally felt completely at ease and asked tentatively, after obtaining this new weapon, has the issue with dungeon exploration been properly resolved? That's right. Everything's been taken care of. Ron never thought that the greatsword Great Fortune was merely a gift Hestia wanted to give him, it was simply that the goddess did not want to ask about it outright. Feeling the girl's concerned gaze, he nodded seriously and said, I feel that future dungeon exploration will definitely go much more smoothly. Next, I'll be giving it my all to sprint toward LV2. Do your best. Hestia clearly understood the potential the boy possessed. That he would break the world record set by Loki's Familiar's Sword Princess, AAS Wallenstein, was absolutely a foregone conclusion. Hestia was already impatiently looking forward to how she could mercilessly mock that fellow at the next gathering of the gods. Whoever said that arriving late in the lower world meant you couldn't encounter outstanding Familiar members? It was purely because that blockhead Loki lacked the good fortune to meet Ron. Just thinking of this filled her eyes with anticipation as she said, "If there's anything you need help with, you can just tell me directly. I think the relationship between a god and their familiar children should be like family. And as family, we shouldn't be so distant. You understand what I mean, right? I'll pay attention to that in the future." This was probably the familiar atmosphere Ron liked. Facing Hestia's gaze, he did not refuse, and said earnestly, "If there's any problem I can't handle, I'll definitely tell you. I hope Lady Hestia will do the same. During these past few days of dungeon exploration, I've still managed to earn a bit of money. I should be able to afford the forging cost of the greatsword Great Fortune." And what awaited Ron was only the girl's relieved yet exasperated reproach, carrying the frustration of caring too much. "I already said that a familiar is a family, so why are you still saying such distant things, Ron?" The abnormal monster grafted Cyan floor boss that appeared on the 7th floor of the dungeon was swiftly slain by Ryu, and thus did not attract the guild's attention. Over these days, Zanies of the Soma familiar, after going through the compensation incident, did not continue making trouble, to the point where adventurers would avoid him whenever they saw him. In the time that followed, Ron's daily routine was extremely regular. Every morning, he would go to train his combat skills with Ryu. After finishing, he would head to the dungeon area to carry out deeper exploration. The results were excellent. In terms of practical combat skill, when facing the LV for Ryu, he was at least no longer in a state of having absolutely no room to resist, but being able to land a proactive attack on her was still a far-off hope. It was purely a matter of stats overwhelming him. All one could say was that there was still a very, very long distance to go from the goal of dating. And in terms of pushing deeper into the dungeon, because there were not that many adventurers to serve as carriers, Ron did not encounter a floor boss like the grafted Cyan. He basically only ran into monsters like Mimic War Shadow and Killer Ant. For Ron, whose practical combat skills had improved tremendously, the monsters simply could not stop his advancing footsteps, and he steadily pushed forward to the 9th floor. The amount of soul shards had already accumulated to a considerable size. But up to this point, he still had not seen any chance to unlock a new character save slot. He could only exchange for revival at fixed intervals each day, and spend it during dungeon exploration. If you want to get stronger, you have to be able to take a beating. Put simply, it meant taking hits, and the result was that every time he went to Hestia to raise his ability values, his endurance attribute would undergo a qualitative leap. It feels like the killer ants that used to seem so difficult are just that, I guess. Ron skillfully swung the greatsword Great Fortune to break armor. Immediately after piercing through the monster's body, he quickly cut off the crop on the killer ant's back, to prevent the formic acid from causing an explosion. Using the trait that a killer ant would call its companions when injured, he had already lost count of exactly how many ant nests he had dug out in the dungeon. However, he soon stopped in his tracks, because he had already realized that no matter how he provoked them, no matter how he exploited the monster mechanics to bug it, the dungeon gave no response. Most likely, it was the extermination mechanism triggered by an excessive number of special monster spawns. Even with the stairs leading to the 10th floor right in front of him, Ron had no intention of exploring, and the specific reason was also very simple. From this point onward, the dungeon would begin to feature all kinds of mechanisms, such as frost mist that obstructed vision. Most critically, these were native mechanisms of the DanMachi world itself. Combined with the Souls-like style of attacking weak points and setting traps, Ron could not imagine what kind of underhanded horrors would be waiting for him next. One slight misstep, and it would be a combo of mechanisms and monsters unleashing a full-course welcome. Let's head back to Rio first. He made the decision decisively. Thanks to Ryu's high-intensity training, as well as the accumulation from these days in the dungeon, Ron encountered no bottlenecks whatsoever in terms of ability value growth. He smoothly broke through the limit of the S-rank evaluation. But this was not the endpoint for a Souls-like veteran. Before setting out on today's exploration, all of his ability values had already reached an extremely exaggerated level. According to Hestia, this was already approaching the theoretical upper limit of ability values within the Fauna system. When Ron left Babel Tower, the sky was already nearing dusk. Counting the time since he had arrived in Rio, he had fully adapted to the rhythm of life here. It was nothing more than changing locations to be a corporate wage slave. Only in his previous life, as a wage slave, working hard only meant helping pave and tile his boss's luxury mansion. But here, every day spent exploring the dungeon translated into strength that truly belonged to him. When he passed by the Hephaestus weapon shop, he picked up Hestia, who was about to get off work, and took her home along the way. And just after returning to the communal dormitory, without even taking a moment to rest, Ron said seriously, "Lady Hestia, please help me update my ability values." And then? I'll also need you to carry out a level ascension. All right. Even though she had anticipated this in advance, when it came time to truly help her familiar member undergo level ascension, Hestia could not help but feel a surge of excitement in her heart. If there was anything regrettable, it was that her close friend Hephaestus was not at the shop in the evening. Otherwise, she could have borrowed some money. Surely the celebration banquet after leveling up couldn't be paid for by Ron, right? She took out the silver needle and parchment she had prepared long ago. And so, after 16 days of dungeon exploration, Ron leveled up to LV2, breaking the record set by the Sword Princess Lais Wallenstein, and became an upper-tier adventurer. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 81, Breaking the Theoretical Limit? 1,334 words. Ron. Level, LV1. Strength, SSS 1224. Endurance, SSS 1490. Dexterity, SS 1199. Agility, SSS 1201. Magic, SS 1078. These were the ability values Ron had locked in before undergoing level ascension. To be honest, they were utterly outrageous. Any single attribute, taken on its own, would be a dimensionality reduction strike against the current adventurers of Ororio, values that shattered the theoretical limits of fauna-based abilities. Not only that, they even created the fastest legend on record. The 1 year it took AIS to achieve the fastest breakthrough to LV2 was directly shortened to 16 days, an absurd benchmark that later adventurers would find utterly impossible to surpass. Is it opened? From an observer's perspective, the one who understood Ron's growth most clearly was none other than Hestia. Although she did not know just how difficult the exploration was under the effects of Despicable Outsider, the extreme, limit-breaking ability values had already provided the answer. And when an adventurer within a familiar advances in level, it is mandatory to submit the specific numerical values to the guild, so that the familiar's overall strength can be evaluated afterward. This is to prevent things from being too shockingly eye-catching. Also, out of concern for Ron's protection, Hestia made adjustments to the ability values, changing the averaged stats to A and B ranks. That made them look far more normal. Finally! The young goddess rubbed her hands together excitedly. Very good. Let me see what kind of surprise this level ascension will bring me. After a level ascension, all ability values are cleared, but they do not disappear. Instead, they are transformed into the adventurer's foundation and integrated into Ron's body. It was equivalent to drinking up a container filled to the brim with water. Once the container was emptied again, it could then begin accumulating ability values anew. Hestia looked over the detailed status panel. After leveling up, adventurers would all gain development abilities, which were acquired based on their personal experiences. Things like abnormal resistance, hunter, swordsman, and so on. Then, she saw a development ability named tenacity. Why does this development ability look kind of strange? Don't tell me it's physical toughness, like being better at taking hits. Hestia tugged lightly at the corner of her mouth. Combined with Ron's endurance attribute, her line of thought gradually became clear. That which does not kill me makes me stronger. Reasonable. From the perspective of someone who relied on brute endurance, Ron felt that all of this was perfectly reasonable. Taking the parchment from Hestia's hand, his gaze went straight to the skills section. At the current stage, relying on the tarnished character save slot, dungeon exploration had been proceeding fairly smoothly. And according to the skill description, the number of character cards owned could be redrawn after leveling up and freely switched for use. Skill. Character save slot. Consume soul shards to draw character cards and obtain different abilities. Only one character card can be used at a time. The number and strength of character cards increase with personal level. Current character card. Tarnished, LV2. Weapon Mastery. Combat Art, Seppuku. Combat Art, Bloody Slash. Combat Art, Lion's Claw. A combat art used by the Redmond's forces who once fought side by side with a legendary general. Allows the user to leap forward while spinning and strike with their weapon. Lion's Claw. This was a combat art automatically obtained when the tarnished character card was upgraded to LV2. There weren't many other changes, but even so, the surprise brought by this brand new combat art was more than enough to wash away the fatigue accumulated from these days of high-intensity exploration. Who could possibly refuse such a practical combat art? Thinking of his greatsword Great Fortune, and pairing it with this brand new complementary combat art to ruthlessly operate on special monsters in future dungeon explorations, Ron couldn't help but hum softly. Now I get why Lion's Claw is considered top tier. But it still seems like I'm quite a bit short of soul shards before the next character save slot. Revival. Cost, 353, 5 soul shards, limited to once per day. Random character card. Cost, 353, 500 soul shards, exchange cost increases with personal strength. Holding on to his expectations, his gaze lingered on the detailed skill breakdown. Converting it roughly into special monsters, he would still need to slaughter at least 50 more in the dungeon. The distance was not all that far. The key point is that character save slots can be freely switched. Does that mean I might have a chance, during dungeon exploration, to become a noble spellcaster someday? After finishing his review of the panel, Ron handed the parchment back to Hestia. After becoming a LV2 upper-tier adventurer, he was still not quite ready to step onto Arario's main stage, but at the very least, he wouldn't be kicked to death like a stray dog on the roadside. He took a deep breath, working hard to steady his emotions. And after undergoing level ascension, for at least the near future, Ron had no plans to head back into the dungeon for exploration. The main reason was this, adapting to the qualitative transformation of his body. I still need to keep settling in. As for the goal of settling in, he could only trouble Miss Ryu at the Hostess of Fertility restaurant. Actual combat training was absolutely the fastest way to adapt. More importantly, Ron also wanted to test something. After becoming an upper-tier adventurer, would he be able, during real sparring, to truly land an attack on Ryu using a training wooden sword? Just as Ron was planning his next objectives, Hestia had already completely burned the parchment away, her familiar having created a brand new world record. As a goddess, her emotions were naturally surging. Immediately afterward, however, a question began to trouble her. Usually, after an adventurer completed a level ascension, a title would be bestowed upon them. On this matter, she had to ask for Ron's opinion. Ron. The girl lightly swung her legs, the slightly curved corners of her eyes brimming with joy. About the title, do you have any thoughts? Well, titles aren't really something we can fully decide on ourselves. This was precisely what Hestia was worried about. After reporting the adventurer who had ascended to LV2 to the guild would later select a time to convene a god's assembly, comprehensively reviewing the adventurer's experiences at that stage. Then, through deliberation among the gods, the final title would be determined. In other words, it was purely about face. Back in heaven, as long as one had good divine connections, the title chosen for their familiar member would usually be granted without much objection from the other gods. And as for herself in heaven, she basically stayed at home every day, rarely participating in gatherings with other gods. The only ones she was truly close to were Hephaestus and Takamikazuchi. Thinking of this, a sparkle burst forth in the girl's eyes as she added, if you have a fairly concrete idea, Ron, I can also ask Hephaestus for help. As long as she makes the proposal, the other gods will be willing to go along with it. I haven't really thought it through yet. Titles could be replaced and overwritten anyway. Besides, Ron did not particularly care about such empty fame. If he truly had a choice, then Tarnished would probably be a decent option. After all, the reason he transmigrated into the world of DanMachi was that he had stayed up all night, messing around while clearing Elden Ring using frenzied flame weapons and incantations, and then got run over by a truck. Compared to all that, Ron looked to his side, at the girl whose eye seemed to contain a sky full of dazzling stars, and made a serious suggestion, Lady Hestia, I think right now we should go to the restaurant and properly enjoy a celebratory feast for the level breakthrough. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 82, Becoming a Hero? Just a matter of convenience. 1,434 words. The overall exploration difficulty of a Souls-like style dungeon was something anyone who had experienced it understood clearly. For Ron to be able to explore so smoothly, setting aside his own personal factors, the one who had provided the greatest help was undoubtedly the angel investor, Hephaestus. There was no justification for accepting someone else's help, only to cast that goodwill aside the moment a small, staged success was achieved. At the very least, Ron felt that such behavior was thoroughly inappropriate. Since it's a celebration feast, I think we should invite Lady Hephaestus as well. Even if she's busy and can't make it, we should still extend the invitation to properly express our gratitude. After explaining his reasons to Hestia, Ron set off for the main shop of Babel Tower. However, upon seeing the tall, mature woman before him, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of dissonance. It felt as though the way she was looking at him carried a hint of disdain. Before he could speak, Hephaestus impatiently waved her hand and said, I really don't know what to say about you two. I hide out at the main shop, and I still can't get any peace and quiet. Just say it, what equipment needs repairing this time? It was fortunate that she still thought, over the past few days, Ron had finally become a bit less troublesome, coming every day with weapons and armor to be repaired, not caring at all about the repair fees. The real issue was the sheer frequency of the damage. It had gotten to the point where even Hephaestus had begun to doubt the quality of the equipment. Was her ongi really not good enough? How did it shatter the moment this guy went exploring in the dungeon? It's not for equipment repairs. As the prime culprit, meeting the other party's helpless gaze, Ron couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He tugged lightly at the corner of his mouth and took the initiative to invite her. Lady Hephaestus, the familiar is holding a celebration feast. We'd like to invite you to attend. Without the equipment you provided, my dungeon exploration definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. So it was an invitation to a celebration feast? Hephaestus frowned slightly. Ever since she had deliberately started avoiding that Hestia girl, her ears had finally enjoyed some peace and quiet, but she had also lost her main source of information about Ron. As for this so-called celebration feast, could it be that the familiar's development had achieved a stage of success, and Hestia had dragged in a few more adventurers again? Thinking of this, she gently swirled the red wine in her goblet, peering at the boy standing before her through the glass. Why did you suddenly think of holding a celebration feast? Level ascension. That kind of news was definitely impossible to keep hidden. Ron chose not to hide anything and answered honestly, during this period of dungeon exploration, I felt things were about right, so I went ahead with a level ascension. The woman finally let out a sigh of relief. However, as she carefully processed Ron's calm explanation, she abruptly sprang up from the sofa. Even as the red wine spilled from her goblet, she ignored it completely. A level ascension? Hephaestus's pupils contracted sharply. When she questioned him again, her voice was filled with disbelief. Was it another member of the Hestia familiar? It was me. Given that Ron bore the dungeon's hatred and possessed the special ability of near-death recovery, she had never thought that the guy in front of her would fade into mediocrity. He might even be a seed with the potential to become a hero. But when Hephaestus truly heard the miracle of a level ascension, as a god, her understanding of an adventurer's potential was once again overturned. How long had it even been? From the time Hestia picked up the unconscious Ron and brought him into her office, to his joining the familiar and becoming an adventurer, only a little over half a month had passed. Even the famed sword princess had never been this outrageous. And the miracle Ron had achieved was bound to shake Rio, indeed, the entire world. So how could that Hestia girl be so impatient? Hephaestus frowned deeply. You and your patron god are both a bit impulsive. Even if your ability values have reached the ascension threshold, you should still pursue your personal limits before considering an upgrade. All of this will become your foundation in the future. Sensing the deep concern in her words, it could only be said that Hephaestus truly was sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. No matter how troublesome she found him, she was still willing to offer help. Peerless magnanimous god. Ron did not try to dodge the point. He said seriously, it was precisely because my ability values could no longer increase that I chose to undergo level ascension today. That friend of hers was unreliable. Fortunately, Ron had not followed suit and acted recklessly. Hephaestus asked tentatively. Even if he could not disclose it, she felt it was understandable, since ability values were an adventurer's core attributes. Is it convenient to say? Extreme values. Then a level ascension is indeed appropriate. Further accumulation wouldn't leave any room for improvement. She nodded in relief, though her emotions were difficult to put into words. So what kind of luck did Hestia even have? She was jealous. Hephaestus admitted that she was quite envious. Even though her was a commercial familiar focused primarily on weapon forging and repairs, there was still a need for dungeon exploration. The key point was, who would ever refuse a mature, reliable familiar member like Ron? She shook her head helplessly. Has the average level of your ability values reached B? If it has, then you're even more outrageous than AIS Wallenstein. It's the Fauna system's extreme values. Question mark. Why does the atmosphere feel kind of strange? Hestia's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. After 2 glasses of sparkling wine went down, the girl's fair, youthful cheeks were tinged with a faint blush from the tipsy haze. She slung an arm around her close friend's shoulder. Muttering, she said, Ron can be considered someone we watched grow up to this point, right? So why is it that, ever since you arrived at the restaurant, Hephaestus, you haven't said a single word? What was there even left to say? Hephaestus felt like her teeth were about to grind to dust. In the several hundred years since she had come to Rio, adventurers who had broken through the limits of vulnerability values. The only one she could think of, was a member of the Hera familia, bearing the epithet Silence, known among the gods as the embodiment of talent, and possessing the strongest aptitude, Althea. And now, Ron had once again accomplished the same feat she couldn't even imagine, once the gods' assembly convened, just how crazed those gods would become over the achievement this guy had created. Familiar members could transfer to another patron god. Hephaestus knew very well that, given Ron's character, he would absolutely never abandon Hestia, but that didn't mean she could guard against certain gods resorting to underhanded methods. She looked once more at the black-haired boy beside her. "Are you prepared?" "Of course," Ron answered without hesitation. He could understand the underlying meaning in those words, nothing more than the chain reaction his revealed talent would set off in Aura Rio. Good luck. That was all she could offer, encouragement. She couldn't exactly say, right in front of Hestia, that the familiar was far too weak to properly protect Ron, whose talent was enough to drive countless gods mad, could she? What was worse, this unreliable girl didn't even seem to realize how serious the problem was. Hephaestus shook her head helplessly. Recalling that earlier conversation she had had with Ron, she chose to reserve her opinion this time. "I'll say what I said before. Ron, you have the potential to become a hero." "Become a hero?" "That's right." After receiving that affirmation, Ron didn't continue to argue. If he were to keep walking to the very end as if tarnished, that was destined to be a long road toward godhood. And as for becoming the hero who would save Aura Rio? His smile was relaxed, but his tone was firmer than ever. "I think becoming a hero, for me, should just be a matter of convenience. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 83, Why Ryu Cannot Lose. Of course, it's because she wasn't prepared for the date. 1,383 words. Perhaps today, practical combat training should be a bit harsher. After all, he's already an upper-tier level 2 adventurer. Having just completed a level ascension, high-intensity sparring could also help Ron raise his ability values a little. Early morning. After tidying up her room, the elf girl looked at the training wooden swords in her hands. In the end, she quietly untied the cotton cloth wrapping one of them. Although she hadn't asked in detail how long it had taken that guy to complete his upgrade. A genius! But who among them hadn't once been one? Even so, she still felt happy for Ron in her heart. At the very least, he wouldn't end up completely unable to return from some future expedition due to the dungeon's hatred. If one were to count relationships, she supposed they could at least be considered friends. Just as Ryu was about to head out, the door to the adjacent room was quietly pushed open, and what came into view was Syr, lazily stretching, her movements outlining the perfect curves of her figure. She knew that Ryu had the habit of doing morning training every day. But when Syr saw the two wooden swords in the girl's hands, she couldn't help but feel curious. "Good morning, Ryu. Starting your morning training this early. I thought I heard you talking just now. So did something happen last night?" "Yes." Ryu nodded frankly. After all, any adventurer who broke through to level 2 could be easily inquired about in Aura Rio. After a moment of thought, she explained the situation to Syr in a serious tone. "Ron, he's completed his level ascension. I've accepted his training commission, so I'm considering whether to be a bit more serious. That way, I can also help Ron quickly adapt to the changes that come with leveling up." Only. Even the girl herself failed to notice that after the dungeon experiences of recent days, she had begun to constantly mention that guy's name. So fast. Syr's surprise was genuine. When gods came to the hostess of Fertility Tavern, she generally didn't pay too much attention to what happened there, in order to avoid exposing the game. As for the Ron mentioned by Ryu, she recalled that encounter at the street corner, the streak of frenzied crimson on the boy's body, and afterward, she had not paid much further attention to the matter. However, it seemed she had missed something rather interesting. "Ron, if I remember correctly, he should be the boy who wanted to go on a date with you that day, right? How did even the way you address him become so intimate now?" "That was a misunderstanding," the elf girl emphasized seriously. And in the face of her close friend's teasing, Ryu no longer felt the initial awkwardness. When she recalled the agreement she had made with Ron in the dungeon, an answer quickly formed in her heart. She had to go all out. Mainly because, over the long time she had spent in Aura Rio, she had absolutely no experience when it came to dates, nor had she made any preparations at all. "I'm heading off to morning training first. We'll talk later." After successfully breaking through to level 2, the most convincing way to prove the increase in strength was to be able to land effective attacks on Ryu with a training wooden sword during actual combat training. And then, once the fight truly began, Ron very quickly started to question his own existence, staring at Arario's azure sky and at the figure of the girl drawing close, a trace of apology flashing through her eyes. His mood was extremely complicated. Why does it feel like, even after the level ascension, the gap between me and Senior Ryu is still that huge? That was because she hadn't yet prepared herself for the date. So she absolutely would not hold back. Just because one hasn't seen a pig run doesn't mean one hasn't eaten pork. On weekends, there were plenty of couples dating in Aura Rio, even if she didn't know the specifics. But it was definitely a form of intimate contact. When she imagined such a scene happening with Ron, her face inexplicably began to feel hot. Ryu chose not to tell Ron the real reason. Looking at the black-haired boy lying on the floor, she asked with concern in her eyes, "You're fine, right?" "Of course." Ron sprang straight up from the bluestone floor in a single smooth motion. After an adventurer's level ascended, the most immediate sensation he felt was that his reaction speed seemed unable to keep up with his body's movements. Although his ability values had been reset to 0. All of his bodily functions had received a tremendous boost. The speed of his sword swings was several times faster than before, to the point that his thoughts couldn't keep up with his actions. Flustered and chaotic, if he had to put it into concrete terms, it felt roughly like riding a ghost fire motorcycle at 200 km per hour, his body flying ahead while his soul chased after it. Continue training. And then, Ron chose to give up thinking, and instead chose to trust his body's instincts. After widening the distance from Ryu once more, the previously obvious sense of drag between his movements gradually faded, and his actions in combat became increasingly smooth. But it still wasn't enough. Ryu didn't even make any unnecessary movements, she simply focused on defense. Yet no matter how fast Ron swung his blade, he was still unable to break through her guard. Until, in the end, he had already given up on the idea of striking the girl at all. The weapon was not a great sword, but using it wasn't particularly difficult. When his final swing was once again deflected by Ryu, Ron used the rebound force to retreat rapidly. After halting his steps, facing the girl's horizontal slash toward his abdomen, he chopped downward with full force to block while flipping through the air in a wolf-leaped posture, both hands tightly gripping the wooden sword. Launching a counterattack toward Ryu. Lion's Claw. Bang! At the moment the weapons collided, tremendous force burst forth, scattering countless wood splinters. This was a clash in the truest sense. It even caused a rare trace of surprise to surface in Ryu's previously calm eyes. Although the attack had no real effect, the presence of technique could still be clearly felt. At this point, she gave an evaluation straight from the heart, a very good move. If I weren't on guard, this kind of counterattack would easily achieve the result you want. But it might also just be my illusion, somehow it feels like the training wooden sword can't bring out its true power. I suggest you pair it with a great sword. As long as you successfully block the attack, even if the enemy reacts, their movements may not necessarily keep up. So this was the experience of a veteran adventurer? Ron didn't deny it. Setting aside self-harming buff-stacking combat arts like seppuku and bloody slash that increased damage, the lion's claw attack he had just used. In the world of DanMachi, it was more like a counter made by the body's instinctive adaptation. He blinked. Then can I go home and bring my greatsword over to spar with you, Senior Ryu? Of course, it'd be best if you kept using the training wooden sword. She didn't say a word, only looked at Ron with a gaze like she was looking at an idiot. Ryu truly wasn't good at scheming or mind games, but the way this guy had spoken just now, it was practically as if the abacus beads were about to fly straight into her face. Still, worried about dampening his enthusiasm for training, the girl said seriously, "If you really are using this as motivation, then I hope you can achieve your goal with real strength." Of course. At that, Ryu only left her back to Ron, softly murmuring, "I actually also need enough time to prepare myself mentally." Because? She had already begun to realize that she seemed not to be as resistant to this guy as she had imagined. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 84, heading to the 10th floor. 1,313 words. After gradually adapting to his post-ascension physical strength, Ron did not choose to continue resting in Aura Rio. Instead, he quickly set out to explore the dungeon. Although real combat training could bring increases to ability values, compared with the oppressive pressure brought by Souls-type monsters, its effect was ultimately limited. More importantly, after killing Souls-type monsters, precious soul shards would drop. Venturing to deeper floors meant that the environment and monster tactics would become more complex. Therefore, his soul shard accumulation plan had to be fully launched. To exchange for a brand new character save slot, he was still short of fewer than 150 soul shards. Monster Feast. According to what Miss Aina said, this kind of occurrence is extremely rare. After stepping into the area of the 10th floor, Ron looked at the extraordinarily vast floor space before him. Just arriving here, he already felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. It was as if the dungeon itself were welcoming his arrival. This heavy frost mist mechanism reduced visibility to an outrageous degree. The air, saturated with moisture, was filled with a bone-chilling cold. If it were only like this, Ron would feel that this was the dungeon rewarding him. As long as it did not produce some absurd situation like a surging sea of filth, he could accept it. And within this area, entirely new monsters would appear. Simply put, they were enhanced versions of goblins. Imps possessed higher intelligence than goblins, and they almost always operated in groups. There was also a bat-type monster that used echo waves to interfere with concentration. Better to be cautious first. Souls-type monsters such as the Lelit Goblin and the Goblin Knight had, during the newcomer stage, given Ron several consecutive first encounter kills. With another round of dungeon enhancement, to what extent could those imps, already possessing a bit of intelligence, develop? That was really hard to guess. Ron did not rashly begin exploring. He chose to wait in a safe area for the frost mist mechanism to dissipate. But as time continued to pass, he discovered that the floor mechanism showed no signs of disappearing at all. On the contrary, the frost mist was visibly stacking up at a rate discernible to the naked eye, to the point that ice crystals formed on the tips of his hair. And the chain reaction caused by the cold was hypothermia. As adventurers whose physical qualities far surpass those of ordinary people, this level of problem could naturally be ignored. However, the price of resisting the cold was inevitably increased stamina consumption. Waiting here all the time doesn't seem like a solution. Thinking of this, Ron raised the brass heavy shield in front of him. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to first explore the outer area to prevent himself from completely losing his sense of direction. He removed the bandage tied to the greatsword scabbard, tore it open, and twisted it into a long, thin rope. At least I need to test the situation. There's no reason that after breaking through a level, I'd still get stuck here, right? However, just as he stepped into the frost mist mechanism, the originally extremely low visibility environment began to disperse at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had received some kind of guidance. Directly toward the depths of the current floor. What good intentions could the dungeon possibly have? Ron naturally understood. But this was an open move laid out in plain sight. There was no way to bypass it. If he wanted to head deeper, he would have to completely clear the current floor. Following the guidance, he continued forward. Immediately after, what came into Ron's view was a monster tribe of considerable scale. Dungeon. If Ron were here, he would certainly recognize their identities. They were Uka, Mikoto, Chigusa, and 6 other members from the Takamikazuchi familiar. As long as it was an exploration-type familiar, once the overall evaluation reached rank D, the guild would issue an expedition mission. The specific floors assigned were determined according to the familiar's overall strength. The objective was also simple: to curb the continuous proliferation of dungeon monsters. This time, the Takamikazuchi familiar's expedition goal was to reach the safe floor on the 18th floor. Beyond that, there was no requirement to subjugate the floor boss. As for the process, it went so smoothly that even Kashima Uka was somewhat surprised. First of all, as the only level 2 adventurer in the familiar, Mikoto's combat style was clearly much sharper than before. Most importantly, she was extremely steady. Even Chigusa's personality had undergone some transformation. Although she served as a supporter, she was still able to provide considerable assistance to the team during battles. As the captain, Uka was absolutely the most gratified. On the way back to Orario, he encouraged his familiar companions, once we return to Orario this time, we must take a proper rest. When we celebrate. At that time, we have to invite Mr. Ron as well. Although he was not a member of their familiar, during their dungeon exploration, they had followed Ron's shield thrust tactic. Just as he had said, there were no complicated techniques involved. Only after using it could one truly know how efficient it was. The drawbacks were also obvious. It relied heavily on the shield's defensive performance, and when holding the shield in one hand for too long, the arm would grow sore. Uka was already considering purchasing a shield. You can decide that. Mikoto had no objections. And after completing this familiar expedition, she finally realized just how well she had been fed during the time she had teamed up with Ron, compared to a normal exploration. Even upon reaching the middle floors, when encountering powerful monsters such as the Minotaur and the Hellhound, she had not felt particularly strong safety pressure during battle. What about in the upper floors? The Goblin Knight Corps, which possessed coordinated combat ability, and the Goblin Guard, comparable to a floor boss, the latter was not something even she felt confident in defeating quickly. They were about to return to Rio. Especially when Captain Uka mentioned Ron, the girl's mind conjured Ron's familiar face. With the strength and methods he possessed, Mikoto was not worried about his safety. It was just that she could not help but feel curious. How far had Ron, exploring alone and matched with the dungeon's nightmare level difficulty, already grown? She suddenly asked, after this expedition ends, we should be able to rest for a few days, right? Of course. Mainly because the gains were quite good. They should be enough to support the orphanage's operations for a while. The high-pressure environment of a familiar expedition indeed left people exhausted. Uka answered without hesitation. However, upon reaching the area of the 10th floor and noticing the frost mist denser than usual, his cautious nature still made him stop their return. Let's wait for the mechanism to end before going back. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but this frost mist mechanism feels even denser than before, to prevent a monster feast from occurring. Let's wait a bit. Already accustomed to the captain's exploration style, Mikoto simply looked at the dense frost mist mechanism before her. Yet she could not help but feel a strangely familiar sensation. However, that thought was quickly dismissed by her. It hadn't been that long. It was unlikely that she would run into Ron again in a place like this, right? Immediately after, she saw a familiar figure she would never forget, no matter what, crashing straight through the frost mist mechanism and running rapidly toward her. And the numerous monsters following behind the boy. Does this count as the monsters being delivered straight to us? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 85, The Imp Swarm Incident. 1,289 words. What kind of description could Ron even use for this environment? It was like an ancient architectural complex lost deep within the dungeon. The surface of the crumbling ruins was covered with completely withered, grey-black, ferocious vines. At a glance, if he didn't already know this was the dungeon, he would almost think he was hallucinating a Souls-like map. Hellish. Utterly hellish. The frost mist shrouding the surroundings completely isolated this area from the outside world. Only sparsely scattered bonfires provided faint illumination. But when Ron looked more carefully, he noticed that the statues whose figures were hidden in the dark corners, like sculptures, even had dark green moss clinging to the pale surface of the monsters. Are you serious? How am I running into those nutshot imps even in DanMachi? These little imps, Ron could recognize them with his eyes closed. They were absolutely the Elden Ring version. If the number of monsters wasn't too large, dealing with them wouldn't be too difficult. Then he scanned the surroundings. In this area that resembled an ancient altar, hidden in all kinds of dark corners, there were simply too many little imp statues to count. Masters of all-terrain combat. Dungeon war gods that wriggled through the shadows. These monsters that could slip through any crack would leap out from every corner to ambush him. They were definitely quite troublesome. What good intentions could the dungeon possibly have? You bastard! Ron finally understood why the frost mist mechanism had guided him here. When he turned his head to look at the path he had come from, he could no longer distinguish the direction at all. The long strips of cloth he had left as markers had quietly been cut. So, this damn dungeon was trying to keep him here completely by stacking monsters, and the monsters it had stacked were Elden Ring little imps. If monsters like these were given even a bit of simple intelligence. Just thinking about it made the corner of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. And as if sensing the presence of an adventurer, some of the surrounding statues had already begun to awaken. The sharp creaking sounds alone were enough to make his ears ache. At this point, there was only one option: fight. He still wasn't clear on the little imp's mobility. If their speed was roughly what he imagined, heavy weapons like ultra greatswords would see their effectiveness greatly reduced. And if their numbers piled up, all he could do was pin his hopes on great fortune. He stayed absolutely alert, his gaze sweeping first toward the monsters appearing ahead. Thank you. Based on their appearance and the weapons they carried, it was possible to roughly distinguish these monsters. Imps wearing dog-head masks usually wielded forked greatswords. Imps with owl masks held scythes, and so on. My blood pressure spiking, bro. Just as Ron was thinking about how exactly he should deal with this pack of little imps, he saw these monsters, barely any bigger than goblins, scrambling on all fours and charging straight at him at breakneck speed. They were really fast, faster, even, than that Garnu from the Soma familiar. Without thinking at all, he decisively drew Great Fortune. Use a melee weapon? Don't make your imp bro laugh. Do you even understand the value of jumping attacks and bleed? Ron lowered his stance. Facing several little imps rushing at him head-on, he swung his sword without hesitation. Even though the ultra greatsword was massive, it didn't affect the speed of his swing at all. As the swordlight flashed past, bang! At the instant of impact, chunks of stone flew everywhere. But the outcome he had expected, cutting the monster clean in half, didn't happen. It only left a gash-like crack on the little imp's body. After being knocked flying, the monster struggled on the ground for a moment, then got back up again. These stats are seriously off. Ron couldn't help recalling the little imps in the consecrated snowfield. Combined with the frost mist blanketing the area, the floor's condition somehow felt oddly fitting. And just as that suspicion formed, the doghead imp wielding a forked greatsword was already charging at him. He knew this one. As he chopped forward, he rolled through the air in a wolf jump posture, then twisted nimbly and smashed down hard onto the doghead imp's stone body. Lion's Claw. Soul remains +3? As a second-tier weapon, there was no need to say anything about the ultra greatsword's sharpness. The moment it made contact, the monster's body instantly shattered into pieces. And after the little imp died, the corpse formed from stone statues didn't vanish according to the dungeon's usual logic. Instead, it was left behind right where it fell. This is definitely a Souls-like map. In Elden Ring, an imp's corpse doesn't disappear after death, it remains as a collision object, affecting all kinds of the tarnished's actions. As for the remaining monsters, Ron decisively chose to end things quickly. Abandoning technique, he opted to rely purely on the raw stats of Great Fortune to overwhelm the little imps in all aspects. The process went very smoothly. Using the brass heavy shield strapped to his back to block the blow darts fired from the dark corners, it took only a short time to defeat the little imps one by one. So, as long as I'm not surrounded by a swarm of little imps, this isn't that hard to handle. For Ron, this level of combat intensity could only be considered a warm-up. But just as that thought formed, as if sensing the demise of their companions, even the bat imps standing high atop the ancient ruins in the distance, their rigid, statue-like bodies were gradually awakening. Then, he looked across the entire area. Even though visibility was poor in the dim atmosphere, the crimson eyes of the little imp still made the hairs on his body stand on end. Densely packed. There were simply too many monsters to count. If he could kill them all, it would definitely be enough to gather the soul shards needed to draw the second character save slot. But at a time like this, reason still held the high ground. You win. Even with revival at maximum uses, his instincts told Ron that if he stayed any longer, he would only end up restarting amid the endless waves of monsters. There was even a real possibility he might die here for good. Time to run. Any hesitation would be a desecration of life itself. He didn't care whether the frost mist trap behind him would disorient his vision, because he knew staying here was certain death. Ron plunged straight into the frost mist mechanism. After his adventurer level increased, his speed had improved noticeably. To guard against monsters suddenly leaping out, he raised the brass heavy shield in front of him. His sense of direction was somewhat lost, but he could still use the withered trees as reference points to escape in a straight line. As for the little imps that suddenly sprang out along the way, the difference in body size, combined with the defense of the brass heavy shield, sent them flying without exception. During the retreat, there was no sense of time at all. And then, Ron saw that the frost mist ahead had grown slightly thinner, and several blurred silhouettes of adventurers were visible. Since this Souls-like dungeon was originally the result of his own actions, there was no reason to continue diverting disaster toward others. Especially when he noticed that enormous swarm of monsters, whose bodies couldn't be seen, but whose crimson eyes gave them away, he shouted a warning. Run! The monster swarm is charging over. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 86, Reunion with the Takamikazuchi Familiar. 1,412 words. Monster delivery. In dungeon exploration, this was not particularly rare. When encountering an overwhelming number of monsters that could not be defeated, adventurers would usually do exactly this. It was equivalent to diverting disaster onto others. However, Kashima had never imagined that something like this would happen to his own familiar. That hazy figure made it impossible to tell who it actually was. But trailing behind that person were those countless crimson eyes. Damn it! Did he poke a monster nest? Even Kashima Uka, who usually maintained a relatively high level of composure, could not help but curse in front of his familiar members when he saw the swarm of monsters surging toward them. But he remembered that directly behind them was the passage to the next floor. This unprecedentedly dense frost mist trap had basically cut off the view from within. It might simply have been bad luck, they just happened to be standing along that guy's escape route. There was no time to think it through. Faced with the dungeon's monster feast, the most rational approach was, of course, to withdraw from the current area first. After all, once this familiar expedition was over, their companions were not in particularly good condition. Fall back to the 12th floor first. With this many monsters, it's definitely not something our team can handle. We can wait somewhere else. The frost mist mechanism has made the temperature too low. Staying here any longer won't do us any good, Kashima ordered decisively. However, when he saw Chigusa still lingering in place, he could not help frowning. Chigusa, don't freeze up. The monsters are about to surge over. That adventurer. Why do I feel like he looks a bit familiar? The girl halted, her eyes filled with confusion. Especially when Chigusa heard the other party's reminder, her eyes gradually lit up. She hurriedly added, Captain, he seems to be Mr. Ron. This time, even Mikoto stopped in her tracks. She gripped her katana once more, her expression extremely serious, though the eagerness in her eyes was still visible. Is it really him? Why did it feel as though Ron were also a member of their own familia? Kashima could not figure out the reason. But after all, he had once demonstrated and guided them. Without his instruction, their dungeon expedition would not have gone so smoothly. They could be considered friends. So, how could there be a situation where, when a friend was in danger, they would choose to stand by and do nothing? He clenched his teeth and issued the order once more, that adventurer has a very good relationship with our familiar. He's also our friend. Assist him in retreating. Don't get bogged down in battle. As long as we reach the 11th floor, this group of monsters won't chase after us. Before Kashima had even finished speaking, Mikoto had already taken action. Facing such an enormous number of monsters, trying to cut them down one by one was clearly unrealistic. Moreover, it was very likely they were special monsters that had received full enhancement under the dungeon's hatred. I respectfully speak to you, my war god that can break through anything, lead me from the precious heaven. Give my petty body divine power of your grand body. Rescue them light of purification, sword of crushing evil. Sweep sword of suppression, sacred sword of conquest. It arrives here now by my order. Descend from heaven, rule the earth. Shinbu Tozei. The girl chanted softly. In the end, she formed the gravity field created by the Futsuno Mitama magic in the area ahead. It did not restrict Ron's speed. Instead, those bouncing monsters were directly suppressed to the ground for a brief moment. After buying Ron time to escape from the encirclement of monsters, when Mikoto clearly saw the familiar face of the boy slumped on the ground, along with his rare, disheveled appearance, it was truly difficult for her to manage her expression. Mr. Ron. She hesitated for a moment, then greeted him in a normal, calm tone. What a coincidence. I didn't expect that when our familiar expedition was returning, we would run into you. Indeed. At a critical moment, the members of the Takamikazuchi familia were still the most reliable. Ron slumped on the ground, his chest rising and falling as he panted heavily. The various pieces of equipment and armor he carried had undoubtedly brought his total load to approximately 100 kilograms. The terrain of the floor was not as flat as imagined either. Facing the strange looks from Kashima, Chigusa, and the others, he said helplessly, I originally just wanted to explore casually, but I ran into a monster feast. And the frost mist mechanism was so dense. I never thought I'd end up running in your direction, let alone actually run into you. Kashima's expression was complicated. But upon hearing Ron's explanation, he understood it was absolutely not intentional. Still, as he looked at the monsters that had not dispersed and were merely suppressed, he was more worried about their situation going forward. His face grew solemn, his tone gradually turning heavy. Ron, have you noticed that this layer's frost mist mechanism shows no signs of dissipating? I have. The temperature inside the mechanism is still very low, and monsters are lurking everywhere. Ron did not deny it. However, judging from the specific positions of Kashima and Mikoto, along with the passage extending deeper ahead, the reality before them was extremely cruel. Temporarily out of danger. However, behind them lay the region of deeper floors, while ahead was the area shrouded by the frost mist mechanism, ancient ruins, and countless imps. The situation was a dilemma between advance and retreat. Is that so? It was fairly useful information. Kashima nodded seriously, committing all these details to memory. He gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Ever since that dungeon anomaly the other day, it's felt a bit strange. If our luck is even slightly bad, it's easy to fall into an abnormal situation. In his 2 years of exploration experience in Orario, he could not even remember how many times he had gone back and forth to the 10th floor. But when he carefully recalled the past, he had never encountered anything like this. Hard to guess. Ron replied vaguely. He could not exactly say that it had all been caused by himself. Mikoto, who knew the specific reason, could not help but cast her gaze toward Ron after hearing this exchange. By now, the answer was already very clear. She did not feel it was troublesome. Instead, she was curious just how troublesome ordinary monsters strengthened by the dungeon's hatred had become, to the point that even this guy had to retreat in such a sorry state. What should we do next? Not receiving Ron's reply, Mikoto did not urge him. She understood he was considering the specific arrangement. If your condition isn't particularly good, we can return to the 11th floor first to rest. Our supplies can still support us for a few more days. It was a good question. But Ron truly did not know how to answer. Knowing the dungeon's nature, the only way for this layer's mechanism to disappear was to trigger the extermination mechanism. Only by clearing out all the imps inside would the environmental change vanish. But relying on himself alone, it was simply impossible to achieve. At the current stage, the best assistance he could get was none other than the Takamikazuchi familiar he had encountered in the 10th floor area. After adjusting his state, Ron swept his gaze across the group. This layer's frost mist trap will most likely not disappear. If we want to return to Orario safely, the only option is to clear out the monsters inside and pass through this area. Other than that, we can only wait for the guild to discover the abnormal situation and send adventurers to deal with it. But that will most likely take some time. At this point, Ron's expression was particularly calm as he handed the choice over to Kashima and Mikoto. If they chose the latter, then what came next would be simple. He could not possibly drag other adventurers down with him. Take it slow, there would eventually be a chance to conquer it. So, how do you want to choose? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, the former rookie adventurer is gradually catching up. 1,358 words. We'll think about it. Kashima Uka did not give a direct reply. After all, there were still 4 LV1 adventurers in the party. Rashly entering the frost mist trap after its mutation, any slight mistake could drag the whole team down. The best choice was to find a place and wait for the Adventurers Guild to handle it. At that moment, Mikoto, who had not expressed any opinion, took the initiative to make a request. Captain, take Chigusa and the others and stay here to wait. I'll go inside with Ron to take a look. Even if we run into danger, the two of us can ensure our own safety. If we withdraw smoothly, we can also report the situation to the guild. It's better than wasting time. It was hard to imagine that this would be Mikoto's suggestion. But after weighing everything, Uka could not find any reason to refuse. After all, her strength was something he personally acknowledged, and as for Ron, there was even less to say. Even without support, when faced with the pursuit of so many monsters, he had still managed to escape successfully. Uka turned his gaze toward Ron. A matter that carried such danger had to be discussed with the person involved. Ron, what do you think? That works. With the assistance of Futsuno Mitama to restrict the little imp's movement speed, let alone withdrawing from the 10th floor, as long as no rare-type imps like Imp Head, Corpse, or Dimp Head, Elder, appeared, Ron was confident he could handle it. Of course, the bigger reason was, so many soul shards were laid out right in front of him. With such a rare chance to harvest them, it was hard for him not to be tempted. After standing up, he patted the dust off his back. Then he looked at the girl again. In a calm tone, he extended the invitation once more, then? Let's take care of each other. Although the process had been full of twists and turns, and this temporary team had even been formed before the Familiar's expedition had returned, it did nothing to diminish Mikoto's anticipation for the upcoming exploration. Unknown monsters, and the unknown challenges hidden within the frost mist mechanism, though filled with danger, only in such circumstances could one obtain greater improvement. She tilted her head slightly, her smile especially radiant. Of course. Then let's set off. Stepping into the frost mist mechanism once more, clearly aware of the monsters they would be facing next, yet with Mikoto standing beside him, Ron felt an indescribable sense of security. After all, her magic was truly overpowered. It could even briefly suppress the LV5 Black Goliath. Not to mention these little imps whose on-paper strength is only LV2. He did not forget to explain to Mikoto the details that required attention when fighting little imps. These things are all quite troublesome to deal with. You absolutely can't fight them in conventional ways. They even have coordinated combat abilities. Most importantly, they're extremely insidious and good at sneak attacks. I'll be careful. The girl nodded seriously. Having teamed up before, Mikoto was well aware of the difficulty of Ron's dungeon explorations. But confusion troubled her just the same. As the figures of their familiar companions gradually disappeared, she finally could not suppress her curiosity. And you? How did you get here? Don't tell me it was like last time, exploring deeper and then somehow ending up in the deeper parts of the dungeon. Not quite. This time, I pushed forward here by strength. Ron answered without hesitation. Sensing continuous rustling sounds coming from the surrounding low shrubs, he instantly entered a combat state and drew the greatsword from his back. But this time, no monster rushed out. Instead, from a distance, something resembling a bottles was thrown toward his direction. Firepot. Watch out for thrown traps. The moment he saw the thing, that guess surfaced in Ron's mind. After warning Mikoto, he immediately lunged forward, swinging the greatsword, Great Fortune, in a horizontal slash along with the shrubs. The sharp blade cleanly severed the monster's body. However, what awaited him next was a pea shooter. An imp whose head resembled a cannon barrel continuously gathered firelight. The moment Ron entered its attack range, it directly fired a fireball shell. The intense flames illuminated the surrounding darkness. Even the cold environment caused by the frost mist mechanism was briefly dispelled. Boom! When the fireball struck the brass-heavy shield, a violent explosion swept outward. The force generated pushed Ron, who was holding the shield, back several steps. The scorching heat continuously transmitted through the handle. How exactly should I evaluate this? With the slightest carelessness, or if he had raised his shield a fraction too slow and failed to block the pea shooter's attack, as for the result, Ron could guess it with his eyes closed. It wouldn't be fatal. But he would definitely end up completely charred. Taking advantage of the cannon form imp charging up again, he stepped forward. Following along the monster's cannon-like head, he thrust the greatsword Great Fortune straight in, until the head was completely pierced through. Soul shards +3? Only then did he truly let out a breath of relief. While using the firepot for a feint, he let the pea shooter hiding in the shrubs fire during the gap created as he dodged. Just what kind of underworld crap had they dug up? If, in past dungeon explorations, the difficulty had only been reflected in monsters strengthened by souls-like enhancement, then now that he had truly set foot in the 10th floor area, Ron found it hard to judge. An abandoned complex of buildings resembling ancient ruins had appeared inside the dungeon. But if he treated the entire floor as an underground tomb, then in an instant, the number of little imps around them, and the underworld-like atmosphere, suddenly felt reasonable. We have to be cautious. These little imps are even harder to deal with than goblin knights. I can tell. Mikoto gave her assessment from the bottom of her heart. When she had teamed up with Ron before, it had only been the monster's strength that increased, but now even the floor's environment was changing. Was this still the dungeon she knew? In her memory, weren't little imps just monsters with pig heads, about the same size as ordinary goblins? Yet an imp that threw burning bottles, and another with a head shaped like a fire cannon, even a brief glance was enough to bring an unprecedented visual impact. But what truly surprised Mikoto was Ron's burst speed just now, and his adaptability in reacting on the fly. He was simply too fast, to the point that Mikoto didn't even know whether, in actual sparring, her speed could keep up with this guy in front of her. Pushed forward here by strength. The girl recalled the words Ron had spoken so casually. The seed that had already been planted in her heart was watered, and it began to take root and sprout unceasingly. If she hadn't participated in this familiar expedition back then, and had instead chosen to team up with him, could she also have achieved a qualitative leap in strength, like Ron? She had to admit it, that former rookie adventurer seemed to have gradually caught up to her pace. But she herself had never gained much improvement. For Mikoto, who regarded refining her martial skill as her life's goal, a severe doubt arose in her heart at this moment. It's up ahead. This is our exploration target. If there are a large number of monsters, then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Mikoto, to use magic to restrict the little imp's movement. After hearing Ron's reminder, the girl tried hard to regain the focused state she had when teaming up with Ron. But the magnificent sight that entered her eyes next made her pupils abruptly contract. The ruined ancient ruins were like a mausoleum slumbering in the depths of the dungeon. And the monsters spread across the mountains and fields, so many that they were simply uncountable. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 88, The Altar and the Fog. 1,337 words. Lost ancient ruins actually exist within the dungeon? The girl could not figure out the reason, but upon hearing Ron's command, and sensing the massive swarm of monsters rushing in, her movements did not hesitate in the slightest. They were all the imps they had just encountered. Through the moss attached to the monster's exterior, Mikoto realized they resembled statues more than living creatures. Using the katana in her hand would likely not produce ideal combat results. More importantly, these monsters, moving with both hands and feet, charged forward at extremely high speed. No wonder Ron had chosen to explore together with her. I'll use magic to restrain the monsters. No problem. Remember to include yourself within the magic's range. These imps will definitely pop out from places you wouldn't expect and ambush you. This was the composure of a Souls-like veteran. The number of monsters was considerable, visually estimated at nearly 50. However, being able to use gravity magic to reduce the imps' mobility meant they were not yet too troublesome. Ron abandoned defense. He discarded all burdens onto the ground. Gripping the greatsword, Great Fortune, with both hands, his gaze sharpened, constantly observing changes in the surrounding environment. Just moments ago, facing so many monsters, he truly had not been fully confident. But now, with Mikoto on site as a safeguard, it seemed he could indeed attempt it. As he looked at the monsters, all he felt was adrenaline surging through his body. Even his body trembled slightly. Not from fear. After becoming a level 2 adventurer, Ron urgently needed a vigorous, exhilarating battle to test where his current limits lay. He did not launch an attack rashly. Standing beside Mikoto, he waited until she completed her incantation. The gravity field that quietly formed began spreading outward with Ron at its center. As for the monsters rushing in, their originally agile speed became visibly sluggish in an instant. Yet driven by the dungeon's hostility, they continued advancing relentlessly. The fury in their crimson eyes seemed determined to tear Ron apart completely. Crack! This is exactly the feeling I want. Within the gravity field of Futsu no Mitama, Ron's movements were not particularly hindered. If it had to be described precisely, it was roughly comparable to running in full gear. After quickly adapting, he began his hunt of the imps. The motion of swinging the greatsword inevitably became sluggish. Yet against monsters whose speed had likewise been reduced, the wide horizontal sweep of the greatsword, Great Fortune, proved exceptionally efficient. Most crucially, Ron chose to trust his body's instincts. His broad, wide-ranging attack patterns would inevitably create openings in his defense. Facing the monsters leaping in from behind with overhead strikes, he used the inertia of his swing to pivot nimbly. And as he completed the rotation through sheer physical strength, the force of the slash was amplified once more. When the blade struck the imps, countless fragments of stone shattered apart, as well as the surrounding monsters that were blasted away. You want to dance too? Having lost their advantage in speed, the imps, confronted with the greatsword's enormous attack range, saw the balance of this battle steadily tilt toward Ron. The facts proved. Trash mobs were still trash mobs. As long as he remained vigilant and prevented imps hiding in dark corners from launching sneak attacks, the overall difficulty of dealing with them was not as high as he had anticipated. During this battle, Ron had already lost count of how many monsters he had slain. The most direct change was that the accumulated soul shards had already reached the threshold for drawing a new character save slot. When no more imps surged in from the surroundings, he planted the greatsword against the ground and looked toward Mikoto in the distance. Seems like we're temporarily out of danger. The girl said nothing, yet her pale complexion clearly revealed signs of mental exhaustion. When casting magic, she had to output mana continuously. Even her own movements were restricted. Normally, only when exploring with companions would Mikoto feel at ease using it. Because of its many limitations, she could easily become a live target for monsters. But fortunately, Ron had not betrayed her trust. Throughout the duration of the magic's effect, he had not allowed a single monster to slip past to her side. As long as it's over. Mikoto wiped the cold sweat seeping from her forehead with her sleeve. If there were still monsters around, with my current mana reserves, I definitely wouldn't be able to hold out. If there was anything regrettable, it was probably that she had not been able to personally experience the strength of these imps. But she understood that in the earlier situation of being surrounded by monsters, a team was necessary. What next? Ron could confirm. The current floor was much safer now, but the frost mist mechanism shrouding it showed no signs of dissipating. That meant they had not yet fully cleared this floor. There had to be something still inside. However, having carried out the exploration under the gravity field of Futsuno Mitama, he could feel his stamina draining sharply, his condition steadily declining. He shook his head helplessly. We have to finish exploring this area before the mechanism disappears. But in our current state, I suggest we find a place to rest briefly first. I have no objections. The girl's gaze was complicated, yet she did not refuse the proposal. This familiar expedition had gone very smoothly. They had safely reached the safe floor on the 18th floor, and had even encountered monsters similar to minotaurs along the way. But the sense of oppression brought by those monsters was far less intense than the pressure of briefly teaming up with Ron for exploration. Mikoto deeply realized, if she relaxed her vigilance even slightly, she would be left here forever. Following Ron to the campfire, the blazing flames dispelled the chill in the air and, within this extremely dim environment, brought her one of the few sources of security. Yet that fire could not illuminate the confusion in the girl's heart. With this level of dungeon exploration difficulty, she took a water skin from her bosom and placed it beside the campfire to heat, then probed tentatively. Have you ever thought about developing your familiar a bit? I thought about it. Thinking about it now still counted as thinking about it. When mechanisms and ancient ruins began appearing in the dungeon, Ron gradually realized that relying solely on fighting alone would not be enough going forward. If he had not encountered Mikoto, he might very well have been unable to return to Orario for a long time. But truly finding companions he could completely trust, ones who would not leak the secret of the dungeon's hatred, would be extremely difficult. After all, the intensity of a Souls-like dungeon was simply not something ordinary people could endure. But there aren't suitable candidates, right? You should understand the specific situation of teaming up with me. One day, we might end up completely buried in the dungeon. I'm not worried about that kind of issue. But you can't expect companions in the familiar to reach my level, can you? The girl rarely remained silent. After handing the heated water skin to Ron and resting briefly, she stood up again and suggested, let's finish exploring this area as soon as possible. I have no objections. After drinking all the hot water from the water skin, Ron felt the stiffness in his body ease somewhat. He raised the lit torch, but before he could begin exploring this ancient ruin, the girl beside him gently tugged at his sleeve. Following the direction of Mikoto's gaze, he saw the altar at the very top of the abandoned building complex. More precisely, behind the altar stood a stone archway shrouded in layers of mist. A fog gate. So encountering an Elden Ring fog gate inside the dungeon was something mistaken here. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 89, The Girl's Transfer Application. 1,425 words. There's definitely a surprise inside the fog gate. But whether it was a boss room from which there was no return, or a blood pool filled with corruption and curses, along with underhanded monsters lying in ambush in every corner. At the very least, it was definitely not a surprise in the positive sense. Let's ignore it for now. After his adventure level had completed its sublimation, Ron did not let his enhanced strength cause him to disregard the cautious attitude that must be maintained in a Souls-like dungeon. When something is abnormal, there must be something suspicious behind it. Moreover, after the high-intensity battle with the imp group, if another boss fight to the death were to occur now, given his current condition, would there be any possibility of victory? An adventurer's foremost task is to survive. He looked at the torch in his hand, which had the effect of dispelling darkness. It burned like the first flame, as though it would never be extinguished, and he quickly made his next decision. Withdraw. Take all these torches with us to avoid affecting other adventurers on their return. To reduce, as much as possible, the impact of the Souls-like dungeon on passing adventurers, one could only say that, in terms of moral standards, Ron was indeed far ahead. Most importantly, this would minimize the risk of exposure as much as possible. No one could refuse a fog gate that led to an unknown destination, but if he truly wanted to explore it, the candidate he could think of was Senior Ryu. Mikoto gave a slight nod. She had the feeling that this guy handled this kind of abnormal situation with remarkable maturity, so much so that it could even be described as cautious. She looked at the door through which mist flowed. At least in her understanding, the dungeon would absolutely never contain such a thing. That door, where exactly does it lead? Intuition told the girl that Ron certainly knew the secret hidden behind it. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. In any case, it's nothing good. You can also understand it as, let's explore the area ahead another time. Ron's speculation was not wrong. When the mechanisms in this area could not be dispelled, there would inevitably be a corresponding countermeasure nearby. The burning torches could not only disperse the thick frost mist, even when immersed in swamp water, they showed no signs of being extinguished. And in the darkness, those pairs of scarlet monster eyes seemed to harbor some fear toward the firelight and did not launch an attack on Ron. Bad news. After his testing, the torches from the ancient ruins, once they left the current floor, the burning flames would dim at a speed visible to the naked eye, until they were completely extinguished. If we really want to explore the fog gate, we'll probably have to bring the torches with us. They were very likely key items. After passing through the frost mist mechanism and reuniting once again with Kashima Uka, Chigusa, and the other members of the Takamikazuchi familiar, they made it through the area of the 10th floor without incident. They returned to Orario once more. With the obstruction of the abnormal situation gone, the process went very smoothly. Ordinary monsters did not require Ron to step in at all. The group quickly left Babel Tower along the spiral staircase. Ron, are you free tonight? As they were about to part ways, Kashima did not forget the decision he had made earlier regarding Ron, who had taught techniques and led the familiar members out of their predicament. They were friends to begin with, just a simple meal together. He explained, that set of techniques you taught me, it's quite useful. And I also need to thank you. Without you, we might very well have been trapped in the dungeon. So tonight, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Helping each other is only natural. The former only wanted to promote the shield thrust tactic in the world of DanMachi. As for the latter that Kashima mentioned, and his heartfelt gratitude, Ron felt it was somewhat strange, but in the end he did not refuse. With a bright smile, he said, then I'll see you later at the collective dormitory. Sure. The sunset nearing evening stretched Ron's departing shadow long, until it disappeared into the crowd of adventurers. Urged by her familiar companions, Mikoto finally came back to her senses. Rather than constantly reflecting and wearing herself down, she realized that she was being very awkward right now. Pursuing martial skill and strengthening herself more quickly, that was her dream. So she decided to be frank. She would speak directly with Lord Takamikazuchi and follow her god's advice. After returning to the collective dormitory with her familiar companions, Captain Kashima was reporting to Takamikazuchi about what had happened during this dungeon expedition. And the abnormal situation they had encountered on the 10th floor. He left out nothing, including the matter of receiving Ron's help and successfully escaping. When the report came to an end, Mikoto did not leave. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the god, who maintained a gentle smile throughout. As if seeing through the girl's thoughts, Takamikazuchi did not put on the lofty airs of a god. Instead, he proactively poured her a cup of barley tea. Mikoto! His tone was friendly, as approachable as ever, caring about the children's condition. Did you run into some trouble during your recent dungeon exploration? You could say that. The girl was not good at lying. Only when she began sorting through her thoughts, including her contact with Ron and the secrets he carried, did Mikoto find it difficult to be completely frank, so she could only give a simple example. It's just... my feelings are a bit complicated. We once started as rookie adventurers, walking the same path, but his steps are already about to surpass mine. You're talking about Ron, aren't you? Even though he had to work at the Jagamarukan stall every day, it did not mean that Takamikazuchi was indifferent to the children of his familiar, especially before the familiar expedition, when Mikoto's 2 status updates had yielded excellent results. He had not asked in detail about the process. There must have been gains during the dungeon exploration. And a few days ago, Hestia had invited him to attend a celebration banquet, though he had matters to attend to at the time. Takamikazuchi had declined the invitation. But he also knew, the reason the Hestia familiar held the banquet was because Ron had broken through to LV2 and become an upper-class adventurer. That's right. As expected, there was no way to hide it from a god. Mikoto nodded frankly and began recounting how, during the earlier battle in the dungeon, when facing the encirclement of the imp group, Ron's actual strength had grown to what extent. She truly could not estimate it. But when she heard Takamikazuchi's next words, her previously conflicted feelings could no longer be described as shock, her mind went completely blank. He's already a LV2 adventurer. It must have been during the time you were away on the familiar expedition. This child has indeed worked very hard. He basically went to the dungeon every day to explore. When mentioning Ron, whom he had once instructed in the basics of combat, Takamikazuchi's gentle smile was filled with emotion. After hearing the news of his level sublimation, and learning that Ron had shortened the fastest breakthrough record to 16 days, he had never imagined that the vessel this child possessed could be exaggerated to such a degree. Lord Takamikazuchi. I came to you this time, precisely because of this matter. If possible, I would like to transfer to the Hestia Familia. The specific reason is inconvenient to explain. But I know that the martial path I seek is there. All right. As if he had long expected it, Takamikazuchi nodded with a light smile. The identities of God and Familia member had, in fact, only been defined after coming to Orario to earn money. Aside from that, when it came to children who had grown up in the orphanage, he was more like a parent who took care of their food, clothing, and shelter. Facing the girl's guilty gaze, Takamikazuchi smiled gently and comforted her. What parent would refuse their child from going to a broader sky? Since you've made your decision, then strive toward your goal. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 90. Chapter 90, an invitation from the sun god Apollo? 1,347 words. Even with a reminder from her close friend Hephaestus, Ron's fastest ever breakthrough that broke the world record still could not be completely concealed. The reason was simple. Whether it was the registration of the Familia or Ron's status as an adventurer, the guild kept complete records. It was absolutely impossible for it to be overlooked. The only thing that could be done was to hide the specific ability values. To prevent this pearl from shining too brilliantly in Orario. But even after doing that much, during the day, while Hestia was working part-time at the weapon shop, she was still visited by a messenger from the great god Uranus of the Adventurers Guild. Lady Hestia. Can you confirm that this update to your Familia member's strength is the actual situation? As the guild administrator, Royman Mardial, compared to other elves, his figure could be described as obese, yet his eyes were filled with shrewdness. When he received the report on the updated strength of the Familia member submitted by guild staff, Royman did not ignore it. After all, the reason the great god Uranus could trust him was mainly because his management ability was decent, and he sincerely hoped the guild and Orario could develop even better. He was very self-aware. Especially after an adventurer who had broken sword Princess Ais Wallenstein's record was born, Royman, through the Adventurers Guild's intelligence channels, learned that the deity of Ron's Familia was working at the Hephaestus weapon shop. Royman then personally came to visit and confirm the truth of the matter. It's not that I don't trust you, it's mainly that this matter is of great importance. If the news were to leak out, let alone causing a sensation in Orario, even the entire world would remember the name Ron. I believe even the great god Uranus would pay special attention to this. It's just as the report said. At the time, it was Aina from the Adventurers Guild who received us. Hestia's tone was firm. After all, Royman was asking about the breakthrough time and had not inquired about the ability values. She felt that keeping some things reserved was quite appropriate. She was merely reporting the situation truthfully. At the Adventurers Guild, it had already been repeatedly confirmed by the staff. Now even the guild's administrator had come personally to visit, if the matter were to leak out. She did not dare imagine how many troubles would follow. Hestia had no intention of continuing idle conversation, mainly out of concern that a slip of the tongue might leak important information. Is there anything else? Not for now. I will report the news truthfully. Royman truly did not think that Hestia, as a goddess, would lie about this. Whether concealing or falsely reporting information about a Familia member, both would require paying a guild fine. But even after receiving the answer, his heart was still filled with disbelief. It was not only that the speed was astonishing. Even the various ability values were on par with the level of Sword Princess Ais Wallenstein. If nothing unexpected happened, then in the time to come, Ron would grow to an extremely exaggerated degree. And the better Orario developed, the more these would become the conditions he needed to consolidate his position. Before leaving, Royman took the initiative to show goodwill. Lady Hestia. Ordinarily, once a member of a Familia reaches LV.2, the Adventurers Guild conducts a comprehensive evaluation of the Familia's strength. At that time, an expedition mission will be issued. Considering that your Familia currently has only one member, the comprehensive evaluation can be slightly delayed. If you need to post recruitment notices, you may inform my assistant. In addition, if there are other areas where you need assistance, as long as it falls within the scope of my duties, I can give Lady Hestia a relatively satisfactory reply. All right, thank you. This was far more difficult to handle than customers. Only now did Hestia finally come to understand what was meant by a happy trouble. After she had managed to brush off Royman, the guild's person in charge, Hephaestus, who had been hiding in the office watching the show, finally came out. After enduring successive blows from Ron and Hestia, she did not feel angry, she merely felt that the latter was fortunate. And the personal visit from Royman, the guild's person in charge, had already, to some extent, demonstrated the importance of the matter. Make preparations. I estimate that right now in Orario, those powerful familiars are already considering how to win Ron over. As for the specific methods, it's not convenient to comment. Ron definitely won't abandon me. Even though she knew this was her close friend's well-intentioned reminder, when Hestia gave her answer, she still felt an inexplicable lack of confidence in her heart. Because she understood that what she could offer, those powerful familiars with deeper foundations could offer as well, and could even, on that existing basis, provide Ron with unprecedented treatment. Believe in our bond. I made an agreement with him, we would form a familiar for a lifetime. Even in the next life, I will definitely find Ron and continue this bond. But what if they choose to use a war game to forcibly take Ron away? Then the girl fell silent instantly. So, you really need to give me a reason for following me, don't you? Standing beside the Ganesha guard unit, Ron looked toward the brown-haired man in front of him, upright in posture and dressed in a black suit uniform. Even in terms of appearance, he did not lose to some elves. He looked very familiar. Especially the armband bearing the golden bow and sun emblem of the familiar. Apollo familiar. The one before him should be their familiar captain, a LV.3 adventurer, bearing the title Phoebus Apollo, Hyacinthos Cleo. Lord Apollo wishes to see you. So he sent me to find you. Please. Although he did not understand why his god wanted to meet a rookie adventurer, since it was the will of a god, Hyacinthos would spare no effort to carry it out. Through various information channels, he frowned as he looked at Ron standing before him. His appearance could only be described as delicate, yet the design of his equipment was extremely exaggerated. Do not keep Lord Apollo waiting. Men like that really give me the creeps. Ron respected every kind of sexual orientation, but when someone tried to impose that kind of operatic fantasy onto him, all he felt was intense disgust. Coincidentally, the Apollo familiar was entirely difficult to evaluate. As for why the other party had suddenly sought him out, the reason was not hard to guess. Most likely, it was the change report Hestia had submitted to the guild. Had the news of his breakthrough been learned by the gods of powerful familiars? You may be disappointed. I have no intention of changing familiars. Please convey that to your god. Ron shook his head decisively in refusal. He was not worried that Hyacinthos would forcibly take him away. Still, he turned to the patrolling Ganesha guard unit and asked, if I remember correctly, restricting someone's personal freedom is illegal in Orario. Of course. I am of the Ganesha familiar. All evil shall be brought to justice. Facing the muscular man in front of him, bare-chested and wearing an elephant trunk mask. Ron could barely bring himself to look. After receiving a clear answer, he could sense the cold aura emanating from Hyacinthos, as well as the awkward stiffness of someone forcing himself to maintain an elegant posture. He walked straight past him, his steps not pausing in the slightest. Then I'll be on my way. Unlike that clingy guy, Ron was now busy heading home to have his ability values updated by the beautiful, petite goddess, and, while he was at it, to use the soul shards he had finally saved up to draw a brand new character save slot. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 91, Chapter 91, Why does it feel like someone is jealous? 1310 words. The Hephaestus Weapon Shop. Hestia admitted that, as the chief deity of her familiar, there were indeed many ways in which she was not competent enough. The only thing she could do was give the best to Ron. And under her close friend's reminder, she realized a very crucial problem. Even if she and Ron shared the same thoughts, there were still powerful external factors that could break the current situation. When she saw Ron return to Orario, Hestia could not help asking, Ron, did you run into any strange people? Probably. Looking at the girl before him, forcing a smile, trying to hide the unease in her heart, Ron realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. He did not conceal anything. After leaving Babel Tower, he had encountered Hyacinthos of the Apollo familiar, and the matter of that god inviting him. He laid out the whole course of events. But I refused on the spot. The Ganesha familiar's guard squad was also there. At least, they won't cause me trouble in Orario. His expression turned strange as he reassured Hestia. As for whether the sun god Apollo would go mad, Ron truly could not say. After all, in the original work, this guy was extremely exaggerated. Most of his familiar members were male, and the majority had joined after being courted by Apollo. If they refused, there was a high probability he would use all sorts of means to force them, including hunting them down. He did not think he possessed the kind of special show to appeal that Belle had. Even if he were pursued, then those matters could go talk to a Souls-like dungeon. You still have to be careful. Apollo. Hestia's impression of this god was quite deep. Back in Tenkai, he had once confessed to her, only to be directly rejected by her at the time. After that, Apollo descended to the lower world and went to Orario, and she had heard nothing further about him. Yet in the Labyrinth City, they had met again, most critically, that fellow Apollo had actually set his sights on Ron. She was very angry. But she also knew this changed nothing. The good news, however, was that even if he proposed a war game, she could directly refuse. At worst, she would lose face and be humiliated. When she heard that Ron had refused without the slightest hesitation, the girl's mood was undoubtedly relieved. At least the one she had painstakingly raised wouldn't be snatched away by someone else. Hestia lightly rose onto her tiptoes, placing both hands on Ron's shoulders. Don't worry. Even if something really happens, as a goddess, I will definitely help you settle it. So, Ron, your dungeon exploration today. Did it go smoothly? Judging purely from the results, it was pretty good, Ron answered honestly. He had already accumulated enough soul shards. The magic stones dropped after killing the imp could probably be exchanged for some Valis at the Adventurers Guild. As for the imp mask, the strangely shaped helmet, whether it could be sold in Orario was still unknown. He glanced around the weapon shop. There were no customers at the moment, but since it was still working hours, it somehow felt a little inappropriate to update his ability values here. Yet before Ron could explain clearly, Hestia, standing before him, had already taken the initiative to grab the boy's hand. It's been many days since your level ascension, and you haven't updated your ability values. Today you just finished your dungeon exploration. Are you ready? She could hardly tell Ron that the only way she could affirm her presence as a goddess was through updating his ability values, could she? Then, facing her close friend Hephaestus's numb expression in the office, as the girl hooked her arm through Ron's, her smile became especially bright. She said directly, Hephaestus, I'm going to borrow your office for a while. Hearing Hestia's words, the woman's originally numb expression turned into something indescribably strange. She truly wanted to ask whether this fellow was being a little too impolite. When Ron had been picked up back then, she had also been present. And now? It was as if she were just some obstructive passerby. But when she noticed the slightly awkward, apologetic look in Ron's eyes, Hephaestus ultimately did not refuse. It was not that she had any special filter for geniuses. Mainly, compared to this fellow's goddess, Ron's personality and attitude were already quite decent. She slowly stood up, her eyes filled with fatigue. I don't mind. But Hestia, is this really the attitude you take when borrowing someone's office? Why does it feel like I'm the outsider? Special circumstances call for special treatment. Even when teased face to face, Hestia could completely ignore it. The key was that she did not feel she had failed to share this kind of growth with her close friend, it was just that every time, she would become impatient. She would always respond with an expression that said she had long since had enough. After preparing the tools needed to update his ability values, the girl looked at Ron's back, where the lines of muscle were becoming increasingly defined. Compared to how he had been at the very beginning, the changes now were truly significant. If she had to describe it, he had gradually grown to the point of being someone one could rely on. Especially since Ron also had a delicate, pleasant-looking face. He had not even made a name for himself in Orario yet, and he had already drawn the attention of quite a few girls. When Hestia thought of this, she recalled how, when she had gone to the Adventurers Guild that morning and mentioned Ron, the guild employee Aina had reacted with such enthusiasm. Just imagining that scene left a faint sourness in her heart. While helping Ron update his ability values, Hestia brought it up in an exceedingly casual tone. I went to the Adventurers Guild today. Oh. Miss Aina, who's quite popular at the guild, seems to care about you a lot. It's not that. I'm saying that kind of behavior is inappropriate. I just think that at this stage, you should focus on improving your strength. At this point, the girl's tone paused slightly, and she added offhandedly, once you've truly experienced the scenery of an adventurer, you might realize that the best choice could be right by your side. There were indeed quite a few beautiful girls by his side. He just inexplicably felt that Hestia was hinting at something. This was a fatal question Ron truly did not know how to answer. He did not evade it, and when he replied, his attitude was more resolute than ever. That's true. I think Lady Hestia is the one who treats me the best. She liked hearing that. So much so that the corners of Hestia's lips curved into a bright smile. However, at this stage, helping Ron update his ability values was of greater importance. Ron. Level, LV2. Strength, I0H156. Endurance, I0H170. Dexterity, I0H133. Agility, I0H148. Magic, I0H101. Compared to when he had just become an adventurer, the rate of improvement in Ron's ability values had indeed slowed. Even so, the total increase this time still reached an extremely astonishing level. With such outstanding talent, it's far too easy to attract the attention of other gods. She did not regard Ron as her personal possession, but after spending so much time together day by day, how could she not develop feelings? Hestia felt inexplicably sour, but when her gaze fell upon the change in Ron's skills, that trace of jealousy was instantly overwhelmed by surprise. Sekiro. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 92, Updating Ability Values. 1,366 words. Skills? Character save slot. Soul shards can be consumed to draw character cards, granting different abilities. Only one character card can be used at a time. The number and strength of character cards increase as personal level rises. Current character cards, Tarnished Sekiro. Sekiro? Sword Saint's Esoteric Art. Master the core esoteric principles of the Ashina Mushinryu sword style, enabling rapid absorption of the combat essence of other schools. Healing Good. Restores one's own injuries. Can be used 3 times. The number of uses refreshes at midnight each day. A brand new skill. And one that can be switched freely. She knew clearly that the vessel Ron possessed was extraordinarily powerful. Yet every time he improved, it inevitably brought surprise to the young girl who had only recently established her familiar. Although Hestia could not fully understand it, simply from the descriptions of Sword Saint's Esoteric Art and Healing Good, the conclusion she could draw was that Ron's next exploration might proceed far more smoothly. As for magic, it seemed that because he had switched to the Sekiro template, the heal he originally possessed had completely disappeared from his fauna. Hey! It feels like your improvement speed gets faster every time. After handing the parchment to Ron, Hestia did not choose to continue straddling his back. I estimate it won't take long. At most 1 month, there's definitely hope of breaking through to LV3. Sekiro. This was the character save slot Ron had drawn at the cost of 500 soul shards. To classify it accurately, this thing was not purely a Souls-like. It was closer to an action game. But in terms of practicality, placed within the technique-oriented world of DanMachi, it was indeed highly suitable. That Sword Saint's Esoteric Art, which allowed rapid assimilation of the combat experience of various schools, could be summed up simply as not being bound by fixed forms, only seeking victory. As long as you win, that's enough. And the existence of the Healing Good could, during the dungeon exploration phase, achieve an effect equivalent to Emid's panacea, quickly restoring his own injuries. Ron's gaze swept over it briefly. From the perspective of growth potential alone, the Tarnished undoubtedly possessed higher scalability. However, at his current stage, the combat arts he had mastered were all based on trading his life for damage. He could hardly carry expensive panaceas every time he explored the dungeon, could he? And the high mobility, learning ability, and recovery effects provided by the Sekiro character save slot happened to make up for the former's issue of having to restart every time. It feels like pairing it with the Tarnished save slot might work quite well. So, where am I supposed to get a shinobi prosthetic? That said, Ron truly was not certain whether the smiths of the Hephaestus Familiar could forge this mechanism tube capable of switching weapon forms at will. For now, he remained skeptical. After all, to cleverly integrate 10 different types of shinobi tools with distinct functions, and, crucially, to avoid making the shinobi prosthetic bulky in the process. He genuinely had no idea where to begin. Maybe it's similar to the Tarnished save slot. After raising the level of the Sekiro save slot, it might provide advanced abilities in that direction. Simply put, relying solely on the uniqueness of the first 2 skills had not caused the soul shards Ron spent to go to waste. As long as they were paired reasonably, the effect was unprecedentedly good. Gathering his scattered thoughts, he looked toward Hestia beside him, whose gaze was lingering on his face, and handed her the parchment with his updated ability values for her to process. Leveling up? There's no need to rush for now. At the very least, we should wait until the ability values reach their limit before considering it. Of course. Facts had already proven. In Aurario, having a familiar that was too outstanding could also provoke conflict, and the Apollo familiar was an obvious example. If Ron were to break through to LV3 rapidly next, Hestia could not imagine the commotion that would be stirred at that time. And since her close friend was outside, taking advantage of the present opportunity, the girl suggested, regarding your alias, do you have any specific ideas now? There should be a way to handle it. But I still suggest, when it comes to your alias, keep it a bit low profile. I'm a little worried that those gods who spend their days looking for entertainment might stir up trouble over this. The matter of an alias. Ron truly had not considered it. However, hearing the certainty in Hestia's tone, and considering the limited network of divine relationships she had in Orario, he could guess it even with his eyes closed. Instead of answering directly, he asked, are you planning to make use of Lady Hephaestus's connections? As expected, I can't hide it from you. Was this perhaps the trouble that came with having a familiar member who was too clever? Hestia did not feel embarrassed. After all, the entire set of equipment Ron was wearing had been supported by Hephaestus out of friendship from the heavens. But things had already reached this point. Incidentally, regarding the matter of his alias, asking her close friend for a little more help should not be a big problem. An alias? Right now, I don't really care. Anyway, there will be chances to rename it in the future. I would rather rely on my own strength later and earn an alias that truly belongs to me. However, after hearing Ron's firm reply, Hestia's most immediate impression was that the boy before her seemed to have light shining even in his eyes. Then we'll do as you say. As for the matter of the Takemikazuchi familiar inviting him to attend their celebration banquet, Ron did not hide it from his own goddess. He simply informed her of the specific circumstances. Because the weapon shop needed overtime work, Hestia did not go. However, when Ron followed Uka and Mikoto to the restaurant where the gathering was held, he discovered that their god, the war god Takemikazuchi, was also present at the celebration banquet. Toward this god who had shown goodwill to him during his newcomer phase, he maintained a respectful attitude and took the initiative to greet him. Lord Takemikazuchi. Ron, you've come. When Takemikazuchi did not see Hestia among them, he was clearly somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, he still rose to his feet and greeted him with a friendly smile. After all, for a familiar child to transfer to another familiar, the consent of the other god was required. From a god standpoint, he expressed gratitude for Ron's assistance. The fact that tonight's celebration could proceed smoothly is thanks to your help in the dungeon. If you hadn't happened to pass by, for Kashima and Chigusa to return safely, it probably would have been after the Adventurers Guild finished handling the matter. It was just something I did along the way. Ron decisively shook his head. He did not mention anything regarding the unfolding of the abnormal situation. He simply stated truthfully, we're all friends. Helping each other when we encounter danger in the dungeon. I think that's only natural. I still hope you can look after Kashima and the others in the future. When Takemikazuchi said this, there was even a hint of emotion in his eyes. After all, from the perspective of the vessels an adventurer possessed, the talent Ron had would surely reach the top tier of Orario in the not-too-distant future. He had not forgotten Mikoto's desire to transfer, and he also understood that with the child's reserved personality, she would likely find it difficult to speak up. Thinking of this, Takemikazuchi did not maintain a lofty divine attitude. Instead, in the role of a parent, he spoke in a solemn tone. Ron, I actually have something. I would like to trouble you to convey it to Hestia. If possible, would you allow Mikoto to transfer to your familiar and follow you to train in the dungeon? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 93, just transferred into the familiar and it's already this thrilling. 1,314 words. A transfer application. And it was even proactively proposed by Takemikazuchi. Ron truly had no experience facing such a situation. He looked toward the girl who had remained silent the whole time. Only then did he recall that inexplicable question he had asked when he and Mikoto were exploring the ancient ruins. From an objective standpoint, for Mikoto, who had mastered the Futsu no Mitama magic, she was absolutely an all-rounder talent within the dungeon, with no reason to be refused. And in terms of talent, perhaps she could not yet reach Orario's top tier at present, but under the high-intensity trials of the Souls-like dungeon, her room for growth would certainly increase. Her future was absolutely promising. The reason Ron had not agreed immediately was that the current situation of the Takemikazuchi familiar was not particularly good. If one were to poach one of their few LV2 members, I very much welcome Senior Mikoto transferring into the familiar. But would this affect the normal exploration of your familiar, Lord Takemikazuchi? You can rest assured about that. He was not raising conditions. On the contrary, he was concerned whether Mikoto's departure, as a pillar of the familiar, would impact his own familiar. Just this kind of mature and steady character alone was enough for Take Mikazuchi to feel at ease in trusting the child to Hestia. He did not conceal anything and said seriously, in a few days, children from the Far East will be arriving. The familiar's membership will be effectively replenished. With Mikoto's talent, I believe keeping her in the familiar to train newcomers would be a waste. In that case, welcome, Senior Mikoto. Ron did not think Hestia would refuse. Considering that in the future the familiar would need to go on an expedition, the final objective might only be the area of the 18th floor. But the Souls-like difficulty forced him to develop the familiar. And Mikoto, as an all-round combatant, could greatly ease the pressure. As for what the familiar currently lacked, there was only one reliable supporter left to find. At present, the Hestia familiar has only the two of us as members. The conditions may be somewhat harsh. Thank you. After learning that Ron had already broken through to LV2, the girl felt that being called senior was somewhat grating. You can just call me by my name. As for the other matters, I don't think any of that is important. As long as I can make progress on the path of martial arts, it's all worth it. Mikoto did not dare meet her companion's gazes. After all, was her behavior not, in a sense, a kind of desertion on the eve of battle? But next, all she saw was Kashima Uka, as the former captain, standing up with an honest smile. He raised his wine cup toward Ron and patted the boy on the shoulder. We're all friends. I won't ramble. If Mikoto does anything poorly, you can come to me directly. She's very serious, she definitely won't cause you trouble. Captain. Your captain now is Ron, but we will always be family. The atmosphere of the Take Mikazuchi familiar was very warm. It was precisely this kind of farewell ceremony that made Ron seem somewhat out of place. Setting talent aside, during the time since he had transmigrated to Ororio, all he had encountered were friendly faces. Of course, setting aside the Soma familiar and the Apollo familiar as a potential hidden danger. After the celebration banquet ended, Ron took Mikoto back to the collective dormitory. When he noticed the girl crouching in the corner, draped in a grey-brown cloak, he felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Lily-Ruka Ard. The best method was naturally to ignore her, and Ron did exactly that. However, she did not intend the same. The prom girl calmly lifted her head. Even with light makeup applied, it was still possible to see the bruising at the corner of Lily's eye, as well as the arm wrapped in bandages. She stated without any fluctuation in her tone, I want to make a deal with you. Reason. An adventurer from the Apollo familiar went to the Soma familiar tonight to see Zani's. The target they discussed was you. I don't know the specifics. Lily was the same as usual. She looked at Ron's completely unperturbed eyes. Though they had not had much contact, she was well aware that this guy would absolutely not sympathize with her. Moreover, the girl did not think there was anything about herself worthy of sympathy. Zani's behavior is very abnormal. He may take action against you afterward. Oh. Considering that the Apollo familiar was regarded as a faction on the side of justice, bringing the problem to the Soma familiar, who had conflicts with him, and using that method to take action, Ron did not find it surprising. As for what kind of methods they would employ next, that remained unknown for the time being. He simply looked at Lily in front of him. To be honest, in her current state, whether she could hold out until that kind-hearted Belle arrived in Ororio. That was indeed an unknown. If it's just a deal, the bargaining chip seems a bit insufficient, doesn't it? I can pay. As long as you can help me leave that cesspit of the Soma familiar. At least there was still room for negotiation. But given the current overall atmosphere of the Soma familiar, Lily could not see any hope of escaping the mire. She forced a smile, yet no matter how one looked at it, the smile appeared exceedingly bleak. If the bargaining chip isn't enough, I'll find a way. It was indeed an opportunity to make money. But what Ron needed to consider was whether the risk investment and the return could truly be proportional. He did not answer directly. Then we'll talk after you're prepared. As for Mikoto, who had been a bystander the entire time, having never experienced the Soma familiar's pursuit incident, she only felt completely confused. Soma and the Apollo familiar, any adventurer knew of them. But why were they connected to Ron? Out of curiosity, after Lily's figure gradually walked away, the girl frowned and asked, did something happen? A little. Most likely, we'll be directly confronting the Apollo familiar. After hearing Ron's understated reply, Mikoto stood there. So she had just been preparing to transfer into the Hestia familiar, and things were already going to get this thrilling? Soma familiar. After paying the compensation for the pursuit of Ron, Zanies truly did not want to see this guy ever again. After all, purely from a strength perspective, continuing to drag this out. To be honest, he could not find any possibility of revenge. Instead, the hard-won stability within the familiar would be completely thrown into chaos. But if he could truly swallow his anger, then Zanies would never have been able to sit in the position of captain of the familiar. And this desire for revenge, upon coming into contact with members of the Apollo familiar, could no longer be suppressed in his heart. Most importantly, there was not much that needed to be done. As long as he could cause trouble for Ron and cooperate with the members of the Apollo familiar in their actions, as for the so-called reward, seeing that guy fall into misfortune was already enough. As for the Apollo familiar's specific motive, Zanies truly could not quite guess why they were deliberately targeting Hestia and Ron. But he did not conceal the anticipation in his eyes at all. As long as we can provoke a dispute with the Hestia familiar, the rest will be left to the Apollo familiar. Then let's see this familiar conflict. To what extent it can develop. I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Chapter 94, Preparations before exploring the fog gate. 1282 words. As for that whole matter concerning the Apollo familiar, along with the actions that would follow, Ron ultimately did not tell Hestia about it. The reason was simple. Even if she knew, there would be no way to resolve it, it would only add unnecessary worry. Instead, he selectively told her everything about Takamikazuchi and Mikoto's transfer application. Faced with the current manpower shortage and various other factors such as the familiar's expedition, Hestia did not refuse. Besides, back in the heavens, she had already had a good relationship with Takamikazuchi. Taking appropriate care of the other party's child was only natural. Only. After completing the Falna update, she lightly clapped her hands and said with a sigh, "From today onward, you're a member of the Hestia familiar. Yamato Mikoto." A change of familiar allegiance like this was an unprecedented experience for Mikoto. Yet even after only a brief period of contact, she could clearly feel the friendly attitude of her new goddess. She quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Hestia. Oh. Actually, the reason you chose to join my familiar was probably because you saw the uniqueness about Ron. I don't have any objection to that. It wasn't that she didn't trust Takamikazuchi's judgment of character. Precisely because of that, Hestia needed to make this clear to Mikoto in particular, to avoid unintentionally exposing the secrets Ron carried to the public eye." The girl revealed a rare look of fatigue, yet in her tone there was pride she could not suppress. "As you can see, the secret Ron bears has allowed him, in just 16 days, to break through to level 2. But the effort he has put in, only I have seen it most clearly." After receiving Hestia's confirmation once again, even though she had already known in advance, it still brought an extremely powerful shock to her heart. As for what Hestia was about to say next, Mikoto could guess. She withdrew, the smile spreading across her face, her attitude becoming extremely serious. "Lady Hestia, no matter what, I will never reveal anything about Ron to anyone else, including Lord Takamikazuchi." "Then I'm relieved. As for what else to say, I hope you can achieve the dream you seek within the Hestia familiar." After thinking for a moment, the girl offered her sincere blessing. The process of transferring familiars had indeed gone unprecedentedly smoothly. But when Mikoto returned to her room, after experiencing the familiar expedition incident, she should, by all logic, have been exhausted. Yet she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was not anxiety, purely anticipation for the brand new dungeon exploration. After finally enduring until dawn, a light knock came from the door. When she pushed it open, she saw Ron fully armed and already prepared. As if confirming something, the girl turned her head to look toward the window of her room. At this moment, the sky over Orario was just beginning to brighten. Mikoto's mood was difficult to describe. If she had to put it into words, it would probably be, "When someone more talented than you is working hard, what right do you have to slack off?" She raised both hands and lightly patted her cheeks. "Good morning, Ron. Are we setting off to explore the dungeon? Please wait a moment, I'll be ready right away." "You can take your time. Why get up so early?" Of course, that question should be directed at Hestia. Why abandon a perfectly good bed to squeeze onto the sofa with him? The key point was that this made close physical contact unavoidable. Being at a hot-blooded age, Ron could only forcibly shift his attention, focusing instead on the 10th floor of the dungeon, the fog gate whose destination ahead was unknown. It wasn't until Mikoto quickly finished washing up and stood before him fully armed. To be honest, the girl's figure was indeed tall and slender. But from the standpoint of equipment, there was not the slightest trace of a Souls-like style. This absolutely would not do. Ron swiftly withdrew his gaze. He explained, once our finances improve a bit, you really need to replace this set of equipment. At the very least, you should take mine as a reference. Heavy armor is definitely the right choice. All right. As for what armor could truly protect against, Ron did not have an exact answer either. He could only explain vaguely, considering the difficulty of exploring the dungeon, the effective armor is probably this: when facing those special monsters, it lets you swing one more strike. Maybe. That crucial strike could change the situation, right? After leaving the communal residence, taking into account that the destination of the fog gate was filled with uncertainty, going back and forth to Orario for supplies would surely be extremely difficult. Along the alley, Ron led Mikoto toward the hostess of fertility. It was early morning. Although the restaurant had not yet opened for business, he still caught sight of the elf girl in the distance who was waiting for him. Who knew what kind of danger might be waiting ahead? And the final insurance measure was Ryu, a level 4 adventurer. If he had not returned by evening, then he would have no choice but to ask her to head to the fog gate on the 10th floor to carry out a rescue. Rai-senpai. The girl was truly very beautiful. Originally an iceberg-type cold beauty, with slender elf ears, delicate features that rarely smiled, and that leaf-colored maid uniform, it revealed a strong sense of contrastive charm. When she noticed Ron fully armed, Rai guessed that this guy was probably heading to explore the dungeon today and had come specifically to inform her. How should such a situation be handled? She did not even notice the faint sense of loss in her heart. Just as Ryu was about to return to the restaurant, she saw Ron running toward her. The girl slowed her pace slightly as she pushed the door open. Only when Ron called her name did Ryu finally stop. Her calm yet puzzled gaze swept toward the big boy in front of her. Rai-senpai. Well, there's something I might need to ask of you. So he had come to her because he needed something. The girl's slender willow-like brows knit slightly, but she did not refuse. After all, she had previously agreed to Ron. Still, seeing him so serious, Ryu felt a trace of curiosity. What is it? In the area of the 10th floor, I discovered a gate that leads to another region. I'm planning to explore it today. If I don't come back to find you by evening. Since he was troubling her, Ron felt somewhat embarrassed and merely directed a requesting gaze toward the elf girl. I understand. Ryu did not give a concrete reply and returned to the restaurant under Ron's gaze. It was not out of resentment. After all, when they had encountered the grafted scion in the dungeon, this guy had insisted on explaining things only afterward, which had caused her mood at the time to become somewhat unsettled. But in reality, the girl had already begun calculating how she could quietly slip away in the evening, when the restaurant would be at its busiest, without being caught by Mamma Mia. After thinking it over, the only one who could help seemed to be that foolish cat girl. The slight furrow in Ryu's brows quietly eased, and her mood lightened a little. When it comes to skipping work, Anya is much more experienced than I am. Finding her shouldn't be a problem, right? I will post some extra chapters in Patreon, you can check it out. patreon.com/Tito Villa. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.